The story kicks off at the massive Hunter Association Stadium. Bright sunlight hits the glass walls of the facility where the next generation of heroes is about to be officially born. Cameras flash wildly as the announcer calls for the next graduate to take the stage. It is time for our boy Kim Han-ul to finally step up and claim his hard-earned title. Han-ul walks forward, his footsteps echoing through the silent hall. You can practically feel the tension in the air as he approaches the final moment he has spent years preparing for. The Slickback Association representative holds out a document, congratulating him on finishing the training. Han-ul stands tall, saluting with pride as he finally receives his official E-Rank Hunter license. This guy is on cloud 9, thinking all those sleepless nights finally paid off. He poured his entire soul into the program, believing this license would be the start of something legendary. Because he awakened at the lowest rank, he worked twice as hard as everyone else. He spent endless hours buried in ancient tomes, trying to find ways to overcome his glaring weaknesses. All that studying made his knowledge of dungeons and monsters legendary. He knew every weakness and spawn pattern, becoming a tactical genius to make up for what he lacked in raw power. Han-ul closes his eyes, savoring the feeling of success. He truly believed that hard work could bridge any gap and that he was finally ready to be a real-deal hero today. But the association representative suddenly stops him, his expression cold and dismissive. The old man stares him down, claiming the boy is dead wrong about what this license actually means for him. The official bluntly states that an E-Rank is basically a hunter in name only. Without the stats to back it up, he isn't allowed to operate in any real-world combat situations. Han-ul freezes, his world coming to a screeching halt as the harsh truth sinks in. All his efforts feel wasted in an instant, leaving him staring blankly at the cold bureaucrat. The dude continues his lecture, completely ignoring Han-ul's shocked expression. He argues that no amount of clever tactics or deep studying can save a hunter who has such pathetic bottom-tier stats. The official leaves him with a brutal final thought. He wouldn't even be able to take down a single weak monster. It is a total ego death for our boy right here. Han-ul curses under his breath, the weight of his failure finally breaking him. That was the day he gave up on his dreams, walking away from the life he always wanted. Flash forward 7 years, and things aren't looking much better. A shutdown notice for a game called Monsters Block Monsters appears, threatening to take away the only job he has left. He panics in his dark room, wondering how he will survive if this game goes under 2. The developers promised to change the genre, but now they're just pulling the plug entirely. Han-ul sighs, looking at the service termination notice set for tonight. After failing as a hunter, he had built a new life as a streamer for this specific niche defense game. The game in question is Monsters Block Monsters, a pixelated mess that most people call trash. Despite its bad reputation, our boy has spent 5 years mastering every single mechanic it has. In this game, players recruit various creatures to defend their base. From succubus queens to high-level dragons, you have to use monsters to fight off an endless horde of other monsters. It looks like a simple pixel game at first, but the depth is actually insane. You have to consider placement, affinities, and perfect timing just to survive a single wave of enemies. Upgrading your units is essential, but there is a huge catch. The success rate is absolutely atrocious, often leading to dozens of failures before you get even a small boost in power. The biggest problem is the roguelike mechanic. If a unit dies once, it is gone forever. There are no do-overs, meaning one small mistake can completely reset months of hard-earned progress. Han-ul nods to himself, admitting why everyone calls it a trash game. On top of the permanent death, the balance is complete garbage, making the difficulty level feel totally unfair. In this broken world, a tiny 1-star goblin can actually take down a massive 3-star ogre with the right strategy. It makes 0 sense, which just adds to the overall frustration. This guy stretches at his desk, calling the developers total sadists for making such a difficult game. Even with all its flaws, he's the only player who stuck around until today. Kim Han-ul, the dude who makes a living as a hardcore veteran of this trash game. He has spent 5 years mastering every single mechanic the world has to offer. Our boy sighs, wondering what he is supposed to do now that his main source of income is disappearing. He could always rely on the game, but that ends tonight. The live chat starts rolling in. Viewers are already trolling him about the game shutting down, wondering if he is finally going to feel the burnout after all these years. Hanul greets his loyal audience with a nervous smile, trying to keep a brave face for the final broadcast. This is the last time they will all be together here. One viewer points out that at least he has a hunter license to fall back on. They figure he won't starve to death since he can just go back to raiding. The question about going back to hunter work hits home, making him freeze up for a second. That topic is a sore spot for someone who failed the program so badly. He tries to play it cool, admitting he is technically a hunter, but avoiding the messy details. He quickly tries to change the subject before anyone starts asking about his rank. Viewers assume he is just being humble, thinking a professional hunter wouldn't need a hobby like this. They have no idea how much he is actually struggling behind the screen. Internally, Hanul is crying. He can never tell them that he is a failed E-rank who is too weak to even step foot inside a real dungeon without getting killed. He clenches his fist, deciding to push past the awkward questions and get straight to the action. It is time to focus on the game and give them a show. This guy announces that since today is the last day, he is going to show off everything he has got. He wants to go out with a bang for his fans. He asks the chat if they are ready for the main event, the legendary challenge that no player has ever cleared. This is what everyone has been waiting for all night. Basically, the goal is simple. Protect your castle from the literal nightmare fuel pouring out of the gates. It sounds easy, but the execution is where most players fail miserably. Hanul cracks his knuckles and starts typing away, officially launching the most difficult mission in the game. His hands fly across the keyboard as the final challenge begins to load. He is taking on the 700th wave, a level so hard it is known as uncharted territory. This will likely be the last wave he ever plays in this broken game. The game world looks peaceful for now, but everyone knows how much money and time went into this account. His viewers are hyped up, calling for a grand finale stream. Nobody has ever successfully cleared this wave before. If our boy manages to pull it off, he will set a new world record that will stay at the top forever. He hovers over the start button, briefly wondering if any of this even matters anymore. With the servers shutting down, his achievements will vanish into the void by tomorrow morning. His hand shakes on the mouse. Even a veteran like him is getting nervous for this final stand. He takes a deep breath, trying to steady his heart for the fight. No more hesitation. He lets out a shout and clicks start. The grand finale is officially underway, and the chat is exploding with excitement as the gate finally begins to open. The screen flashes with a blinding blue light as the 700th wave officially begins to spawn. Massive energy surges from the portal, signaling the arrival of the strongest monsters yet. The monsters start pouring out. Multiple Cerberus heads and hulking brutes emerge from the blue energy, looking absolutely terrifying compared to anything he has faced before in previous waves. It is a literal tidal wave of teeth and claws. The sheer number of high-level enemies and flying dragons is already looking impossible to defend against for any normal player. Hanul stares at the screen, totally locked in. The pressure is insane, so he decides to start with some quick pokes to test the enemy's strength before committing his main units. He deploys a goblin archer, and the little guy immediately draws back a glowing, fiery arrow. This first strike is crucial if our boy wants to stand a chance here. The goblin archer lets loose a powerful arrow, its golden energy slicing through the air. However, the sheer numbers of the enemy horde make this one attack feel like a drop in the ocean. Before he can even celebrate the hit, a massive beast leaps forward and tears through his defense. The intensity of the 700th wave is far beyond anything he has ever dealt with before. The poor goblin unit panics as a monster closes in, its eyes wide with terror. It barely has time to let out a final screech before the enemy reaches its position at the gate. A brutal spray of blood covers the screen as the level 100 unit is instantly deleted from existence. The system message coldly confirms that his archer has been eliminated from the game forever. Kim Hanul grits his teeth, his face pale with frustration. That goblin was one of his most expensive units, and seeing it die so easily is a massive blow to his morale. The situation gets even worse as a group of massive blue crustacean monsters charge into the fray. Their heavy claws and armor make them almost impossible to stop as they swarm toward his base. Blood and energy fly everywhere as the monsters continue their relentless advance. Our boy realizes that if he doesn't do something drastic right now, his entire defense is going to crumble in seconds. He summons his level 130 succubus queen, hoping her powerful magic can clear the entrance first. She floats above the battlefield, her wings spread wide as she prepares to launch a counterattack. The queen looks down in shock as a sudden aura of pure malice erupts from the horde below. She realizes too late that a monster far stronger than her has already locked on. A massive, three-headed Cerberus lunges out of the chaos, its glowing red eyes fixed on her. The beast lets out a deafening roar that shakes the entire screen as it bites down. Our boy panics, wondering how the hell that beast got all the way to his backline so quickly. He desperately tries to command the queen to pull back and reorganize her magic defense. It's too late for a retreat. The Cerberus snaps its jaws shut, completely engulfing the succubus queen in a single, devastating move. Her purple energy flickers and dies as she is dragged down. Another notification pops up, confirming his level 130 unit has been wiped out. The loss of his queen is a total disaster, leaving his base wide open for the rest of the horde. The slaughter continues as the level 251-eyed bullseye is sliced in half. This guy's best defenders are falling like dominoes, and there is absolutely nothing he can do to stop the bleeding. Hanul is sweating bullets now, staring in disbelief at the sheer power of the 700th wave. He knew it would be difficult, but this is a level of slaughter he never imagined possible. Even the level 150 Ogre Tailor gets eliminated in the blink of an eye. Wave after wave of notifications fill the screen, each one representing months of hard work and dedicated training. Our boy slumps in his chair, heart sinking as he watches his carefully raised units vanish. To think all that effort would be erased so easily is almost too much to bear. A massive explosion of fire and blood marks the failure of his entire strategy. He admits that at this rate, there's no way he can clear the wave and save his castle. He clicks frantically, but it's no use. He has no more units or buildings left to block the path. Only his final castle remains, and the monsters are already at the doorstep. This is the castle that needs defending. Welcome to the world of Monsters Block Monsters, a game so difficult it's nicknamed the Trash Game. Only one veteran remains to play. The final stream is turning into a nightmare. Wave 700 is pouring out monsters like three-headed Cerberuses, and they're absolutely shredding Kim Hanul's strongest units. Is it all over now? Huge monster jaws snap as they charge the castle. Hanul's defenses have crumbled, and the wave is just too much. It looks like the most impossible level is living up to its name. Suddenly, the background starts to glow. For 5 years, this silver-haired figure in gold armor, known as the Sovereign, just sat there as decoration. But now, she's surrounded by blinding light. A system message pops up, confirming that Hanul has reached uncharted territory. He's the first player to ever challenge the 700th wave, and the game is reacting in a way nobody expected. Hanul can't believe his eyes. He's staring at the screen, sweat dripping down his face. Something is breaking in the game's code, and it's happening right in front of his loyal viewers. The Sovereign is actually moving. She looks like a high-ranking warrior queen with long silver hair, and the air around her is crackling with energy as she starts to stir from her throne. Her eyes flutter open, revealing a sharp, fierce gaze. It's as if she's been waiting for this exact moment to join the fight, even though she was never a playable character. The system announces the impossible. The Sovereign awakens. Her red eyes glow with an intense fire, and the entire game interface seems to tremble under the weight of her sudden presence. She reaches out and grabs a massive, ornate sword from the figure standing beside the throne. This isn't just a cutscene. The background props are actually coming to life to fight. She takes her first step down from the dais, her boots clicking against the stone floor. The light following her is so bright it almost washes out the rest of the screen. This silver-haired warrior stands tall, holding a sword that's nearly as big as she is. She looks absolutely badass in her gold-plated armor, ready to face the entire monster horde alone. Hanul is totally losing it. He mutters to himself that the Sovereign shouldn't be able to move at all. This logic-breaking event is completely unheard of in his 5 years of playing. The monsters don't care about game logic, though. They're storming up the castle stairs, a flood of teeth and claws. But the Sovereign is just standing there at the top, waiting. Hanul reflects on all his past game overs, but he's never seen anything like this. This lone warrior is walking straight into a swarm of high-level monsters without a hint of fear. She starts to glow even brighter, a golden aura erupting around her. It's like she's charging up a move that's going to reset the entire board. Hanul can only watch in shock. Her red eyes narrow as she focuses on the target. The intensity is insane. This isn't just a game anymore, it feels like something much bigger is happening through the computer screen. With one lightning-fast motion, she swings her massive blade. A shockwave of pure energy tears through the air, and the monsters at the front don't even have time to react. Monster heads fly and bodies are sliced to ribbons. The Sovereign is a literal whirlwind of destruction, turning the most difficult wave in game history into a total slaughterhouse. She stands in the center of a massive beam of light. Hanul's chat is exploding. She just took out hundreds of top-tier monsters with a single hit. It's absolutely insane. An explosion of energy clears the entire area around her. The monsters are getting vaporized instantly. Hanul is frozen in place, trying to process how one background character is doing this. Even as more monsters surround her, the Sovereign remains calm. She's surrounded by a sea of enemies, but she looks like she could do this all day without breaking a sweat. She jumps into the air, spinning with her blade. Her movements are graceful but lethal, like a deadly dance that leaves nothing but monster parts in its wake. She's completely unstoppable. Our girl swings again, sending a massive wave of fire across the field. The whole screen glows while she keeps shredding through this literal sea of monsters all by herself. Everything is blowing up. These monsters are getting absolutely wrecked as Wave 700 clears in seconds. The game world is literally on fire, but she's about to go even harder. The Sovereign leaps through the air, her massive sword glowing with white energy. She's moving with a speed that shouldn't be possible for a background character. This is absolutely insane. A close-up reveals her fierce red eyes and flowing silver hair. She isn't just a prop anymore. She looks like a real warrior who's ready to tear everything apart. The impact of her strike creates a blinding explosion of white and gold. The entire screen is washed out by the sheer force of her attack. No monster could survive this. The kill feed starts scrolling like crazy as orc warriors and lizardmen heroes are wiped out in an instant. The Sovereign is just shredding through everything in her path. Vipers, Psykin warriors, and salamanders, none of them stand a chance. The Sovereign is clearing the map so fast the system can barely keep up with the elimination messages. Even in the heat of battle, she looks regal and composed. This gold-armored warrior is finally showing why she sat on that throne for 5 long years. She's incredible. Another massive strike tears through the air. The sound effects on the screen are huge, matching the scale of the destruction she's bringing down on the monster horde. The list of fallen monsters just keeps growing: merfolk, drakes, cyclopes, and minotaurs. They were the strongest units in the game, but now they're just numbers in a kill feed. This is unbelievable. Hanul can't even believe his eyes as he watches the Sovereign massacre the entire Wave 700. It's like watching a god walk among mortals. She lets out a slow breath as the dust begins to settle. Despite the massive slaughter she just performed, she doesn't have a single scratch on her ornate black armor. Her foot stomps down on the ground, echoing with the weight of her power. Every movement she makes feels intentional and heavy, like she's reclaiming her world from these monsters. The Sovereign faces away from us, staring into a giant circle of light. She's completed her mission, and the energy radiating from her is enough to light up the whole castle. A close-up shows her tight grip on the sword's hilt. Hanul can't help but mutter in shock. All those impossible monsters were taken out by just one person. She stands tall within a pillar of golden light, looking like a true goddess of war. The Sovereign has completely turned the tide of this final, doomed broadcast. The map is literally being torn apart by the residual energy of her attacks. Rocks fly everywhere as the final remnants of the monster horde are obliterated for good. The system confirms the impossible. The Sovereign took out everyone alone. The kill feed is a wall of yellow text, proving that Hanul just witnessed a miracle. A massive "congratulations" message fills the screen as the Sovereign stands with her back to us. Her silver hair flows elegantly, marking the end of the game's final challenge. The carnage left behind is staggering. A mountain of dead monsters surrounds the Sovereign, who stands victorious in the center of the battlefield. She really did it. It's official. The system confirms Hanul has cleared the 700th wave. This is a feat no other player in the history of the game has ever even come close to. Hanul is absolutely stunned. He sits there in his dark room, sweat pouring down his face, staring at the screen with his mouth wide open. He can't process this victory. Suddenly, he breaks into a huge grin. He's thrilled, calling the Sovereign a total cheat character. He never expected his favorite trash game to end on such a high note. But wait, something is wrong. He tries to move his mouse, but nothing happens. He panics, wondering if the stream crashed right at the most epic moment of his life. Then a message pops up from a user named HViewer1. Hanul is relieved the stream is still live, but he's confused by the mysterious viewer's sudden message. This is actually huge, because Viewer1 has been a silent lurker for 5 straight years. Seeing them finally speak has our boy Hanul feeling completely caught off guard. The viewer sends a cryptic message about their lord finally waking up from a long slumber. Hanul just stares in confusion. What on earth are they even talking about? Hanul brushes off Viewer1's talk as nonsense. He's just a gamer, after all. But the message about starting a new journey together feels weirdly intense for a chat log. Viewer1 wishes him luck and looks forward to his leadership. In the game, 2 figures are actually bowing to the screen. It's like the game world itself is acknowledging him. The mysterious viewer leaves the chat as others scramble to figure out what happened. Hanul realizes only Viewer1 witnessed the miracle. He's left alone with his thoughts and a dead stream. Our boy leans back, sighing about his terrible luck. Even after clearing the impossible wave, he's still just a guy in a dark room finishing his final broadcast. Or so he thinks. Suddenly, a strange blue light catches his eye. It's coming from the screen, glowing with an intensity that shouldn't be possible. Hanul freezes as the air in the room begins to vibrate. Blinding energy erupts from his computer, swallowing the whole room. Hanul is tossed back in his chair, shielding his eyes from the swirling blue vortex that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The light isn't just bright, it's alive. Blue energy spirals through the air, pulsing with a power that feels ancient and heavy. Something is breaking through from the game into the real world. Hanul stares in pure shock as the energy begins to wrap around him. It feels like he's being scanned or synchronized with something massive. This definitely isn't part of the game anymore. He struggles to stay in his seat as the blue waves crash against him. "What is all this of a sudden?" he shouts, but his voice is drowned out by the roaring light. A close-up of his face shows the transformation in progress. His eyes are now glowing a piercing, electric blue. He can feel a raw, surging power beginning to settle deep inside his soul. A real-world system window floats before him. It confirms the synchronization is complete and awards him a new skill. The impossible has happened. The game has become his reality. The realization hits him like a freight train. He's experiencing a reawakening. A legendary event he thought was just a myth. His days as a useless E-rank hunter are finally over. In that moment, a wave of certainty washes over him. He doesn't need a game world to be a hero anymore. The power he spent 5 years mastering is now truly his own. He remembers the cold words of the association representative telling him he was useless. Back then, they told him an E-rank couldn't even operate as a hunter. He was essentially a nobody. The officials at the center had been just as blunt, warning him against entering dungeons. They mentioned that only the lucky few ever awaken additional skills to increase their low rank. Those experts said a rank increase was incredibly rare, but that's exactly what happens during a reawakening. The memory of their doubt only fuels the fire burning in Hanul's chest right now. The term echoes in his mind, reawakening. It's the ultimate second chance, and it's finally happened to the guy everyone gave up on. He isn't the same weak hunter anymore. Hanul lets out a sharp, confident smile. He's been ignored and looked down on his whole life, but the tables have finally turned. This new power feels better than any game victory. He stands up, slamming his hands onto the desk with newfound strength. A new opportunity has arrived, and this time he isn't going to let it slip through his fingers. He grips the microphone one last time, his knuckles white. This is the end of his career as a streamer, but it's the start of something much bigger and far more dangerous. He looks straight into the camera and makes his final announcement. Today's broadcast is his last because Kim Han-ul is returning to the world as a hunter. The legend begins now. The sun is shining bright over the apartment building as we jump back into the story. It's a peaceful day, but things are about to get intense for our protagonist. Inside his room, Kim Han-ul takes a very deep breath to calm his nerves. He's trying to process the wild events from the hospital and prepare for whatever comes next. Back in his room, our boy is sitting on the bed. He managed to reawaken, but things aren't looking quite as flashy as he expected. The massive disappointment is real. He pulls up his status window and the numbers are just sad. Strength 10, Agility 6. Basically, he's still a bottom-tier E-rank hunter. No major stat buffs to see here. Kim Han-ul stares at the screen, totally crushed. He really thought a reawakening would fix his trash stats, but it looks like he's still the same weakling as he was before. Just as he's about to give up, a system notification pings in his ear. His eyes widen as a new window suddenly materializes right in front of him out of nowhere. The screen asks if he wants to check out some new skill information. This might be the game changer he was actually looking for. He doesn't hesitate to check it out. Sitting there in his dark room, Kim Han-ul stares at the blue light. He's skeptical but desperate. Anything is better than being a permanent E-rank loser with no real future. He starts to grin, realizing that stats might not even matter if he lands some high-ranking skills. This guy is ready to gamble everything on this one last big chance. Our boy reaches out and taps the accept button. The screen glimmers with blue energy as the system processes his request. It's finally time to see what he's actually got. 2 new skills pop up: deal with the sovereign and conversation with the sovereign. These sound like something straight out of the high-level game he spent 5 long years playing. He stares at the names, completely baffled. They definitely sound powerful, but he has no idea how they work yet. It's a huge mystery that could change his entire life. Kim Han-ul decides to test things out. He looks at the first skill, deal with the sovereign, and prepares to activate it. He's hopping for some legendary gear or powerful items. He presses the screen again, officially trying to trigger the deal. The system starts loading, and for a split second he thinks his luck has finally turned around for good. But plot twist, a bright red warning message flashes across the interface. Turns out he has absolutely 0 gold. He's too broke to even use his own new special skills. This guy is totally speechless. He just got these awesome-sounding abilities, but the system is basically laughing at his empty pockets. The massive disappointment is hitting him hard right now. He collapses onto his bed, feeling like a total clown. He got his hopes up for nothing. What's the point of having legendary skills if you can't even afford them? Kim Han-ul lies there staring at the ceiling, thinking hard. He needs gold, but where is an E-rank guy supposed to get some? Then, a sudden realization strikes him. He looks over at his computer setup. If anyone knows how this strange, game-like system works, it has to be that one person who was watching his last live stream. He grabs his chair and sits back down, his expression turning serious. He remembers Viewer 1, the mysterious figure who claimed the real game was only just beginning for him. He recalls the message from his final broadcast. This Viewer 1 has been watching him for 5 years. It's sketchy, but they are his only lead left right now. Our boy boots up his PC and decides to start a private broadcast. He's hoping that same viewer will show up again and give him some much-needed important answers. He clicks the button to start the live stream, feeling his heart race. This is a long shot, but he's desperate enough to try anything to make some real progress. Right on cue, a notification pings. Viewer 1 joined the second he went live, like they'd been waiting for him all day. Honestly, the timing is a little bit too perfect. Our boy gives a shaky greeting to his only fan. He's got a million questions about his reawakening, and he realizes he needs to make this conversation private before things get real. Kim Han-ul locks his live stream for privacy. He wants to have a serious and private conversation with his mysterious and only viewer about his recent reawakening. He gets straight to the point, asking Viewer 1 some heavy questions. Surprisingly, the mysterious entity responds instantly through the digital chat, acknowledging the trash game stream name. Our boy is thinking back to when his new skills first appeared. It was right after he initially started talking to this strange and cryptic person in the chat. He suspects that Viewer 1 might be the reason for his sudden reawakening. The images of mysterious figures confirm his feeling that something big is happening behind the scenes. Kim Han-ul admits that he had a reawakening just yesterday. He's being honest, hoping to finally get some real answers from this mysterious and cryptic chat partner right now. He asks Viewer 1 point-blank if they know anything about it. The response is a simple but chilling, "Yes, I do," which leaves our protagonist completely shocked. Kim Han-ul is shook. He knew it. This person definitely knows more than they're letting on. His heart is racing as the truth finally starts to surface. A glowing figure appears in his mind as he reflects on the nature of awakening. It's supposed to be beyond human control, yet here he is experiencing it firsthand. He wonders if this viewer is linked to the thrones or the sovereign itself. If they helped him reawaken, their power and knowledge must be truly insane. Kim Han-ul's expression is tense. He's trying to figure out the motives behind all of this. Why would someone so powerful reach out to a regular guy like him? He feels a bit relieved that Viewer 1 knows the truth, but he's still totally confused. Why was he the one chosen for this bizarre and sudden destiny? He stares at his dual monitor setup, feeling the weight of the situation. There's no logical reason for anyone to do him such a massive and life-changing favor. A hooded figure with a starry cloak appears in a vision. The mystery deepens as the entity starts to reveal more about Kim Han-ul's true purpose and connection. Celestial hands cradle a tiny version of the protagonist. Viewer 1 explains that the Sovereign has personally chosen him as their champion in this world. Kim Han-ul is stunned. Apparently, it's all thanks to him that their lord has finally awakened from a long, deep slumber. He can't believe what he is hearing. He sees a vision of the Sovereign, a majestic warrior queen in ornate armor. The chat confirms that his actions were the key to her long-awaited return. Our boy's eyes widen as he processes the information. Is everything that's happening to him actually related to the game he played for 5 long years? Suddenly, a burst of energy erupts in his room. Kim Han-ul is caught off guard as the system or some otherworldly force starts to manifest around him instantly. The hooded figure, Viewer 1, appears clearly now, holding a lantern. They tell him he'll understand everything in due time, despite his current and deep confusion. Under the starry hood, a faint smile seems to play on the entity's lips. They describe Kim Han-ul's new skills as a token of gratitude from their lord. He tries to stay focused. He asks the most important question: how does he actually use these new skills? There must be some hidden and strict conditions involved. A lantern glowing with an hourglass appears, symbolizing the conversation skill. It's not ready yet and still requires some more time for the countdown to finish. He's getting frustrated now. He asks why the deal skill won't work either. The system keeps telling him he just doesn't have enough gold to activate it. Viewer 1 just stares back through the screen in total silence. It's like the hooded entity is waiting for our boy to figure out his next move on his own. Han-ul leans back in his chair, staring at the screen in disbelief. All he gets is a single question mark, leaving him wondering what this cryptic viewer is actually planning next. The mysterious book in the hands of the hooded entity glows with a brilliant, golden light. It seems some kind of cosmic transaction is about to take place right now for Han-ul. Viewer 1 holds the open book, which radiates intense energy. The entity remains silent, but the weight of the situation is clear. Things are about to change for Kim Han-ul forever. The hooded figure admits there was a slight oversight in the system. It's a strange admission from such a powerful being, making Kim Han-ul even more curious about the situation at hand. Kim Han-ul stares at the screen, repeating the word oversight in his mind. He's skeptical about a godlike system making mistakes, but he's desperate enough to take any advantage he can. With a simple snap of the fingers, the starry entity initiates a transfer. It's a casual gesture for something that could potentially rewrite the rules of reality for our boy very soon. Viewer 1 announces that 50 gold will be deposited shortly. They explain that Hanul will learn more about the skills as he starts using them himself in the field later on. The mysterious entity turns away, their starry cloak billowing. It seems their work here is done for now, leaving Kim Hanul with more questions than actual answers about his strange fate. A bright flash of light signals the end of the interaction. A system message pops up, confirming that Viewer 1 has officially left the stream, leaving the dark room in silence. Kim Hanul pinches his cheek, trying to wake himself up. He's completely stunned and still can't believe that this wasn't just some incredibly vivid and bizarre dream he was having tonight. He sits back in his chair, processing the crazy confirmation. This mysterious person is definitely involved in his reawakening, but the concept of a lord being a throne is totally confusing. Suddenly, a system alert pings in the room. A blue window appears, confirming that 50 gold has been successfully deposited into his account, just as the mysterious viewer had promised him earlier. Hanul's eye widens as a follow-up message appears. The gold requirement has been met, and the skill deal with the sovereign is now officially active and ready for him to use. A massive list of monsters available for trade materializes before him. He looks at his gold balance of 50 and sees the first option, a weak-looking goblin slave for exactly 50. He scrolls through the options, checking the prices. Goblin fighters and archers are just out of his reach at 70 gold. He's strictly limited by his very small starting gold budget. The list continues with more powerful and expensive monsters. Goblin elders, ghouls, and giant slimes are all way too pricey for him right now. He needs to earn more gold fast. Kim Hanul is frozen in shock as he stares at the interface. It's not just similar. This skill window is an exact replica of the recruitment screen from his favorite game, MBM. He remembers the game's mechanics perfectly. Goblins, wolves, and orcs were all part of the basic units you could hire. Seeing them here in reality is both exciting and terrifying for him. He realizes the system is almost identical to what he mastered over 5 long years. It's a huge advantage, but he's still worried about how it translates to the real world. In the game, you hire monsters and use them as your personal troops to defend your castle. He wonders if he can actually summon them in reality to fight beside him now. A devious smile creeps across his face. Since he lacks personal combat power as an E-rank hunter, he realizes he can just hire a powerful summon to do all the fighting instead. He focuses on his only affordable option. With his current balance of 50 gold, the only unit he can actually hire right now is the lowly and weak goblin slave unit. A blue summoning circle appears, and a small, scrawny goblin manifests within the light. It doesn't look very impressive, but it's the start of his new monster army in reality. But then, Kim Hanul's eyes widen in absolute disbelief. He spots something further down the list that shouldn't be there, and it sends a shiver down his spine as he stares intensely. It's the Sovereign herself, the ultimate powerhouse from his game. But the price tag is an insane 99 billion gold, making her a total pipe dream for any player right now. Our boy Hanul sighs, leaning back in total frustration. Between the crazy price and the high affinity needed, there's just no way a broke E-rank hunter like him can afford her. Kim Hanul pauses, realizing the massive hurdle ahead of him. Despite his excitement about the recruitment system, there's one giant problem that he still needs to solve before moving forward today. He sits at his desk, staring at the holographic screen with a worried look. If this really works like the game, he wonders how he'll earn enough gold for better units. Close up on his determined eye as he tries to recall the game's mechanics. In MBM, there were only 2 ways to fill your pockets with gold and grow your monster army. Thinking back to the game, he remembers that clearing high-rank dungeons was the most direct way. Reaching an S-rank could yield a decent amount of gold for any player's efforts. The alternative was hunting monsters in the wild and selling their loot. He visualizes a pile of gold coins next to a defeated wolf, a standard grind for any veteran player. Kim Hanul ponders if these same rules apply to his new reality. To get gold, he'll have to step out into the dangerous world and face real threats with his life soon. A chilling vision of massive, terrifying monsters looms over him. He realizes that to survive and earn gold, he'll have to hunt these beasts in the real world very soon. But there's a catch. His current stats are so low that catching even the weakest monster is a struggle. He needs a different strategy to get his first bit of gold now. He looks at the scrawny goblin slave on the recruitment screen. It's the only unit he can afford with his 50 gold, and right now, it's his only hope for real progress. Taking a deep breath, his finger hovers over the screen before finally pressing the confirm button. He's officially spending his only 50 gold to hire the lowly and weak goblin slave unit. A system message confirms the hire. He wonders if this tiny creature will actually be helpful in a real fight, or if he just wasted his only resources on something completely useless. The room begins to vibrate as the summoning process starts. Blue energy swirls into a vortex, and a message explains that hired monsters can be resummoned without any additional gold cost later. Brilliant blue lightning erupts in his small apartment, catching Kim Han-ul completely off guard. He's stunned to see that a real monster is actually being summoned into his own room right now. He shields his eyes from the intense, crackling energy. He's confused because a lowly goblin slave shouldn't be giving off such a powerful and overwhelming aura during its summoning ritual in reality. His eyes widen as he stares into the center of the brilliant blue light. Something is very different about this summon, and the pressure in the room is becoming almost unbearable for him. A single, glowing blue eye stares back at him from the shadows of the energy. Kim Han-ul is left speechless, realizing he might have just summoned something much more dangerous than expected. The towering headquarters of the Hunter Association stood bright against the blue sky. It was time for Kim Han-ul to officially begin his journey and put his new powers to the test. Inside the busy office, the receptionist started typing away after hearing a name she didn't recognize. She looked up the records for a hunter named Kim Han-ul to see his official status. The screen flickered to life, showing his disappointing reality. He was just a 28-year-old E-rank hunter with a basic regeneration skill and absolutely zero experience in the field since his awakening. The staff member seemed a bit skeptical as she double-checked his intentions. She wanted to be absolutely sure that this low-ranked guy really planned on heading out to handle a mission solo. After Han-ul confirmed his choice, she noted that this would be his very first request. She pulled up the current job board, showing that there were only 4 missions available for him. Our boy sat back with his arms crossed, carefully scanning the options on the holographic screen. He wasn't looking for glory yet. He just needed something low-key that wouldn't draw too much attention. His eyes locked onto a specific listing that seemed perfect for a beginner. It was a simple extermination job in a rural area, exactly the kind of quiet start he was looking for. Without hesitating any further, he pointed toward the screen and told the receptionist he'd take that one. He was ready to stop overthinking and finally get some real-world combat experience under his belt. The woman adjusted her glasses, looking concerned as she warned him about the location. It was a remote spot where backup would be impossible to send if things suddenly took a turn for the worse. Despite the warning, Han-ul just gave her a polite smile and stuck to his decision. He knew the risks, but he also knew he had a secret advantage that no one else suspected. She sighed, clearly thinking this E-ranker was being way too reckless by going solo. Still, it wasn't her job to stop him, so she reluctantly agreed to process the paperwork for his request. The registration was finally complete, and she informed him that all the mission details would be sent directly to his phone. It was official now. His first hunt was set in stone. For the final step, she asked him to place his thumb on the scanner for identity verification. It was a standard procedure to make sure the right person was taking on the dangerous task. As the machine beeped, she told him he was free to go. She asked if he had any more questions, but her tone suggested she was already moving on to the next task. Han-ul confirmed he was all set as the screen flashed a completion message. He stood up, feeling a strange mix of nerves and adrenaline as he walked away from the front desk. His footsteps echoed as he left the building, his mind already racing with plans. This was the moment he had been waiting for, the official start of his life as a real active hunter. He couldn't help but feel a bit of excitement bubbling up despite the danger ahead. It was finally time to test his new skills in the field and see what he was truly capable of. The scene shifted to a peaceful village nestled in the mountains under a bright, clear sky. The mission details appeared. He was there to exterminate a group of pesky goblins for the locals. Hanul walked down a dusty dirt road, looking around at the quiet surroundings. He could feel he was getting close to the village, though everything seemed a bit too calm for comfort. Suddenly, a voice rang out across the fields, calling for a hunter. Hanul stopped and turned his head, spotting an elderly man rushing toward him with an expression of pure desperation. The old man sprinted through the fields as fast as his legs could carry him. He was the village head, and he looked like he'd been waiting for a savior all week. The moment he reached Hanul, he grabbed the young man's hands in a tight, shaking grip. It was clear the situation in the village was much worse than the mission description had suggested. The village head bowed deeply, thanking him profusely for coming to such a humble, out-of-the-way place. Hanul felt a bit awkward being treated like a hero before even doing anything yet. The old village head kept venting about those goblin bastards. They'd taken over the mountains, and for a whole week his people had been stuck inside the village, too scared to even leave. Hanul listened, realizing why other hunters skipped this low-reward gig. It was way too much travel for a tiny payout, but he saw a perfect playground where others saw a hopeless, monster-filled death trap. The village head looked Hanul in the eye, his expression etched with deep worry. He was clearly terrified that this lone, young hunter wouldn't be able to handle the threat by himself. He leaned in close, voice trembling as he confessed his biggest fear. He didn't want to be responsible for getting their only benefactor hurt when the goblins were so much tougher than they looked. The old man's hands were still clamped tightly onto Hanul's sleeves, practically begging for reassurance. It was a desperate plea for safety from someone who had reached his absolute breaking point. Hanul just gave him a calm, confident smile, his eyes shining with a mysterious light. He made a solemn promise that nothing bad would happen to the village or to him during this mission. Hearing those words seemed to take a massive weight off the elderly man's shoulders. He looked down, overcome with gratitude that someone was finally willing to stand up and protect them. The two stood together on the empty road, a tiny duo against the vast, scenic backdrop of the countryside. The village head couldn't stop thanking him as the reality of the situation finally settled. Once the old man had finally calmed down, Hanul set off alone. He marched deeper into the thick forest, heading straight toward the area where the goblins were known to gather. He paused in a sun-drenched clearing, scanning the dense trees for any sign of movement. So far, the woods were strangely quiet, with nothing special catching his sharp gaze just yet. Suddenly, a series of shrill screeches echoed through the air, breaking the silence. Hanul tensed up, breaking into a light sweat as he realized the monsters were much closer than he thought. He peered through the bushes and saw a green, clawed hand dipping a bowl into a clear spring. The sound of splashing water confirmed he had successfully tracked down his targets. The goblin tilted its head back, greedily gulping down the water with loud, messy sounds. It was a disgusting sight, but it gave Hanul a perfect chance to observe their behavior unnoticed. Hanul blinked in pure confusion, his eyes going wide as he watched the scene unfold. This wasn't exactly the terrifying, bloodthirsty behavior he had expected from a pack of wild monsters. The goblins were all hanging out together in a group by the waterfall, looking weirdly relaxed. They were just chilling in the sun, seemingly without a single care in the world. It was so surreal that he actually felt a bit insulted by their lack of discipline. They were drinking from the spring and lounging around like a bunch of middle-aged men at a spa. He stood hidden in the shadows, watching them for a moment longer. While their behavior was definitely strange, he realized this lack of alertness actually worked out much better for his plan. Confident that he could pull this off, he reached into his inventory window. He wasn't worried about the numbers anymore because he was about to bring his own muscle into the fight. A glowing blue orb appeared in his hand, pulsating with a strange, ancient power. He gripped it firmly, ready to test out the very first summon he'd ever used in the real world. With a determined look, Hanul stepped forward, his sneaker crunching against the dirt path. He was done watching from the sidelines and was ready to make his move on the unsuspecting pack. He wound up his arm and threw the glowing blue sphere toward the center of the clearing with all his might. It streaked through the air like a comet, trailing brilliant blue light. As he threw it, he commanded the system to summon a goblin slave. The blue energy exploded outward, creating a massive wave of light that completely illuminated the surrounding forest. The three goblins by the spring froze, their eyes widening in shock as the glowing orb landed right in front of them. They were completely caught off guard by the sudden intrusion. The sphere bounced harmlessly on the ground, rolling to a stop just a few feet away from the confused monsters. For a split second, it looked like nothing was actually going to happen. Hanul braced himself, watching the scene from a distance with a mix of anticipation and nerves. He let out a confused sound, wondering why the summon hadn't manifested immediately. The three goblins stared at the glowing orb, tilting their heads in total confusion. They didn't seem threatened at all, just curious about this weird blue object sitting right in front of them. Their curiosity quickly turned into pure aggression. The monsters bared their teeth and growled, eyes glowing with rage. They were ready to snap, but the orb just sat there, completely silent. Kim Hanul sweated as nothing happened after his throw. He bit his lip, wondering if he'd messed up the summoning process or if the system was just messing with him. The three goblins closed the distance fast, their eyes glowing with hunger. Hanul realized he was in deep trouble. It was way too late to turn back and run now. With the summons seemingly failing, he gritted his teeth and prepared for the worst. If he had to fight these three monsters without backup, he'd just have to go all out. The goblins shrieked as they lunged forward together, their sharp claws ready to tear him apart. The clearing was suddenly filled with the sound of their aggressive, bloodthirsty charging. Our boy stood his ground, though his heart was racing in his chest. He took a shaky breath, asking himself if he actually had what it takes to survive a real fight. One of the monsters leaped into the air, its jagged claws aimed straight for his throat. The screeching was deafening as it closed in, leaving him with no room to escape. Hanul let out a desperate shout, putting every bit of his fear and strength into a single punch. He wasn't going down without a fight, even if the odds were stacked. His fist collided with the monster's claws, creating a scene that looked like a professional movie poster. The sharp claws were just inches away from his face as he struggled to hold them back. It was a terrifyingly close call that made him realize how outclassed he really was. Just as things looked hopeless, a brilliant golden light erupted from the ground where the orb had landed. The entire clearing was suddenly swallowed by a blinding, powerful energy. A system notification flickered to life against the black background, announcing the official summoning of a goblin slave. Finally, the backup he had been desperately waiting for was actually arriving. A dark, cloaked figure suddenly streaked across the battlefield like a shadow. With a single, powerful strike, the new arrival sent one of the wild goblins flying high into the trees. Hanul froze in total shock, his eyes widening as he watched the mysterious figure move with insane speed. He couldn't believe his own eyes. This definitely wasn't a normal goblin slave. A memory flashed through his mind about his early days playing the MBM game. He remembered that the very first monster he had ever managed to obtain was a simple slave. He had been so proud of that first monster that he spent years pouring every rare item he found into it. That tiny slave had eventually become his most trusted companion. With that single monster by his side, he had managed to clear over 100 waves of enemies in the game. It was a legendary feat that most players thought impossible. The smoke cleared to reveal the summoned warrior in all his glory. It was Gono. He looked incredibly badass, decked out in high-level armor and glowing with a dangerous blue energy. A massive inventory list appeared, showing off Gono's legendary A-rank gear. From the Wind Helm to the Club of Hercules, everything was top tier, and a special system perk was officially applied. It turned out that a hidden perk had been triggered, retrieving the full inventory of his first hired monster. All that hard work from the game had finally paid off in reality. Kim Hanul summoned a monster, but instead of some weak slave, a blinding light filled the forest. This guy didn't realize he just hit the jackpot from his old game saves. Out of the blue light, an elite goblin warrior emerged, looking absolutely terrifying in dark armor. This wasn't the trash summon he expected. This was a high-level killing machine. The monster landed with a heavy thud, golden energy rippling through the ground. The sheer pressure coming off this dude was enough to make the surrounding air feel heavy. A massive pillar of light shot into the sky, signaling the arrival of a real powerhouse. The low-level goblins nearby froze in fear, knowing something way above their league just arrived. This guy, Gono, stood tall over the broken bodies of the other goblins. He looked like a dark god of war compared to the small pests he just wiped out. One surviving goblin could only stare in pure terror, its face pale as it let out a pathetic whimper. It realized way too late that it had picked the wrong fight. The creature tried to run for its life, but it was useless. Gono was already descending from the sky like a bolt of dark lightning, ready to finish the job. Clad in raven armor and wreathed in blue flames, Gono looked like an absolute beast. Our boy Hanul could only watch as his summon prepared to unleash some serious pain. Suddenly, a system message popped up. Gono activated an A-rank skill called Raven's Wingbeat, sending him flying across the battlefield at insane speeds with glowing white wings on his boots. He slammed into the ground like a meteor, lightning and blue energy exploding everywhere. The impact was so intense it looked like the whole forest was about to be leveled. Gono didn't hold back at all, smashing everything in his path with overwhelming force. Debris flew everywhere as the terrain itself was torn apart by his sheer power. Those glowing red eyes locked onto the last surviving goblin, and it was game over. The poor thing was paralyzed with fear, unable to even move as death approached. With a massive swing of his club, Gono created a whirlwind of blue energy that shredded everything. It wasn't a fight, it was a total slaughterhouse in the middle of the woods. This guy smirked as blood splashed across the scene, looking totally satisfied with the destruction. He was a complete psycho, but he was exactly the kind of bodyguard Hanul needed. Standing at a distance, our boy could barely believe his eyes. He expected a weak slave, but instead, he got a one-man army that just soloed an entire group of monsters. Hanul was completely speechless, realizing that Gono was way stronger than he ever imagined. The reality of having an A-rank summon was finally starting to sink in. As the warrior walked back towards him, Hanul tried to stay cool and gave him a shaky good job. He was definitely a bit intimidated by his own summon's raw power. The giant goblin kept getting closer, making Hanul back up in a panic. He wasn't sure if his summon was still friendly or if he was about to get crushed too. Turns out this elite warrior just wanted some praise. Hanul awkwardly asked if he wanted a pat on the back, and the scary monster actually started nodding like a puppy. Suddenly, Gono's scary vibe vanished, and he gave his master the most sparkly, adorable look ever. The contrast was so weird it actually creeped our boy out quite a bit. Right then, a system window popped up showing Gono's affinity level at 20. Hanul just stared at it, confused about why his life was suddenly turning into a dating simulator. He questioned why an affection level even existed for a summoned monster. This system was getting weirder by the second, and he wasn't sure if he should be worried. While Gono practically begged for head pats, Hanul grumbled about how this wasn't supposed to be some weird dating sim. The dude just wanted to survive, not manage monster feelings. The system dropped a major hint. Maxing out affinity unlocks a broken new skill. Turns out, being a nice boss is actually the secret to getting insanely strong in this world. Hanul's eyes widened at the massive potential rewards. If sucking up to his monsters meant more op skills, he was 100% ready to start acting like a total saint. Kim Hanul swallowed his pride and started giving Gono head pats like he was a pet dog. If it meant unlocking broken skills, our boy was willing to praise him all day. It actually worked, and a system window flashed showing Gono's affinity shot up by 10. Turns out, this monster has a serious soft spot for getting some positive attention. With the mood settled, the two of them looked around the quiet forest. It was time to get back to business and figure out the next step of the mission. Hanul noticed something weird. The monsters he killed didn't drop any loot like in the game. He started worrying about how he was supposed to earn gold to hire more units. Right then, Gono made a strange sound and pointed at something on the ground. Our boy looked over, wondering what his elite summon had found among the goblin corpses. The goblin warrior started harvesting glowing blue gems from the bodies. Hanul watched in confusion, not quite understanding what his summon was doing with the monster remains. The elite goblin held out his hands, showing off 3 sparkling blue crystals. These things definitely weren't normal rocks. They were pulsating with a strange, magical energy. Our boy realized these crystals came directly from the monsters they just defeated. He leaned in for a closer look, curious about what these mysterious stones actually were. Gono then gestured towards a path further into the back of the forest. Hanul followed his lead, realizing there was something much more important waiting for them nearby. Suddenly, a swirling blue vortex appeared right in front of them, crackling with electrical energy. This strange portal looked like something straight out of a high-level dungeon. Hanul stood before the swirling blue light, wondering if it was a gate. It was way too small for a normal dungeon entrance, but it clearly led somewhere. Gono clutched the mana stones firmly in his hand, and just by looking at them, Hanul could feel their raw power. It seemed these small gems were the key to interacting with the strange system windows. Gono tossed the crystals toward the portal, seemingly as a demonstration to help his master understand the process. Swirls of blue energy danced around them as the system began to process the items. It looked like a high-tech transaction was happening right in the middle of the forest. A system message appeared confirming he had sold the stones for gold. 30 gold coins were deposited into his account from the mysterious lord's castle. Everything finally clicked for Hanul as he looked at the floating screens. He realized the mechanics of this real-world game were a bit different from the original version. In reality, monsters dropped mana stones instead of traditional loot. By selling these to the system, he could earn the gold needed to upgrade his army and survive. Relieved, he gave the elite warrior another round of headpats as a reward. Gono blushed like a middle schooler, and his affinity points spiked again by another 5. With some gold finally in his pocket, Hanul decided it was time to collect proof for his quest. They stood among the dead goblins, preparing to wrap things up. But the peaceful moment didn't last long. A sudden, heavy thud echoed through the trees, making both of them freeze as they realized they weren't alone in the woods. A flock of birds suddenly took flight, startled by something massive moving nearby. The forest went quiet for a second before the ground started to shake again. Massive thumping sounds rang out, getting louder with every second. Our boy looked toward the deep woods, realizing something huge was heading straight for their location. Hanul's face went pale as he realized there were more monsters nearby. He wasn't expecting an E-rank mission to throw something this big at him so early. From the shadows, the sound of wood snapping and heavy breathing echoed through the woods. Something way more dangerous than a few goblins was definitely about to show up. The forest suddenly splintered as an incredible force tore through the brush. A blinding light flashed across the clearing, signaling that a real fight was finally about to begin. A massive tree snapped like a toothpick as something huge burst into the clearing. Hanul and Gono looked like tiny ants compared to the absolute unit that was about to appear. Our boy immediately realized this wasn't another weak goblin. The sheer pressure in the air told him that something way bigger and much more dangerous was heading straight for them. Sweat poured down Hanul's face as the ground began to tremble under the weight of the approaching monster. He could feel his heart racing, realizing he was in serious trouble. A giant shadow loomed over the two of them, completely blocking out the sunlight. Whatever this thing was, it was massive enough to make even an elite warrior look small. Suddenly, a massive ogre carrying a giant log burst through the trees. Hanul couldn't believe his eyes. What in the world was a high-level monster like this doing in a starter quest? The system confirmed his fears, marking the beast as a B-rank threat. These things were only supposed to appear in elite missions, and our boy was definitely not ready for it. But then Hanul noticed something strange about the monster's appearance. He narrowed his eyes, leaning in to get a better look at the massive beast standing right in front of him. The ogre was covered in deep gashes and scars that looked like they were aimed at its vitals. It seemed like this monster had just barely survived a brutal fight with something else. Even if it was injured, Hanul knew a B-rank ogre was still way above his current level. He tried to stay calm and calculate his next move before the creature could attack. Just as he was coming up with a plan, a system window flashed a 3-minute warning. Gono was about to be sent back to the castle, leaving our boy totally defenseless. With Gono's time almost up, Hanul realized he was in a life-or-death situation. He gritted his teeth, wondering if he should risk everything or just turn tail and run for it. But while Kim Han-ul was still lost in thought, a pair of feet stepped forward, appearing before the public like a superstar making a grand entrance. No way, it's actually Gono. Kim Han-ul stares in disbelief as his legendary game character manifests in reality, looking even more badass than he did on the computer screen. This is insane. This guy doesn't waste any time. Gono squares up against a massive, muscular monster that towers over him, but he doesn't look intimidated at all. The real fight is about to start. Our boy is still processing the fact that his summon is actually listening to him. Gono gives a silent nod of reassurance, showing he's ready to protect his master from anything. This goblin warrior steps forward, radiating a terrifying pressure. Han-ul realizes that in this dangerous world, his old game companion might be the only hope he has to survive this mission. Suddenly, a system window flashes as Gono activates a high-tier skill. Blue energy erupts around him as he launches himself forward like a bullet, ready to tear through his opponent. Let's go. Gono flew straight at the beast's chest, his skill effects glowing and carving through the air along his flight path while blue sparks exploded everywhere. This level of power was completely beyond expectations. The monster roared with ruthless fury, its blood-red eyes bulging as it struggled to fight back. It swung a massive wooden club, desperate to crush the small but deadly attacker before it. A close-up view reveals that Gono is so small he doesn't even match the size of the ogre's weapon, right as the strike draws near. He kicked off the ground with immense force, using the momentum to flip high into the air. It was clear that Gono wasn't just strong, he was an elite warrior with years of actual combat experience. The giant looks up, completely lost as its opponent disappears into the sky. It hasn't even realized that the next strike is going to be the last thing it ever sees. After a moment of dazed confusion, the ogre finally realized that Gono was hovering right above its head. Diving straight down like a meteor, Gono aims his club right at the creature's head. The air pressure alone is enough to crack the ground as he gathers every bit of energy. Look at those eyes. This guy is a cold-blooded killer. Gono's face is set in a grimace of pure focus as he channels his power into one final, devastating blow to finish it. He swings his massive club with everything he's got. The weapon glows with an intense blue light that illuminates the dark forest, proving that an A-rank item is no joke in reality. Boom, a pillar of blue light erupts as the club connects with the monster's skull. The ground literally shatters under the pressure, and the sound of the impact echoes for miles. This monster is totally cooked. It tries to block with its arms, but Gono's strength is just on a different level. There's no way a low-rank creature can survive a hit like that. We get a close-up of the beast's face as its red eyes dim. It's a look of pure shock. It never expected a weak goblin to be the one to end its life. The internal damage is massive. Blue energy surges through the creature's body, shattering its bones from the inside out as it lets out one last, pathetic whimper before collapsing into the dirt. You can actually hear the bones snapping. Gono's grip is like a vice, and he doesn't stop until he's sure the threat is neutralized once and for all. He's truly a beast. Our boy Gono looks back with an intense, bared-teeth expression. He's not just a slave goblin anymore. He's the ultimate protector that Kim Han-ul summoned to turn his life around. A final explosion of blue energy clears the battlefield, leaving nothing but a crater and a dead monster. The fight was over before it even really started. Talk about an absolute stomp. Kim Han-ul's jaw is on the floor. He knew Gono was strong in the game, but seeing this level of destruction with his own eyes is something else entirely. He's totally speechless. The shockwave is so intense it nearly sends Han-ul flying. He braces himself, staring in disbelief as he realizes the MBM game world is now his actual life. The giant monster finally hits the ground, dead silent. Han-ul stares at the destruction, realizing that with a summon this cracked, he might actually stand a chance in this world. Gono sticks the landing after that absolute nuke of a strike. The dust starts to settle, revealing the massive crater he just made. Honestly, who knew a goblin could go this hard? Up close, this guy looks pretty satisfied with his work. That smug grin says it all. He knows he's the strongest summon Kim Han-ul could have ever asked for. Pure A-rank energy. Our boy Kim Hanul is still standing there with his jaw on the floor. He's completely overwhelmed by Gono's power, realizing his days of being a weak E-rank hunter might finally be over. Hanul rushes over to celebrate, screaming Gono's name in excitement. The giant beast is officially down for the count, and the forest finally goes quiet after that chaotic explosion of blue light. He's so hyped he actually starts dancing with the goblin, thanking him for the carry. Gono just makes some weird noises, probably confused why his master is acting so goofy right now. But the fun is cut short by a system notification. Gono only has 5 seconds left before he has to return to the Lord's castle. Time flies when you're wrecking ogres. Before leaving, Gono hands over a glowing blue mana stone he retrieved from the monster's remains. There's only 2 seconds left on the clock, and the countdown is making things pretty tense. Hanul waves goodbye, thanking his buddy for the help. The system confirms the summon is heading back to the castle, leaving our boy alone in the middle of the woods again. In a flash of blue light, Gono is gone. A 24-hour cooldown pops up, which is a total bummer since Hanul was just starting to enjoy having a personal bodyguard. He looks down at the mana stones in his hands, wondering how much gold he can get for these. Killing an ogre was a huge haul, but the mission isn't over. Suddenly, a swirling blue portal appears right in front of him. Hanul is caught off guard, wondering what the system is trying to pull now that he's by himself in the forest. Turns out the window pops up automatically whenever he collects a mana stone. It's like a built-in pawn shop for hunters, and our boy is more than ready to cash in. He sells the stone and boom, 100 gold is instantly deposited into his account. His total balance hits 130, which is a pretty decent start for his first day. But wait, there's more. Since it was his first time selling a mana stone with an ogre's soul, the system starts calculating a bonus reward. This is where things get really interesting. He gets some soul shards and a weapon scroll, but he's mostly confused by the additional settlement message. The system is definitely being a lot more generous than he expected today. The Lord's Castle grants him a premium gacha ticket. Just the word gacha is enough to give any gamer PTSD, and Hanul knows exactly what kind of gamble he's getting into. He remembers this ticket from his old game. It was the only way to get the best items, but the drop rates were notoriously trash. Most players ended up completely frustrated. A massive burst of light signals the start of the pull. The tension is real as the system begins processing his luck, and Hanul can only hope for something half-decent. A golden treasure chest appears from the swirling energy, floating right in front of him. The description says it's for rare items, but our boy knows not to get his hopes up. He grabs the chest, staring at the notorious ticket reward. He can't help but feel a bit nervous. Gacha pulls in real life are way higher stakes than clicking a mouse button. Hanul wonders if he can even use the loot himself. Usually, everything from the system is monster-only gear, which wouldn't do much for his own pathetic E-rank stats right now. Plot twist, the system clarifies that gacha items can actually be equipped by the user. Hanul's eyes go wide. This changes everything about how he's going to build his character now. He realizes that the legendary gear that made Gono a god-tier warrior can be worn by him, too. If he pulls a lucky item, he won't be a weakling hunter anymore. Hanul stares at the screen, hands shaking. This gacha pull is his one shot to finally catch up to the elite hunters who have always been way out of his league. He's just about to tap it when shouting echoes through the trees. Our boy snaps out of it, looking around to see who's crashing his solo moment in the woods. Kim Hanul hears voices approaching and decides to hold off on his gacha pull. A group of armored hunters sprints through the woods, frantically shouting about tracking down an ogre. The lead hunter skids to a stop as he follows the trail of the beast. He's confident the monster is just ahead, completely unaware that the hunt is already over. Suddenly, the man freezes in his tracks, his eyes wide with shock. Behind him, another hunter looks on in confusion, wondering why their leader has abruptly stopped mid-sprint. Something is wrong. Both hunters stare in disbelief at the scene before them. Kim Hanul looks back, caught off guard by the sudden arrival of these high-ranked professionals in the middle of nowhere. This is awkward. The entire Pungbik Guild team stands over the massive, bloody remains of the ogre. It's a scene of total carnage that none of these experienced hunters ever expected to find here. Stepping forward from the group is Yoon Sua, the cold and authoritative A-rank leader of the guild. She radiates an overwhelming pressure that makes the air feel heavy for everyone. Kim Han-ul instantly recognizes her as the famous Team 2 leader. He realizes these guys were the ones originally hunting this ogre, and things are about to get really complicated. A voice calls out to him, making our boy flinch in surprise. He tries to stay calm, but his mind is racing as he wonders how to explain what just happened. The heavy thud of armored boots echoes through the forest as the guild members approach. Every step they take makes the situation feel more like a confrontation than a simple meeting. The guild members surround Kim Han-ul, looming over him with their weapons drawn. They explain that this ogre was a dangerous, abnormal species they had been tracking for several days. Yoon Sua stares intensely at Han-ul, her golden eyes burning with suspicion. She demands to know if a weak-looking E-rank hunter like him really managed to take this beast down alone. Kim Han-ul is internally panicking, sweating as he realizes he basically stole a high-rank kill. He desperately tries to think of a way out before they start asking more dangerous questions. Kim Han-ul stood calmly over the massive, defeated ogre as a group of hunters approached. This guy didn't even look tired, despite taking down a beast that looked totally invincible. Yoon Sua couldn't believe her eyes. This guy really took down that monster solo. She stared at the ogre's corpse, trying to make sense of the scene before her. Even if the beast was already wounded, that thing was at least B-rank. No normal hunter should have been able to handle it alone without breaking a sweat like this. Her own team of 3 B-rank hunters had been completely helpless against it earlier. They couldn't even land a single scratch, yet here it was, completely wrecked on the ground. This girl was convinced. Based on the aftermath, Han-ul had to be at least A-rank. For now, she needed to find out exactly who this mysterious powerhouse really was. She stepped forward, reaching out with a gloved hand. It was time for a proper introduction. She looked curious, but her professional mask was still firmly in place. The girl introduced herself as Yoon Sua, a prominent hunter from the Pungbik Guild. She was clearly used to being in charge, but Han-ul didn't seem intimidated at all. Our boy shook her hand, giving his name without any flair. Around them, the forest seemed to glow with a strange energy as the 2 powerful hunters made formal contact. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the sky, centered right on Han-ul. It wasn't an attack, but something far more rare and terrifying for any hunter to witness. An archangel of the heavens manifested behind him, shrouded in golden light. This divine being was showing deep interest in him, which almost never happens to low rankers. Yoon Sua was absolutely floored. A constellation was actually interested in this guy? She glanced at the divine silhouette, then back at Han-ul, her mind completely racing. He looked so ordinary, yet the heavens were literally watching his every move. She couldn't reconcile his plain appearance with the overwhelming aura of the constellation backing him. She finally found her voice, asking if he really killed the ogre himself. Han-ul just shrugged, giving a vague answer that didn't really explain how he pulled it off. This girl wasn't buying the humble act for 1 second. She was certain he was hiding something huge, and her sharp gaze tried to peer right through his casual facade. She explained that the ogre was actually a target they had been hunting for a while. It was a huge relief that he stopped it before it caused more collateral damage. But her eyes told a different story. You don't take down a B-rank monster with just luck. She was determined to uncover the secret power he was trying to hide. In a surprising move, she offered to hand over all rights to the kill. Most hunters would kill for that loot, but she was giving it up without a fight. Her guild would handle the messy work of disposal and ensure he got the full payout. It seemed like a generous offer for someone who just finished their job. Han-ul was skeptical, wondering why she was being so nice. He basically stole her guild's prey, so giving it up this easily felt like a massive red flag. She paused, her expression softening for a split second. Then she spoke the words he was expecting. In exchange for the ogre, she had one small thing to ask. This girl turned to face him fully, her team standing guard behind her. She claimed there was something important she wanted to request of the man who saved them. Han-ul braced himself for a sketchy deal or some impossible mission. He knew there was always a catch when high-ranking hunters started acting this friendly toward an E-rank. She reached into her pocket and pulled out her smartphone. Her fingers moved quickly across the screen as she prepared to show him whatever it was she wanted. The vibe suddenly changed as things got weirdly sparkly and dramatic. This girl struck a serious pose, holding out her phone like she was about to drop some world-changing news. But plot twist, she totally lost her cool. Blushing like crazy, she shouted for his phone number, making it clear she was just shooting her shot after all. Hanul was completely thrown off by Yoon Sua's sudden request. He stood there blinking, wondering why a top-tier hunter would ever want the phone number of a guy like him. Meanwhile, the villagers couldn't stop cheering. Their gratitude echoed across the valley as the threat that had been looming over their peaceful home was finally wiped out for good. The village head grabbed Hanul's hands, thanking him profusely for saving their lives. Our boy just acted humble, telling the old man not to mention it like it was nothing special. Hanul assured the chief that the mountain was safe to climb again. The elder insisted they had to repay him somehow, but our boy already had something else in his mind. Instead of asking for money or fame, Hanul decided to capitalize on his game knowledge. He turned to the chief, asking if he knew the location of a specific local landmark. With a small, knowing grin, he asked about the location of the famous training monument. Turns out, this trash game he played for years actually had some real-world perks after all. The chief was impressed that Hanul had done his homework. He pointed the way, explaining that the monument was just a short walk straight down the path through the forest. As he headed off, the old man mentioned that the place was famous for bringing good luck. Hanul walked through the sun-drenched woods, leaves drifting down around him in the breeze. He admitted he didn't really believe in superstitions, but in a world where monsters were real, every little bit of luck counted. He kept moving, focused on his true goal. Hanul reached the massive training monument, hoping the positive energy of the site would improve his luck. He stood before the stone pillar, ready to see what the system had for him. Suddenly, a golden chest materialized in his hands, glowing with a mystical blue aura. This was the moment of truth, the kind of loot drop every gamer dreams about having. Just as he was about to start, his phone started buzzing in his pocket. A text message notification popped up, and the sender's name was one he definitely didn't expect to see. He pulled out his device, still holding the heavy treasure chest in his other hand. It was a message from Yoon Sua, the cold and famous hunter he'd just met earlier. She formally introduced herself and offered to handle the ogre's corpse for him. She even asked him to contact her personally later, which left Hanul feeling pretty stunned and confused. He stood alone in the quiet forest, staring at the screen in disbelief. It was totally unexpected for a guild leader to use her personal number instead of an official line. He let out a sharp sigh, deciding to just brush it off for now. There were more important things to focus on than a pretty girl's strange behavior and personal interests. It was finally time to open the rest of his rewards. He stared at the ornate chest, still amazed that he was seeing an actual game item sitting in his real hands. He knew the drop rates were usually trash, but there was a tiny chance for a high-rank item. He gripped the lid tight, silently praying the system would grant him an A rank. A system window appeared, asking to confirm the use of a premium gacha ticket. With a determined look, Hanul gave the command to open it and let the gacha begin. The chest erupted in a blinding whirlpool of golden light and sparkles. The energy swirled around the forest clearing, signaling that something incredible was about to manifest from the system. He saw flashes of legendary gear, staffs, shields, and massive clubs, all swirling in the light. The highest possible rank was S, and he desperately hoped for a miracle to happen today. A magnificent set of red and gold armor appeared, glowing with an intense, divine light. It was an S-rank drop, the kind of gear that could change a hunter's entire life. Hanul's eyes went wide as the golden light filled his vision. He started to celebrate, thinking he'd hit the jackpot, but then he noticed the color of the glow shifting. That golden light suddenly shifted, turning a creepy, deep red instead. Kim Hanul just stared at his reflection, totally caught off guard as his heart started pounding from the sudden change. Cut to a quiet building where everything looked pretty chill under the sun. While it seemed peaceful outside, our boy was heading back to his desk to finally sort through the system. Back at his desk, Kim Han-ul was deep in thought. He'd figured out the basics of the system, but something was still bugging him about the way everything was actually working. The gold situation was settled, but a new problem had cropped up. Even with money in the bank, our boy was finding it impossible to actually select anything from his hearing menu. He stared at the blue status window, trying to hire some muscle, but everything remained grayed out. This guy was starting to get frustrated. What was the point of having gold if? The menu for the Lord's transaction showed a long list of monsters. From basic goblins to terrifying ogres, the options were there, but most of them were still locked tight for him. He noticed that the ogre berserker was available despite its high cost. This made no sense at all, since he definitely didn't have enough gold to even think about hearing it. Then it hit him. Looking back at his recent battle, he realized a pattern. The only monsters highlighted in his menu were the ones he had personally taken down in the field. It all added up now. The system wasn't just giving him a free pass, it was forcing him to earn his roster. Only the monsters he'd actually killed were unlocked for hire. Kim Han-ul narrowed his eyes as the harsh truth set in. If he wanted a powerful army, he'd have to go out and hunt every single one of those creatures himself. But wait, he still had that premium ticket from earlier. He decided to use it, hopping for a major breakthrough. A massive explosion of colorful energy erupted right in front of him. When the light faded, a simple-looking pair of glasses remained. Our boy was a bit underwhelmed at first, but the system notification soon changed his mind about this seemingly plain loot. These were the Beholder's glasses, a unique grade accessory. Not only did they boost every single one of his stats by 5, but they also came with a broken skill called Sage's Eye. He couldn't believe his luck. Pulling a unique grade item on his first try was insane. In this world, an item like this was practically a myth that no one had ever seen. According to the game's lore, these glasses were legendary. They were worth significantly more than a whole mountain of high-rank gear, making this guy an overnight billionaire in terms of potential. The system confirmed it. The effects of this single unique item were far superior to anything else he could have found. This was exactly the kind of edge he needed to survive. The best part was that he didn't need a monster to use it. The system explicitly stated that he could wear the accessory himself, granting him all the powerful stat bonuses. With a determined smirk, Han-ul put the glasses on. He wanted to see if the hype was real and if the system would actually translate those game's stats into his physical body. The moment the frames touched his face, a massive surge of blue mana exploded around him. The power was overwhelming, flooding his senses as the equipment bonded with his very soul. A crisp system notification rang in his ears as his vision sharpened. He could feel the change immediately, like a heavy weight had been lifted off his shoulders in an instant. His status window updated, showing a massive jump in every category. His strength, agility, and stamina all spiked by 5 points, effectively doubling his power level in just 1 second. The Sage's Eye skill was the real prize, though. It allowed him to scan any target and see their full stats and hidden skills, giving him a massive tactical advantage in battle. He stared at his hands in disbelief, feeling the new strength pulsing through his veins. No way, his stats really went up that much just from wearing a pair of glasses. This guy was grinning like a madman now. The unique item's effects were working perfectly in reality, confirming that his game knowledge was his greatest weapon in this new, dangerous world. He realized the true potential of his new skill. With Sage's Eye, he could scout every single enemy and analyze their weaknesses before he even had to draw his weapon to fight. Our boy Han-ul visualized the future, scanning high-rank monsters like hydras with ease. With this kind of insane intel, he'd be able to breeze through any hunt without breaking a sweat. But as he pulled the glasses off, his excitement faded into a heavy realization. This whole setup felt way too convenient, and he started to wonder if there was a catch. Holding the glasses, Han-ul couldn't help but wonder why the system was being so generous. Why was he getting all this insane power handed to him on a silver platter? He sat in his dark room, bathed in the blue glow of his monitor. The weight of his new situation was starting to settle in. Why was he the one chosen? Suddenly, the peaceful atmosphere shattered. A bright red system window appeared right in front of him with a terrifying warning. The first wave of the invasion was about to begin. The system demanded that he prepare his defenses immediately. Hanul stared at the message, his heart skipping a beat. He wasn't ready for a full-scale battle just yet. Red warning screens filled his entire vision, blinking aggressively as they pulsed through the air. Panicked, our boy scrambled back, shouting out in confusion at the sudden chaos around him. He stared at the screens with wide, sweat-beaded eyes. This wasn't just a random event. It was something he recognized from the depths of his long and dedicated gaming history. A massive blue holographic screen materialized, showing a map that looked exactly like the one from Manhwa. This guy's life was officially turning into the world's most dangerous tower defense. The system countdown began, giving him a measly 10 minutes to get ready for the 701st monster wave. The pressure was on, and the stakes were higher than any game. Hanul realized with a jolt of terror that this was exactly like the final stage of his favorite game. The monster wave mechanic was transitioning from digital pixels into reality. He visualized the sheer scale of the coming threat, a literal army of dragons, giants, and demons. How was he supposed to stop a world-ending force like that all by himself? He desperately looked for a way to decline the mission, but there was no exit button. If he couldn't stop the wave, what would the system do to his world? The system's answer was cold and direct. If he failed to defend the Castle of Illusions, the consequences would be catastrophic for both him and the entire human race. A failure meant losing all his hard-earned powers forever. But as a red light flickered in Hanul's eyes, he realized the system had an even darker threat in store. A terrifying vision flashed across his mind, reflected in the depths of his pupils. He saw a city engulfed in flames, its buildings crumbling into ash under a blood-red sky. The destruction was absolute. Thousands of lives were being snuffed out in an instant as the monster wave tore through civilization, leaving nothing but smoke and ruins in its wake. The final warning appeared in a massive, blood-red box. If he didn't win this battle, the entire world would be destroyed, leaving no one alive to tell the tale. Just like that, the system drops a massive bombshell. Kim Hanul stares at the screen as the 701st monster wave countdown begins. He only has 10 minutes to figure this out. Our boy is sweating bullets as the reality of the situation hits him. The system is asking him to stop a literal monster invasion right now, and the pressure is real. A map of the castle flickers to life as energy surges through the holographic interface. This isn't just a digital game anymore. Everything he does now has massive, real-world consequences. The layout looks exactly like his favorite trash game, Manhwa. But Hanul can't help but wonder why the system is suddenly forcing him to play the game in the middle of reality. Then there is the penalty. If he loses this game, the entire world ends. It sounds totally ridiculous, but the system clearly isn't joking around with this terrifying world-ending threat today. The clock is ticking down fast. With less than 10 minutes left before the invasion officially starts, Hanul has to pull himself together and get ready for the fight of his life. He realizes there is no point in overthinking it anymore. Our boy reaches out to the holographic display, knowing his only choice is to win if he wants to save everyone. The UI glows around him as he fully commits to the mission. The goal is simple but terrifying. Stop the monsters at any cost before they break through and destroy everything. Basically, the game is a simple defense setup where you protect the castle. But those dragons on the screen represent a very real and deadly threat approaching his location right now. Do not let the simplicity fool you. Because of its brutal difficulty, even the smallest mistake means game over. A flawless strategy is the only way to survive this absolute nightmare. It is all about placement and timing. Hanul needs to deploy his monsters in the right spots while utilizing every defensive structure the castle has to offer to stand a chance. He also has to manage a wide variety of items. Every single element needs to be part of a perfectly timed tactic to handle whatever the system throws at him next. Strategy is the heart of the game, and the controls respond to his touch. He needs to be fast and precise if he wants to beat these crazy odds and survive. Time to check the roster. Hanul opens the unit management menu to see exactly what kind of army he has available for the defense of the monarch's castle before it's too late. The system confirms that 4 monsters were delivered through the Mana Stone sale. In total, he only has 5 units ready for deployment against an entire army of high-level dragon enemies. His lineup is looking pretty sad. He has 3 goblin fighters, 1 goblin slave, and a single ogre berserker. These are basically bottom-tier trash units compared to the legendaries coming his way. Hanul wonders if he can call upon the Lord for help like he did before. He is desperate for any extra firepower he can get his hands on right now to survive. Plot twist, the big guns are off the table. The system cold-bloodedly informs him that his strongest resources are currently unavailable. He is truly on his own for this world-ending fight. He tries to find a workaround by buying more troops with his gold. Every second counts, and he is frantically looking for any way to beef up his pathetic and weak defenses. No luck there either. The system blocks him from hearing anyone else now that the wave notification is active. This guy is starting to think the system is just trolling him. Finally, the system reveals the enemy intel. Hanul braces himself as the details of the 701st wave appear on the screen, and it is way worse than he ever could have imagined. Meet the boss, Count Gular. This 6-star legendary monster is leading the charge with his elite unit of dragon children. He looks like a total final boss level threat that means business. The scale of the invasion is insane. There are 40 wyverns and 20 half-drakes, making a total of 61 high-level monsters coming straight for his tiny and outmatched goblin squad. In this world, star ranks are basically everything. The sky is crawling with legendary threats that could probably wipe out an entire city in a heartbeat if they felt like it. With ranks representing pure potential, Hanul's low-level goblins shouldn't stand a chance. The gap is absolutely massive, making this fight seem like a total suicide mission for our boy. It is common sense. When the gap in power is this huge, it is not even a fight. Kim Hanul stares down a legendary threat that makes him look like an ant. He is being asked to stop 61 high-level monsters with nothing but 1-star goblins and a 3-star ogre. In any other game, this would be a total death sentence. At this rate, he will not even last a second. A single dragon could wipe his entire squad, and there is a whole swarm of them coming to destroy everything. Our boy is sweating bullets as the panic sets in. He does not have enough gold or units to form a normal strategy, and the clock is still ticking. But then a notification pops up. Since he is the only player to ever make it this far, the system grants him a special perk to help him out. He gets to pick 1 defensive structure and 1 item. It is a small lifeline, but in a trash game like this, even a tiny advantage can change everything. Hanul is skeptical at first. Is the system really expecting him to clear a legendary wave with just 2 random perks? It sounds like a total joke to him. It is definitely insane, but he starts to see a path forward. He knows this game better than anyone else, and he is ready to find a way to win. With a manic grin, he accepts the challenge. As a veteran of this trash game, he has a few tricks up his sleeve that the system did not expect. There are only 8 minutes left on the clock. Hanul starts clicking frantically, drawing on years of experience to set up the ultimate defense before the dragons arrive. If he uses every bit of knowledge he has, it might just be possible. He visualizes the castle defenses, preparing to turn his weak units into a solid wall. The timer drops from 5 minutes down to less than 1. This guy is working at light speed, confident that his plan will actually hold up against the dragon horde. 15 seconds remain. Hanul clenches his teeth, the stress mounting as he double-checks his goblin and ogre placements one last time before the wave officially begins. Time is up. With his 1-star goblin slave ready to go, Hanul shouts that he can definitely hold them off. It is finally time for the real test. He has done everything he possibly can to prepare. Now, all he can do is wait and see if his strategic gamble pays off against the descending monsters. The countdown hits 0 and the signal flares. Hanul is ready, practically daring the enemy to come at him with everything they have got in this final stand. A massive red dragon lets out a deafening roar as it takes to the sky. The sheer scale of the creature is enough to terrify any normal person. The sky turns red as the swarm descends upon the monarch castle. A lone blue barrier is the only thing standing between the city and total destruction today. Count Gular watches from the sky with his arms crossed, looking completely unimpressed. The legendary six-star monster is ready to watch the castle burn to the ground. The dragon children dive in, their mouths glowing with destructive energy. They are moving with terrifying speed, ready to tear the defense apart in a single strike. A massive claw slams into the shield with enough force to shatter a mountain. Electricity crackles across the blue surface as the barrier takes its first hit. Count Gular's expression shifts to one of annoyance. He probably expected the barrier to shatter instantly, but something is very different about this particular defense today. Dozens of dragons unleash a combined barrage of fire and magic. The sky is a mess of explosions as they try to overwhelm the lone shield with power. Hanul smirks as the dust settles. His wild gamble actually paid off, and the castle is still standing despite the absolute barrage of attacks hitting the walls. Meet the Infinite Barrier, a broken beginner item that reduces any hit to exactly 1 damage. As long as he keeps clicking, our boy is basically invincible, for now. This Infinite Barrier is a total cheat code, but it has one weird condition. It can only be used if his army strength is bottom tier, specifically 2 stars or lower. That makes it a perfect item for a beginner who has nothing but trash units. It is quite literally the only thing that gives someone like Kim Hanul a fighting chance. A wyvern slams into the shield with everything it has got. Despite the massive power difference, the system registers the hit as the dragons begin their relentless assault on the barrier. Explosions rock the castle as the horde swarms the defense. Even though the attacks look devastating, the notifications reveal that each one is only dropping the barrier durability by exactly 1. Hanul knows the mechanic is broken because no matter how strong the attack is, it only deals 1 damage. However, the sheer number of enemies is the real problem here. With 61 monsters attacking at once, his barrier durability is plummeting fast. It is already down to 39, and at this rate, it will be gone in the blink of an eye. Things are looking pretty grim, but our boy is not panicking yet. He has a secret trick to handle the rapid damage, and he is about to put his skills to work. It is time for some crazy clicking. Hanul starts spam-clicking the interface at an insanely fast speed, using his veteran gaming experience to keep the defense alive against the dragon's swarm. Each click restores 1 point of durability to the barrier. He does not care how many attacks are landing as long as he can repair the shield faster than they destroy it. His hand feels like it is about to break from all the intensity, but the clicking is actually working. The defense is holding firm against the barrage of fire and magic. Now that the defense is somewhat stabilized, Hanul shifts his focus to offense. He needs a way to actually take these legendary dragons down with his weak little goblin squad today. One of the wyverns takes a single point of damage. It is a tiny start, but in a game where every bit of progress counts, this confirms that his strategy is working. Normally, a lowly goblin would never be able to scratch a high-level wyvern. But inside the shield, his units are preparing for a battle that defies all the usual game logic. This guy has equipped his goblins with a very special item. It might look silly, but this glowing spoon is the key to turning his trash units into dragon-killing machines. Meet Haken's Spoon, an A-rank item that allows any monster to deal long-range damage. The best part is that it completely ignores the difference in star ranks between the units. The dragons are suddenly pelted with projectiles, and the notifications start rolling in. Every single wyvern and half-drake is taking 1 damage as the goblins start their weirdly effective counterattack. The wyvern looks completely confused as it takes a tiny hit to the face. It is not much, but these small pokes are starting to add up against the massive horde. One goblin even has the nerve to stick its tongue out at the legendary monsters. If they keep taking hits from these spoons, even these powerful dragons will eventually drop dead. Our boy does the math and realizes this is going to be a long fight. Based on his calculations, he needs to maintain these continuous attacks for about 60 hours straight. That is the catch. He has to keep repairing the barrier and attacking for 60 hours without stopping. Hanul grins, ready to endure the most insane grind of his entire life. This guy is determined to see who collapses first. He is clicking like a madman, daring the dragons to try and break through his shield before his stamina finally runs out. The durability bar ticks back up to 60 as he repairs it in real time. The steady sound of clicking fills the room as he keeps his castle safe from the explosions. Inside the castle, the ogre berserker and the goblins are on the move. They are running toward the front lines, led by a hooded unit that looks ready for battle. Wyverns are scrambling across the sky, desperately dodging the random junk flying their way. Hanul watches closely, wondering if these legendary beasts will actually go down to a bunch of flying kitchenware. Count Gular looks absolutely fuming as his elite dragon squad struggles to make any progress. Beside him, the hooded goblin just grins, knowing their home field defense is holding up perfectly. The dragon swarm continues its relentless assault on the castle. Explosions rock the atmosphere as the monsters try to find any weakness in the blue energy shield that protects the city below. Back in the real world, Kim Hanul is feeling the physical strain of the battle. He wipes the sweat from his face, realizing that this strategy is much harder than he initially thought. The intense concentration is making him incredibly thirsty. He decides to take a quick break to grab a bottle of water from his desk before the next wave of dragon attacks begins. As he reaches out, something strange starts to happen. His hand feels heavy and slow, as if a mysterious force is trying to prevent him from moving away from the game interface. Hanul's eyes widen in shock as he realizes he can no longer control his own limbs. He tries to pull back, but his muscles are completely unresponsive to his mental commands. A system notification appears, explaining that all other physical actions are restricted while the game is in progress. Shadowy energy binds him to the spot, forcing him to focus on the screen. This guy clenches his fist in frustration, realizing he is literally a prisoner of the game now. The stakes have just been raised to a level that is beyond any normal logic. He grinds his teeth, looking down at the screen with a mixture of anger and disbelief. It seems the system wants him to just shut up and keep playing until the end. With no other choice, he resumes his frantic clicking. His movements are restricted to only the necessary game actions, trapping him in a loop of mechanical repairs as the dragon swarm roars. The notification confirms his grim reality. He must do nothing but click for the next 60 hours to maintain the defense. Below, his goblins continue their desperate battle against the legendary monsters. The dragons are not slowing down one bit. Their massive heads fill the sky, their eyes glowing with a predatory hunger as they prepare for another combined strike against the barrier. One red dragon dives toward the castle, unleashing a torrent of flames that wash over the shield. The blue surface flickers under the heat, but it manages to hold together for now. The monster opens its maw wide, gathering even more destructive energy for a point-blank blast. The brightness from its throat is enough to illuminate the entire battlefield in a blinding white light. The fire hits the barrier with a thunderous impact. A string of system notifications floods the screen, showing that the shield durability is dropping by 1 with every single tick of damage. Despite the terrifying situation, Hanul lets out a dark, confident smirk. This intense thrill is exactly why he spent years playing this trash game, and he is not about to quit now. A massive explosion of fire and light consumes the entire top half of the shield. The castle shakes from the force, yet the barrier remains intact thanks to his constant repair efforts. 2 hours have already passed, but there are still nearly 58 hours left on the clock. Hanul keeps clicking rhythmically, settled in for the longest and most grueling grind of his life. The penalty for losing is nothing less than the end of the world. Even with such dire conditions, he refuses to give up, staring at the screen with absolute, unwavering resolve today. In a final moment of intense focus, he leans in, his expression shifting into something far more dangerous. He is ready to see who collapses first in this battle of pure endurance. Wave 701 is here, and it's a total mess. Hanul's goblins are duking it out with high-level wyverns using spoons, chipping away at their health one tiny point at a time. Kim Hanul is pushed to his absolute limit. He's been playing for 12 hours straight, and the sweat dripping down his face shows just how much this insane grind is costing him. With 48 hours left in the broadcast event, our boy realizes he's barely getting started. He stares at the screen, knowing one mistake could mean the end of everything he's built. He keeps his eyes glued to the monitors, calculating every move. Even though he's only dealing 1 damage per hit, this guy knows that persistence is the only way to win. His goblins charge forward with everything they've got. The system messages keep popping up, showing that his strategy of overwhelming the elite monsters with pure numbers is actually starting to work. Hanul is locked in. He points at the screen, directing his units with the precision of a master tactician. This isn't just a game anymore, it's a fight for survival. Finally, some good news. 2 wyverns crash to the ground as they're taken out. It's a small victory, but it gives our boy the boost he needs to keep going. 59 monsters remaining. Hanul's eyes sharpen as he sees the enemy numbers slowly dropping. He's determined to clear this wave, no matter how much longer he has to stay awake. The sky turns a dark, ominous red as the monsters launch a massive assault. They're slamming into the castle's blue barrier, testing the strength of Hanul's defenses with every strike. He's gasping for air, the exhaustion clearly taking its toll. With 56 enemies left, Hanul knows he can't afford to blink, let alone rest, until every last monster is dead. The morning sun starts peeking through the window, but he doesn't care. Our boy is completely obsessed with the game, his mind entirely focused on the digital battlefield in front of him. 51 left. Looking down from above, his gaming setup and room are practically the gold standard of their kind. He is a one-man army, single-handedly carrying an entire war on his screen. Hanul grits his teeth, his face twisted in a mix of pain and focus. The pressure is mounting as the remaining monsters prepare for another wave of attacks against his castle. Look at the sky. It's crawling with even more flying monsters. Wave 701 is living up to its reputation as a nightmare for even the most experienced players in the game. Just when things couldn't get worse, the big boss makes his entrance. Count Gular descends on a massive red dragon, looking down at Hanul's defenses like they're nothing but toys. This guy is no joke. Count Gular is a legendary vampire noble, and he looks absolutely bored as he prepares to wipe out everything Hanul has spent hours trying to protect. An explosion rocks the entire battlefield. The screen flashes white as the Count's elite units clash with Hanul's forces, creating a chaotic scene of fire and smoke in the sky. The red dragon dives through the clouds, its massive wings beating against the air. Another wyvern falls, but the boss is still looming overhead, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Oh no, the fatigue finally wins, and Hanul's eyes flutter shut for a split second. He's nodding off at the most critical moment of the entire battle. Talk about bad timing. He snaps awake and frantically jabs at the screen. Only 2 monsters are left, but that 1-second lapse in concentration might have already caused a total disaster for his castle defense. He checks the durability and panics. It's down to 5%. Red warning signs are popping up everywhere. One more direct hit, and his castle is going to crumble into dust. The goblins are still tirelessly serving the capitalist cause, swinging their spoons one by one without a hint of exhaustion. This remains a battle with no end in sight. In a close-up of the attack, we can see these spoons forming streaks of golden light, all surging toward the final dragon appearing in the sky. That red dragon is spiraling downward as the sky turns into a complete war zone. This is it, the final showdown that determines if our boy survives or loses it all. Explosions rip through the castle walls while the monsters make one last push. Hanul is watching closely, totally exhausted, but praying his defense holds for just a few more seconds. Disaster strikes as the castle's durability hits 0. Kim Hanul stares in pure horror at the notification, realizing that his 1 second of sleep might have just cost him everything. Our boy is completely losing it as the system confirms his barrier is being ripped to shreds. He points at the screen, desperately trying to find a way to fix this mess. He's kicking himself for nodding off at the worst possible moment. He forgot the most basic rule of survival: never stop repairing the barrier when a high-level boss is attacking. In a last-ditch effort, Gono leaps into action. This high-speed goblin warrior is the only chance left to stop the monarch's castle from taking a hit that would end the game. Hanul screams out for his elite unit, his eyes wide with desperate hope. He knows Gono is fast, but taking on a boss like Count Gular is a whole different level. 2 streaks of light clash in the crimson sky. It's a high-stakes aerial showdown as Gono charges directly toward the boss, risking his life to protect his master's dying castle. The elite goblin closes the distance, teeth bared as he faces the terrifying vampire lord. Count Gular looms over him on his massive dragon, completely unfazed by the small creature's challenge. Gono delivers a massive blow right to the dragon's head. The impact is so powerful that scales and blood fly everywhere, proving that this goblin isn't just fast, he's absolutely lethal. Look at that face. Our boy's elite warrior is locked in, eyes glowing with blue intensity. He's putting every ounce of strength into this fight, refusing to let his master down. A brutal strike connects, and the red dragon's blood sprays across the battlefield. Gono is absolutely tearing into the boss's mount, turning the tide of this impossible fight in seconds. Kim Han-ul watches with held breath as Gono prepares for the final blow. He can't believe his eyes. His low-level unit is actually holding its own against a legendary dragon-riding boss. Dust and debris fill the air as the massive dragon finally crashes down. The sky clears, revealing a scene of absolute destruction where a terrifying boss once stood tall and confident. Plot twist, Gono actually defeated the boss, meaning a tiny goblin wiped out an entire horde of dragons. Our boy's tactical genius is shining through, even in the most absurd and hilarious way possible. A blue system window pops up with the best news ever. The 701st wave is officially cleared. Han-ul stares at the screen, his mind completely blank as the relief finally hits. He's absolutely speechless, his eyes welling up as he realizes the nightmare is finally over. After 5 years of playing this trash game, he's achieved what everyone said was impossible. Our boy jumps up and screams at the top of his lungs. He did it. Against all odds, he's cleared the most difficult wave in the history of the entire game. He breaks down into a mix of hysterical laughter and tears. The sheer weight of the last 12 hours, and the last 5 years, is finally pouring out of him in one go. The adrenaline finally wears off, and Han-ul's legs give out. He collapses onto the floor of his messy room, his body completely spent after the most intense fight of his life. He's out cold, lying face down on the hardwood floor. The sunlight streams into the room, marking the end of a legendary gaming session that changed the world forever without him knowing. Our boy eventually groans and pushes himself up, feeling like he's been hit by a truck. He wonders how long he's been passed out, his head spinning from the extreme exhaustion. Just as he's coming to, a familiar system notification rings in his ears. He looks up, eyes widening in confusion, realizing that the game sounds are somehow still playing in the room. The settlement screen pops up in midair, mockingly noting that Count Gular was beaten to death with a spoon. It's an ironic end for a boss who thought he was truly invincible. He stares in disbelief as the system lists the legendary loot he's obtained. Wyvern bones and drake scales are popping up as rewards, just like they would at the end of a game. Han-ul sits on the floor, surrounded by actual drake hearts that manifested in his room. He's totally baffled, wondering if he's still dreaming or if the game just became reality. He stares at the floating inventory screens, wondering what on earth to do with these items. It seems the game's rules are now his reality, and the system isn't done yet. A massive system window appears, informing Kim Han-ul that he still needs to clear 3 more conditions to unlock a legendary skill. This conversation with the monarch sounds like a major game changer. It looks like our boy's legendary 12-hour grind wasn't for nothing. He's already checked off 2 requirements by defending against a monster wave and playing for over 50 hours straight. Han-ul is completely baffled by the sheer number of hoops he has to jump through. He wonders why the heck this skill is so difficult to unlock, even for a pro gamer. Despite the confusion, this guy stays positive as he realizes he's already halfway there. He's determined to complete the remaining tasks and see what this monarch skill is actually capable of. Suddenly, the system starts checking for a final reward. Our boy's eyes widen in surprise as he wonders what kind of loot he's about to receive for clearing Wave 701. A blinding flash of light erupts from the game screen, filling the entire room with an intense blue glow. It seems like the boundary between the game and reality is breaking again. Pillars of light shoot out from the monitor, turning Han-ul's messy apartment into a scene from a fantasy movie. The energy in the air is absolutely electric as the system finishes processing. Our boy stands there in total shock, his mouth hanging open as he watches the supernatural display. He can hardly believe his own eyes. This is way more than just a game. As the dust settles, the sunlight hits his desk, revealing his coffee and phone. It looks like a normal morning, but the items sitting on his furniture tell a very different story. He checks his phone and sees a bunch of missed calls from Yoon Soo-ah. It's 12:30 in the afternoon, and he realizes he's been out of touch with the world for days. The scene shifts to the massive Pungbik Guild headquarters, standing tall under a bright blue sky. This is where the top-tier hunters hang out, and things are about to get very tense. Inside the lobby, Yoon Soo-hyuk is grilling his sister about the mysterious E-rank hunter. He can't wrap his head around how a weakling could possibly take down a terrifying ogre on his own. The S-rank vice leader is convinced that Hanol is a total fraud. He sneers, thinking our boy just stole someone else's kill, while Soo-ah desperately tries to explain the reawakening rumors. Soo-hyuk isn't buying it for a second, claiming that reawakenings are incredibly rare. He's got a huge ego and refuses to believe that an E-rank could have any real talent or power. Just then, the entrance doors creak open. The conversation stops as a new arrival enters the guild, catching everyone's attention in the middle of their heated argument about the mysterious hunter. Soo-ah looks up, her eyes widening as she lets out a small gasp. She's finally seeing the man she's been trying to reach for days, and she's ready to get answers. Kim Hanol bursts into the room, looking a bit disheveled but in one piece. He immediately starts apologizing for being late, realizing he's kept some very important and powerful people waiting. Our boy rushes toward the pair, trying to explain his tardiness. Soo-ah greets him, but the S-rank hunter standing beside her looks like he's ready to explode from all the waiting. He bows deeply, explaining that he's been completely offline for a few days. However, Soo-hyuk is not impressed at all, his dark aura showing that a simple apology isn't going to cut it. The vice leader snaps and grabs Hanol, his body glowing with a terrifying fiery aura. He's gritting his teeth because our boy ghosted his sister for 3 whole days without a single word. Soo-ah screams at her brother to stop the intimidation tactics immediately. Soo-hyuk acts like he's the victim, pretending he's just being a protective older brother while keeping the pressure on Hanol. Our boy realizes he's dealing with the famous S-rank hunter, Yoon Soo-hyuk. He figures the guy probably followed his sister here just to see if the rumors about this fraud were true. Soo-ah steps in and calms things down, telling Hanol that everything is okay. He thanks her for being so understanding, while her brother stands back, grumbling to himself in the background. The association clerk gets straight to the point, asking if they should handle the payout or the official report first. That massive ogre carcass isn't going to process itself. Hanol takes a deep breath, knowing this is his chance to shine. If he wants to get paid, he's got to show everyone that he's the real deal. Kim Hanol agrees to the request, deciding that the best place to start is with the official report for the Hunter Association. He's ready to prove his achievements are the real deal. The bureau clerk adjusts her glasses, looking a bit skeptical about the whole situation. She's heard plenty of tall tales before, and she's not about to take anyone's word at face value. She questions the claim that Hanol was the one who hunted the ogre, while Yoon Soo-ah stands firm as a witness. The lobby is filled with tension as the official inquiry begins. Soo-hyuk isn't holding back his intimidation, his fiery aura flaring up behind the group. He's clearly offended by the suggestion that his sister's word isn't enough for a simple guild report. The clerk quickly backtracks, explaining that since an ogre is a mid-to-high rank monster, a formal verification process is mandatory for everyone involved. She's just following the strict rules of the association. She explains that they need to measure Hanol's stats to see if he's actually capable of taking down such a beast. Our boy listens intently, knowing that his secret power is about to be tested. The group moves to the testing chamber, where a massive, glowing manometer crystal sits at the center. This is the moment of truth for Hanol and his supposed reawakened power. Soo-ah looks worried as she realizes she hasn't actually seen Hanol's new stats for herself. She's banking on his reawakening being powerful enough to pass this formal and very public measurement. She starts to ask if there's another way to verify the kill, but Hanul cuts her off. He looks confident, telling her that the stat measurement is perfectly fine with him. With a slight smile, our boy steps up to the machine. He's ready to do the measurement right now and put an end to all the doubts surrounding his sudden rise in strength. A system window pops up, confirming that the measurement for another hunter has just been completed. The chamber is humming with energy as the machine prepares for its next high-profile subject. The red crystal pulses with light, shooting a beam toward the ceiling as it processes the previous test. The high-tech walls of the association's testing room look incredibly clinical and intimidating. The results for a random hunter flash on the screen, showing a modest D rank. Hanul watches from the side, knowing that his turn is coming up next in this high-pressure environment. Suwa is biting her lip, thinking about how awkward it'll be if Hanul's results are bad. Meanwhile, Suhayuk is just curious to see what kind of potential his sister saw in this guy. The S-Rank vice leader watches as our boy approaches the massive crystal. He's already decided that if Hanul has no real ability, he'll just ignore him and his sister's ridiculous claims forever. The system confirms that Hanul hasn't used any physical enhancement potions or equipped any special items. This is going to be a pure, raw measurement of his natural reawakened mana. Our boy reaches out to touch the smooth, cold surface of the mana meter. It's been a long time since he stood in a place like this, and the memories are flooding back. He thinks back to 7 years ago when he had his mana measured for the first time. That day was a total disaster, leaving him devastated with a pathetic E-rank rating. The machine identifies him as applicant number 208, Hunter Kim Hanul. The red crystal begins to glow with an intense, vibrant energy as the measurement officially commences. A blinding light erupts from the center of the room, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. The sheer amount of mana being released is far more than anyone in the room expected. Suwa and Suhayuk watch in silence as the chamber vibrates from the power surge. The S-Rank hunter's expression remains stoic, but he's clearly paying very close attention now. Suhayuk lets out a confused hum as he senses the strange nature of the energy coming from Hanul. Something about this power is different from any hunter he's ever met before. The energy starts to stabilize around the crystal, creating a beautiful but terrifying display of raw power. Hanul remains calm at the center of the storm, his hand still firmly in place. The system finally chimes, and the measurement is officially over. As the blinding light fades, the crowd goes silent, their eyes glued to the machine as they wait for the results. A system window pops up, confirming that the scan is complete. This is it, the moment of truth. Everyone leans in, waiting for the E-rank hunter's real stats to finally appear. Kim Hanul stands motionless as the mana meter reaches its peak, bathing his face in a warm, ethereal glow. He waits patiently for the machine to translate his overwhelming power into a final number. The entire testing chamber is flooded with a brilliant crimson light as the results finally flash on the screen. The system confirms the impossible. This supposedly weak E-rank hunter is actually an S-rank powerhouse. Yoon Suhayuk and Suwa are left completely speechless, while the surrounding hunters erupt in a chaotic frenzy of disbelief. Amidst the absolute madness, Kim Hanul just smirks, knowing his journey has just begun. The crystal glows a blinding red as the results finally appear. Everyone freezes in shock. It's an S-rank. Kim Hanul just broke the testing center with his power. The crowd loses their minds, and even the top hunters are sweating. Our boy just smirks, realizing his plan worked perfectly. Nobody here has any idea he's actually faking it. Rewinding a bit, Kim Hanul checks his final reward for clearing Wave 701. He was curious to see what kind of prize a trash game would give for such an impossible feat. Suddenly, a screen pops up in his room. He's officially acquired a new skill called Lord's Afterimage. This guy can't believe he actually got a real skill from a video game. The description is insane. It lets him borrow the stats of the strongest monster he just fought. He only gets 30 minutes a day, but that's more than enough to cause trouble. He realizes he can copy Count Gular, the terrifying boss he just defeated. This means for a short time, our boy essentially has the raw power of a legendary high-tier monster. Hanul checks his status window, and his eyes nearly pop out. His strength and agility have skyrocketed into the 80s. He's officially a walking cheat code thanks to that game reward. With the timer ticking down, he knows he has to make every second count. He's got about 24 minutes left to convince the world he's the next big thing in the association. Back at the center, Kim Han-ul steps away from the glowing crystal. He's playing it cool, acting like this level of power is totally normal for an E-rank nobody like him. He knows that as long as this skill stays active, his mana levels are identical to an S-rank hunter. It's the ultimate bluff to get the association off his back forever. To everyone watching, he looks like a god-tier rookie who just appeared out of nowhere. Little do they know, he's just a guy using a temporary buff from a shutdown game. Our boy walks through the facility with a new sense of confidence. He's no longer the weakling everyone looked down on. Now, he's the most interesting person in the entire building. Yoon Soo-hyuk and his sister Yoon Soo-ah watch him with intense expressions. They can't wrap their heads around what just happened. An S-rank measurement from an E-rank is literally impossible. The association staff are tripping over themselves to praise him. Han-ul just gives a polite smile and thanks them, acting humble while everyone else is busy comparing him to existing legends. He asks if this is enough proof that he was the one who took down the ogre. The atmosphere is heavy as the officials realize they might have a major talent here. The tester is completely flustered, clutching his clipboard like a lifeline. He stammers that the measurement is all the proof they need and promises to send the official results by tomorrow. Han-ul turns to thank the Pungbik hunters for their help during the evaluation. Yoon Soo-ah tells him not to worry about it, insisting that he did all the heavy lifting himself. With the reevaluation finished, our boy decides it's time to head out. He starts walking toward the exit, ready to leave the stunned crowd behind and process his new rank. Before he can reach the door, a voice calls out his name. Kim Han-ul stops and turns around to see who's trying to catch his attention after that massive display. It's Yoon Soo-hyuk, looking a lot more serious than before. He casually suggests they grab a coffee sometime, which is basically code for a high-level scouting meeting between elite hunters. This guy doesn't hide his identity, proudly stating he's the vice guild leader of Pungbik. It's a massive offer that most hunters would kill for, but Han-ul doesn't look impressed. The surrounding hunters start whispering like crazy. Having a top guild leader personally scout a rookie is practically unheard of. Everyone is waiting to see how this mysterious rookie responds. But plot twist, our boy just gives a cold no thanks. He tells the powerful hunter he'll pass on the coffee, leaving the entire room in a state of absolute shock. Kim Han-ul makes it clear he'll only deal with Yoon Soo-ah if the guild needs him. She stands there in total shock, definitely not expecting a direct shout-out from the rookie. This guy just walks off without a second glance, leaving those elite hunters standing there looking completely lost. He's finished here, but the confusion he's left behind is massive. Yoon Soo-hyuk stands there completely baffled, wondering who that kid actually is. He's never been rejected so coldly, and the mystery of this rookie is clearly going to haunt him. News of the S-rank rookie spreads like wildfire across the internet. Everyone's buzzing about the mysterious hunter who just appeared out of nowhere, and the comment sections are absolutely losing it. Back at his place, Kim Han-ul checks his phone in disbelief. He's officially a viral sensation overnight, and the reality of his new fame is finally starting to sink in. It's time to get to work, so he fires up his stream. The notification pings for all his loyal followers as "What kind of trash game is this TV?" goes live. Our boy scrolls through his official promotion notice from the association. He's jumped straight to B rank, the maximum allowed, giving him access to high-level dungeons that were previously off-limits. Han-ul kicks back in his chair, feeling pretty good about his progress. He spots the first few fans trickling into the chat, eager to see what their favorite gamer is up to. The live chat is already exploding with news about the new S-rank. Fans are speculating like crazy, unaware that the legendary rookie they're talking about is the guy right in front of them. Han-ul enters his VR streaming lobby, lounging in the digital space with a grin. He greets his viewers casually, ready to dive into the celebration with his tight-knit community of trash game fans. His viewers are already debating the latest gossip. They heard that the leader of the elite Pungbik guild personally tried to scout the new guy, and they can't believe the hype. The chat is even more shocked to hear that the rookie actually turned the guild down. Our boy just listens to them freak out, keeping his secret identity safe for now. He speaks up, asking if they're really that interested in the news. Then, he drops a bombshell, announcing that he's prepared some special new content for the stream today. The fans are instantly hyped, wondering what kind of trash game he's found this time. They're used to seeing him play broken messes, but Hanul has something much bigger planned. Avatars for his top fans, including Baldies our op and monster-stopping hunter, lean in close. The tension in the digital room builds as everyone waits for him to reveal the big secret. Our boy leans forward with a confident smirk. He tells them he's going to clear a real dungeon and asks the chat for suggestions on where he should go first. Baldies our op immediately points out a major problem. He reminds everyone that streaming a live raid is actually against hunter law, which would get Hanul in massive trouble. A legal notice pops up on the screen, detailing the strict confidentiality agreements hunters must sign. Recording or streaming inside a dungeon is a direct violation that carries heavy penalties. Hanul explains his workaround. He'll just post the clear certificate once he's done and share the stories later. The fans go wild, knowing this content is going to be absolute fire. Suggestions start flying in along with some donations. One fan wants him to tackle the Mad Dragon's Nest, a terrifying place filled with flames and legendary monsters. Another viewer drops $1,000,001 and suggests the Giant's Kitchen. The image of a massive, demonic chef appears, making the challenge look like a literal death sentence for any hunter. Baldies our op counters with a suggestion for the spider's forest. He wants to see our boy rip a leg off the terrifying queen spider that rules over the web-filled woods. The fans start bickering in the chat over who gets to pick the destination. They're arguing about donation amounts and cutting in line, creating a chaotic mess in the VR lobby. Hanul puts his hands up, trying to play peacemaker before his chat descends into a total war zone. He just wants everyone to calm down and have a good time. Suddenly, his eyes widen as a notification sound rings out. Something massive just happened on the screen, and it looks like even our boy wasn't prepared for this one. Boom, digital confetti fills the screen as a massive 10,000,001 donation drops from a total stranger named Viewer 1. The entire stream goes dead silent in absolute shock. Our boy Hanul is totally frozen, staring at the screen with his jaw on the floor. He's completely speechless, left wondering who this crazy high roller could actually be. The chat is absolutely losing it over the 10,000,001 donation. His loyal fans are convinced Viewer 1 must be a loaded old man or maybe even a bot. A cloaked figure appears in the digital lobby, identifying as Viewer 1. He apologizes for his tech issues, admitting he didn't know how to add a message to the donation. Kim Hanul is sweating, wondering where this guy wants to send him for that much money. He cautiously asks Viewer 1 which dungeon he has in mind for this challenge. The mysterious donor leans in, his face hidden in the shadows of his hood. The atmosphere in the virtual space turns cold as he prepares to name his target destination. The recommendation is the Garden of Meditation, specifically the deepest part that no hunter has ever cleared. It's a place of legendary beauty and even more legendary lethality for intruders. Our boy's fans immediately start screaming in the chat. They're convinced this guy is insane and beg Hanul not to accept a mission that's basically a one-way trip to hell. Hanul starts doing his research, remembering the dungeon is split into 3 sectors. You've got the entrance, the lake in the middle, and finally, the mysterious and deadly deepest part. Looking at the map, the first sector seems safe enough for regular hunting. However, everyone knows the lake at the center is on a completely different level of danger for rookies. He realizes that even the official record stops at the lake sector. Nobody has ever stepped foot into the deepest level and made it back out to tell the story. It turns out the record holder is none other than the S-Rank Yoon Soo-hyuk. Even a top-tier hunter like him admitted that the center was the limit of his power. Our boy sits back in the virtual space, thinking this whole mission is completely impossible. He's all for content, but he isn't exactly looking for a place to die today. But Viewer 1 clarifies the rules. He doesn't expect Hanul to actually clear the place. The mission is a success as long as our boy can just reach the deepest part. This changes everything, and Hanul floats there in surprise. Reaching the end and clearing the boss are two very different things, and he starts weighing the risks in his head. The mysterious donor even promises to provide full support if our boy actually tries to clear it. Hanul's eyes sharpen as he realizes he might have found a powerful ally. His fans aren't having it, screaming that no amount of content is worth his life. They're genuinely terrified that their favorite trash game streamer is about to commit suicide for a donation. Hanul acknowledges the danger, but the thought of just getting in and out quickly starts to feel doable. He's considering using his new skills to pull off the impossible heist. He remembers H-Viewer 1's mysterious power and figures with that kind of backing, they might actually have a shot. Our boy is officially leaning toward accepting the most dangerous mission ever. With a heavy sigh, he makes up his mind. The deepest part of the Garden of Meditation is officially his next target, no matter how many people tell him he's crazy. Our boy lets out a determined shout, pumping his fist into the air. It's time to stop talking and start preparing for the raid that will make or break him. The next day, he heads over to the Hunter Bureau to make it official. The massive building looms over the city, representing the gate between regular life and the dungeon world. Hanul sits down across from the bureau clerk, an efficient-looking woman in a black blazer. He formally requests permission to enter the deepest sector of the Garden of Meditation solo. The clerk looks up in pure shock, her glasses reflecting the computer screen. She can't believe a solo hunter is seriously asking to go into such a notorious death trap. She tries to warn him about how dangerous it is to go in without a team, but our boy just gives a confident smile, telling her to just process the request. The clerk finally gives in since our boy isn't budging. She starts the paperwork but drops some bad news. The earliest opening for a dungeon run is actually a week away. Hanul isn't about to wait that long. He asks if there's anything sooner, reminding her that since he's going solo, he can jump into a portal the second it opens. Kim Hanul asks for a slot tomorrow. The bureau clerk checks her system and finds that a slot just opened up. He agrees immediately, glad he doesn't have to wait another week. She finishes the paperwork and books him for 4 p.m. tomorrow. Hanul gives a polite nod of thanks, finally getting the green light for his most dangerous mission yet. With his business at the Hunter Bureau finished, our boy heads for the exit. His heavy boots echo through the lobby, signaling the start of his journey into the unknown. Hanul steps out of the massive building, his brown coat fluttering in the breeze. He looks confident and ready, but the challenge ahead of him is like nothing he's ever faced. Suddenly, someone calls out his full name from the shadows. Our boy stops in his tracks and glances back over his shoulder, wondering who could possibly recognize him so quickly. He is confronted by a young man with spiked hair and a mysterious girl with long purple hair and an elegant presence. They've been waiting outside specifically to catch him, asking if he has time to talk. Kim Hanul is suddenly cornered by two strangers after his rank reevaluation. A man and a woman in formal suits block his path, offering bright smiles that feel a bit too professional. Our boy looks down at the business cards shoved into his hand. They're from the Sanary and Aegis Guilds, two of the most powerful organizations in the entire country. These recruiters aren't wasting any time. They're practically glowing with excitement, desperate to sign the newly discovered S-Rank talent before anyone else can even get a word in. Korea is dominated by the big three, Sanary, Aegis, and Pungbik. With Hanul's rank going viral, the balance of power between these massive guilds is suddenly resting on his shoulders. The pair make a bold move, promising terms that would make any rookie's head spin. They're even willing to outbid whatever Pungbik offered, treating our boy like a winning lottery ticket. But Hanul isn't easily swayed by fancy titles or big checks. He calmly declines their offers, telling them he has other business to handle first before even considering a guild contract. He turns his back on the stunned recruiters and walks away without a second thought. This guy knows his worth and isn't about to let himself be tied down so easily. Hanul realizes that joining a major guild right now would only restrict his freedom. His current priority isn't fame or money, but something far more dangerous hidden inside a dungeon. Later that day, our boy pulls out his phone to make a high-stakes call. He needs specific intel, and there's only one person who knows the target dungeon better than anyone. In his high-rise office, Yoon Soo-hyuk picks up the phone, looking curious. The Vice Guild leader of Pungbeek is surprised to hear from the rookie who just rejected his personal scouting offer. Hanul doesn't beat around the bush, declaring his intention to enter the deepest part of the Garden of Meditation. Even Soo-hyuk, an S-rank veteran, barely survived that place's treacherous center. This guy isn't calling for permission, though. He's calling for information. He needs the records of Soo-hyuk's failed raid to prepare for his own solo run into the uncleared abyss. Yoon Soo-hyuk is understandably annoyed by the rookie's audacity. He demands a good reason why he should share his guild's hard-earned secrets with a kid who just started his career. Hanul drops a bombshell, claiming he has a definitive way to clear the entire Garden of Meditation. It's a bold boast that would sound like madness coming from anyone else. The veteran hunter freezes, his expression shifting from annoyance to genuine shock. He can tell from Hanul's tone that this isn't some empty bluff. The kid actually sounds serious. Our boy offers a deal. If he clears the dungeon, he'll tell the press he had Pungbeek's full support. It's a win-win that would give Soo-hyuk's guild a massive PR victory. Yoon Soo-hyuk leans back, realizing the rookie has a lot more up his sleeve than he originally thought. He's starting to see why everyone is so desperate to recruit this kid. He asks one more time if Hanul is truly capable of clearing such a legendary dungeon by himself. Our boy doesn't hesitate for a second, his confidence practically radiating through the phone. Soo-hyuk starts to cave, making a counter-proposal to get Hanul into his guild first. He's realized that the information is worth the risk if it secures such a monster talent. But before he can even finish his sentence, Hanul cuts him off with a firm refusal. This guy is making it very clear that a guild contract is completely off the table. He mentions the recruiters from Sanary and Aegis who tracked him down earlier that day. He's using the competition to show Soo-hyuk just how high the stakes really are. Yoon Soo-hyuk's eyes widen in disbelief when he hears the other top guilds sent their team leaders in person. The bidding war is getting way more intense than he ever expected. These massive guilds are like predators circling a prize, all desperate to claim the next big thing. They hate losing out to rivals, especially when it involves an S-rank powerhouse. Hanul points out that this is the perfect chance for Pungbeek to outmaneuver their rivals. Our boy is playing the big three against each other like it's just a game. Yoon Soo-hyuk lets out a weary sigh, realizing he's been completely played. The veteran finally agrees to the terms, but he has one last warning before ending the call. Yoon Soo-hyuk gives one final warning over the phone. He admits he doesn't know the deepest parts of the dungeon, and everything could have changed since his own failed raid a year ago. Kim Hanul listens intently, a sharp smirk spreading across his face. Even a little bit of information from an S-rank veteran is more than enough for a pro gamer like him to work with. The target is the Garden of Meditation, a massive dungeon that looks like a floating tower reaching into the clouds. Its scale is breathtaking, surrounded by swirling energy and an aura of mystery. Our boy arrives at the designated entrance, spotting a group of hunters already gathered there. They look like a seasoned party, definitely not the type to welcome a rookie tagging along on their mission. Hanul adjusts his newly equipped beholder's glasses as he approaches. This special item isn't just for style. It helps him analyze his surroundings and prepare for the dangers lurking inside the dungeon walls. A few hunters turn to look at him, their expressions ranging from curious to downright hostile. They clearly weren't expecting a solo rookie to show up for such a high-level gate expedition today. A bald man steps forward, introducing himself as Cho Kwang-soo from the Bulgul Guild. He's the leader of this group and doesn't seem particularly impressed by the young man standing before him. Hanul offers a polite handshake, but the atmosphere remains incredibly tense. Cho Kwang-soo's party members watch from behind, sizing up our boy like he's nothing more than a lost kid at a playground. The veteran leader wastes no time, asking if he's really the rookie who scored an S-rank on the mana measurement. Word of Hanul's viral reevaluation has clearly spread fast through the hunter community. Cho Kwang-soo's gaze narrows, his eyes practically burning with a mix of skepticism and jealousy. He knows how much effort normal hunters put in, and an instant S-rank feels like a personal insult. He continues to grip Hanul's hand firmly, his tone turning dismissive. He points out that while some people wait months to coordinate a raid, this kid just waltzes in like he owns the place. The rest of the Bulgul Guild party stands ready, a diverse group of seasoned fighters. They look down on the rookie, convinced that his measured rank won't mean a thing once the real fight starts. Cho Kwang-soo delivers a blunt ultimatum, warning Han-ul that he'll be completely on his own once they're inside. He makes it very clear that his party has no intention of helping a solo rookie. Our boy just smiles back, looking completely unfazed by the veteran's aggressive behavior. He's dealt with toxic players far worse than this in his years of playing trash games, so this is nothing. The bald leader pulls his hand away with a huff, repeating that measured ranks are useless in a real fight. He and his team start heading toward the gate, leaving Han-ul standing behind them. Han-ul watches them go, thinking to himself that they're even pricklier than he expected. He understands their perspective, though. To them, a high-ranking rookie with no experience is just an eyesore and a liability. He remembers that under normal circumstances, hunters have to meet minimum party requirements and book a month in advance. His S-rank status really did give him a massive shortcut through the red tape. This guy isn't bothered by their attitude, though. He simply adjusts his glasses again, knowing that their sensitivity is only natural given the circumstances. He's got his own plan to worry about anyway. Right then, Han-ul decides to take a closer look at his allies. He activates his Sage's Eye skill, a powerful analytical tool that allows him to see through the masks of those around him. A series of status windows pop up over the Bulgul Guild members, revealing them to be a group of mid-tier C-rank hunters. They aren't bad, but they definitely aren't the powerhouses they claim to be. Cho Kwang-soo senses something and glances back, only to see Han-ul staring at him with a strange expression. The rookie looks like he's found something amusing about the bald man's entire party. The veteran snaps, demanding to know why the kid is smirking like that. Our boy just offers a casual apology, claiming he simply thought of something funny, which only makes the leader more furious. The rest of the Bulgul Guild members take it as a personal insult. They think he's mocking their boss's baldness, and one hot-headed tank even offers to teach the rookie a painful lesson. The association official steps up to stop the bickering, signaling that it's finally time. He clasps his hands, channeling energy to activate the massive gate for the waiting hunters. Green lightning crackles as the portal roars to life. The official shouts that the gate is open, and everyone braces themselves to step into the dangerous garden of meditation. The association official urges everyone to hurry inside, as the gate won't stay open for long. Cho Kwang-soo's party charges ahead, while Kim Han-ul follows closely behind, feeling the tension rise. This is it, Han-ul's first time stepping into a real dungeon. He takes a deep breath, his heart racing with a mix of excitement and nerves as he approaches the glowing green portal. As he crosses the threshold, the world shifts around him. The familiar sights of the city vanish, replaced by the overwhelming mana of the Garden of Meditation as the dungeon swallows him whole. A blue status window appears, confirming the dungeon details. It's a condition-based breakthrough mission with a 20-person capacity, but something about the energy here feels different from the official records. Deep within the dungeon's core, the monarch sits upon a massive, ornate throne. He's been waiting for this moment, greeting Han-ul's arrival as if the entire raid was part of his plan. With a sudden snap of his fingers, the entity triggers a massive change. The dark, starry void behind him pulses with power, signaling that the rules of this dungeon are about to be rewritten. A sudden alert flashes before everyone's eyes. At the request of the monarch's castle, the entire structure of the Garden of Meditation is being modified, catching the veteran hunters completely off guard. The party emerges into a lush forest, but the atmosphere is heavy with crackling green energy. They look around, trying to get their bearings in an environment that doesn't match the mission briefing. Cho Kwang-soo stops in his tracks, his expression shifting to one of confusion. Something is definitely wrong, as the layout before them is nothing like the entrance they've memorized from past raids. He scans the area with wide eyes, realizing they've arrived at a massive lake instead of the usual open fields. The entire geography of the dungeon has been flipped on its head. Cho Kwang-soo can't believe his eyes, shouting in shock at the sight of the unfamiliar scenery. This definitely isn't the main entrance, and the season leader is starting to feel a surge of panic. The rest of the Bulgal Guild members crowd around their leader, equally baffled. Even the massive, unnamed Bulgal tank looks uncertain as they stare at the mysterious, tranquil lake blocking their path. The unnamed Bulgal mage and the others murmur in worry, realizing the entire entrance they studied has disappeared. They're stuck in a place they don't recognize, and the tension is reaching a breaking point. Hanul stays quiet, observing the group's distress. He realizes that the dungeon's sudden modification has turned a routine raid into a complete mystery, and the trash game, logic might be his only hope. Usually, the entrance level is a simple task of hunting weak monsters called pygmalites in open fields. It's supposed to be an easy warm-up for any party, but those fields are nowhere to be found. Our boy realizes this is nothing like the description Yoon Soo-hyuk gave him. If they aren't at the entrance, then they've been dropped into a much more dangerous part of the dungeon right away. A new chime rings out, announcing the official mission briefing for the lake area. The hunters look up at the floating text, their confusion turning into dread as they realize the stakes have changed. The screen turns a dark, ominous red, showing a pile of slaughtered pygmalites in a dark forest. The monsters have given up on moving, and the air is thick with the scent of a massacre. The new mission is a defensive one. Protect the surviving pygmalites from the slayers until nightfall. Cho Kwang-soo and his team look at each other, their hands trembling at the unexpected turn of events. Then the most terrifying warning appears in bright red letters. If they fail this new mission, all challengers will perish within the dungeon walls. There is no longer any room for error. Cho Kwang-soo completely loses his cool, screaming in terror at the thought of dying here. The rest of the Bulgal party looks just as horrified, realizing they've stumbled into a death trap. While the others are panicking, Hanul remains focused, his analytical mind already searching for a solution. He knows that in a situation like this, losing your head is the quickest way to end up dead. Desperate to escape, the party members shout for Cho Kwang-soo to forfeit the raid. They want to open their status windows and get out before the slayers arrive to finish them off. Cho Kwang-soo swipes at his interface, but his fingers just pass through thin air. This guy looks totally shook as he realizes the one thing that always works has failed. His voice cracks as he drops the bad news. The system is dead, meaning they're officially trapped in this nightmare with no way to log out or escape the dungeon. System messages start ticking down as the Slayer begins its hunt, already claiming 2 lives. Kim Hanul and the unnamed Bulgal mage stand alert in the dark forest, realizing the mission has truly begun. The red status window flashes ominously as the number of remaining pygmalites drops again. Time is running out for the hunters, and the weight of their potential failure looms heavy in the dark. A red system window pops up, tracking the remaining monsters in the area. 130 pygmalites are left, and the countdown for this high-stakes dungeon raid has officially begun. The notifications keep rolling in as the mysterious Slayer takes down more targets. Behind the scenes, Kim Hanul is making his move while the other hunters just stand there, completely baffled. Cho Kwang-soo, a bald hunter in a gray vest, grits his teeth, his face twisted in pure confusion. He's never seen anything like this before and demands to know what is happening. The bald hunter turns his attention to Kim Hanul, barking out questions. He's desperate for any information about the strange phenomena or the mysterious lake they're currently stuck near. Kim Hanul stays calm, offering a slight, knowing smirk. He casually mentions that while the current situation is a mystery to him too, he actually knows quite a bit about this lake. Cho Kwang-soo's eyes widen in shock as he hears the young man's confident claim. He didn't expect this rookie to have any useful intel on such a dangerous and uncleared dungeon sector. The atmosphere shifts as the entire group of hunters focuses on Kim Hanul. They're willing to offer him whatever he needs in exchange for a way out of this mess. Hanul sighs, looking like he's bored with the whole situation. He makes it clear that he's not just giving away info for free. He has one major condition for his help. Standing before the guild, our boy lays it out straight. He'll share everything he knows, but only if they agree to follow his every order until this dungeon is finally cleared. He gazes at the group with an intense, unyielding stare. His offer is final, and he asks them point-blank if they're willing to agree to his terms right here and now. Cho Kwang-soo and the unnamed Bulgul-tank, a massive man with gray braids, exchange stunned looks. They can't believe this kid is actually asking for full command over their entire guild. Another notification dings as the Slayer roasts 4 more pigmelets. The countdown keeps ticking down while the guild members struggle to process Hanul's insane demand for absolute authority. Realizing they have no other choice, Cho Kwang-soo finally gives in with a frustrated growl. He agrees to the deal, though he's clearly not happy about taking orders from a rookie. The bald man warns Hanul that if things go south, he'll be the one taking all the blame. Our boy just brushes it off, reminding him that the choice was entirely theirs. Kim Hanul gestures calmly, explaining that responsibility always follows the one who makes the choice. He doesn't seem bothered by the threat, confident in his own secret plan for the raid. Cho Kwang-soo lets out a defeated huff and asks what the plan is. Since they've handed over control, they're ready to see if this kid actually knows what he's talking about. The sunlight reflects off the clear blue water of the lake as Hanul begins his explanation. He starts by walking the hunters through the complex terrain they're about to face. He picks up a simple stick and begins drawing a precise diagram in the dirt. Every stroke is calculated, showing a deep understanding of the dungeon's layout that no one expected. Kim Hanul squats down to show the group the complete map of the lake sector. The guild members gather around, staring at the detailed drawing he just created from memory. He points out the massive lake sitting right in the center of the zone. Streams from all over the forest web together and feed directly into it, creating a natural bottleneck. Cho Kwang-soo is skeptical, wondering how a rookie could possibly know all these details. Hanul just bluffs, claiming he has a rare scouting skill that lets him generate local maps. The news of a scouting skill leaves the bald hunter completely floored. He realizes that with an ability like that, their guild would never have to worry about getting lost again. Our boy hides a smirk as he realizes they totally bought his lie. The layout matches the intel he already had, but it definitely didn't come from any standard hunter skill. Hanul is basically using a cheat code, a secret map from his old game, the Lord's Castle of Illusions. The glowing interface feeds him every detail, revealing every hidden path nearby. With the high-tech overlay guiding his vision, this guy tells the team they're ready to roll. He's already pinpointed where they need to go, and it's time to start the mission. Our boy explains the mission: save the pigmelets from the mysterious Slayer. He pinpoints the wetlands as their nesting grounds and tells the guild they have to find the creatures before it's too late. Hanul doesn't just give orders, he leads the charge. He sprints through the dark woods, clutching a terrified pigmelet while a creepy, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes stalks him from the deep shadows. The plan is simple: herd the creatures into one spot where they're easier to protect. Hanul is focused, knowing that keeping these little guys together is the only way to ensure they survive the night. A system window warns that the Slayer has already turned 3 pigmelets into jerky. With only 121 left, our boy tells the guild to move out, clearly losing patience with their slow reaction time. The group looks stressed as the death toll rises. Cho Kwang-soo, unnamed Bulgul tank, and the unnamed Bulgul mage watch in horror, realizing the targets are dying while they're just standing around debating. The hunters finally scatter to follow Hanul's watch rotation orders. They scramble across the platforms, shouting positions and trying to keep up with the intense coordination required to save the remaining creatures. Cho Kwang-soo looks determined, but clearly feels the heat. He's skeptical of the rookie's plan, but knows they're in big trouble if they don't find a way to stop the slaughter happening right now. The bald hunter asks what our boy is planning to do next. Hanul just casually mentions that he's going to look for the pigmelets on his own, deciding to split from the main group. Cho Kwang-soo scoffs, calling him an arrogant brat for going solo. He doesn't waste time arguing, though, just telling Hanul he'll see him later, assuming he manages to survive this dangerous sector. As the guild leader runs off, Hanul lets out a huge sigh of relief. Finally alone, he can start scouting the area properly without any loud hunters following him around and blowing his cover. Suddenly, a blue notification reveals some major hidden info about the lake. The system mentions that a secret mission exists, and our boy is determined to find it and claim that sweet reward. Standing by the water, Hanul stares out at the lake while processing the new objective. He knows this hidden mission is the real prize, and he's not leaving until he figures it out. He clenches his fist, eyes glowing with focus as he gets to work. This isn't just a simple dungeon raid anymore, it's a chance to gain a serious edge over everyone else. While walking through the brush, Hanul realizes there are two big things to solve. He needs to find that hidden mission and uncover the identity of the person killing all the pygmalites. A dark vision of a cloaked figure with a massive scythe pops up. Our boy is sure this slayer is the one behind the massacre, and he's ready to unmask the creep. He narrows his eyes, suspecting that the pygmalites aren't the only ones in the area. He has a bad feeling that there are some much nastier bastards lurking in the shadows of the forest. Peeking from behind a tree, Hanul spots something moving in the distance. Turns out his gut feeling was right. A pack of muscular shadows is heading right through the trees toward the lake. His system identifies the threat as a group of D-rank lizard men. They're armed with heavy polearms and look ready to shred anything that gets in their way while they patrol the area. Seeing the pack, our boy realizes these are the actual killers his system mentioned. These lizard men are the ones slaughtering the pygmalites, and they definitely look like they mean business. He stays glued to the tree, carefully watching the monster's every move. Hanul knows better than to charge in against a whole squad of armed pack monsters without having a clever plan ready. Lizard men might only be D-rank, but in a pack like this, totally different story. Our boy decides to play it safe and avoid combat for now while he continues to scout their territory. A voice rings out from nearby, dripping with pure arrogance. One of the guild members is complaining about the plan, clearly annoyed that they're supposed to be listening to a rookie like Hanul. The unnamed Bulgul tank and a cocky swordsman walk away, laughing about how they're not going to bust their asses for some nobody. They're ditching the plan and going off on their own. Hanul is beyond annoyed as he watches the group head straight for his hiding spot. These idiots are about to blow his cover and ruin his entire scouting mission. This cocky swordsman keeps grumbling about how he just wanted to kill some time. He has no idea he's about to lead everyone straight into a deadly lizardman ambush. Blood sprays through the air as the forest is suddenly stained in crimson. In a split second, the peaceful silence of the woods is shattered by a brutal and unexpected ambush. A blue-skinned lizardman leaps from the shadows, swinging its polearm with lethal precision. The arrogant swordsman doesn't even have time to scream before he's violently slaughtered by the savage beast. Close up on the monster's face, it's pure predator. The lizardman's yellow eyes are locked on its next target, completely unfazed by the carnage it just caused in the middle of the trail. The beast stands over the fallen hunter while the unnamed Bulgul tank freezes in absolute shock. He can't believe his companion was taken out so easily by a single low-rank monster. The decapitated head of the swordsman sits in the dirt, a gruesome reminder of why you don't wander off alone in a high-risk dungeon. The reality of their situation is finally sinking in. Bathed in a sinister red glow, the lizardman prepares for its next move. This isn't just a random encounter. These creatures are organized, deadly, and they've clearly claimed this sector as theirs. The unnamed Bulgul tank screams in terror as he realizes what they're up against. He's completely panicked, unable to process how a simple D-rank lizardman could be this fast and this powerful. Desperate to survive, the muscular tank charges forward with a roar, throwing everything he has into a punch. He's trying to convince himself that he can handle a measly D-rank monster. He unleashed a flurry of punches, desperate to crush his enemy, and honestly his form looked pretty legit. Dirt and debris flew everywhere as he rained down a barrage of punches. He seemed so blinded by rage that he didn't even care if his strikes were actually hitting the mark. Driven by a frenzied bloodlust, he charged forward, screaming for the monster's death. He poured every ounce of his strength into one final blow, hopping to crush the beast with nothing but raw, brutal power. A punch packed with such immense power that it sent shockwaves through the very air. Dust and debris exploded in every direction as the unnamed Bulgul tanker tried to overwhelm the ferocious beast with nothing but his raw physical strength. But a terrifying system message appears, revealing that the lizard men are receiving a swarm bonus. The creature before him looks even stronger, its muscles rippling with a sudden surge of unnatural power. The unnamed Bulgul tank's face pales as more shadows emerge from the brush. He realizes with a sinking heart that they aren't dealing with just one monster, they're being hunted by a pack. Surrounded by the pack, he watches in horror as the system updates their rank from D-class all the way to B-class. The swarm bonus has turned these foot soldiers into elite killers. The massacre begins as the lizardmen tear into the unnamed Bulgul tank. He's completely defenseless against their coordinated assault, his blood staining the forest floor as he's pierced over and over. He screams in pure agony while the savage pack continues its brutal work. There's no mercy in the Garden of Meditation, and the guild members are paying the ultimate price for their arrogance. The muscular tank collapses, barely clinging to life as a lizardman looms over him for the kill. Just when it looks like the end, a strange, blue flaming energy erupts nearby. Suddenly, a familiar figure emerges from the blue flames. It's Gono, the elite monster from Kim Han-ul's game, appearing in the real world with a wicked grin and a pair of deadly daggers. Close up on Gono's face as he stares down the pack with glowing blue eyes. He looks absolutely thrilled to be back in the fight, ready to show these lizardmen who the real predator is. A system notification officially confirms that Gono has been summoned to the field. Our boy has finally made his move, bringing his most trusted unit into the real world to clear the mess. Skipped credit author page. A massive shockwave tears through the forest, catching the lizardmen off guard. The ground erupts as the force of the attack sends debris flying, signaling the start of a one-sided slaughter. Gono stands tall with his massive club, looking like a total boss in his A-rank gear. Cho Kwang-soo watches from behind, frozen in absolute shock at the power of this single goblin. Cho Kwang-soo can't believe his eyes, wondering where this freakishly strong monster even came from. He's totally out of his league, sweating as he tries to process what he's just witnessed. Kim Han-ul strolls into the clearing, sounding almost bored as he reminds the injured hunter about his designated area. This guy is way too calm while standing in a monster-infested war zone. Han-ul adjusts his coat, telling the guy to scram and go treat his wounds. He is taking over now, and he looks like he is about to finish this mess without even sweating. The lizardmen surround them, but they don't realize they are the ones in trouble. Our boy just stands there, completely unbothered, while the terrified hunter mutters a thank you and runs off. Cho Kwang-soo doesn't need to be told twice, booking it out of there as fast as his legs can carry him. Han-ul watches him go, knowing they are running out of time. In a surprisingly wholesome moment, Han-ul gives Gono a head pat before the chaos starts. He tells his loyal goblin to wrap things up quickly since they have a bigger quest waiting. The lizardmen charge in with a collective roar, looking absolutely furious. They think they have the numbers, but they have no idea what kind of monster they are about to face off against. Han-ul gives the cold command to wipe them all out, and Gono is more than happy to oblige. The battle officially begins with a literal bang as the goblin leaps into action. The skill Raven's wingbeat activates, turning Gono into a blur of blue energy. He shoots forward with incredible speed, leaving the lizardmen wondering where their target went in the blink of an eye. The lizardmen can't even react as Gono tears through their ranks like a hot knife through butter. It is not even a fight at this point. It is just a beautifully orchestrated slaughter. The monsters look up in confusion, searching for the blur that is decimating their warriors. They are completely helpless against this level of speed and power, realizing too late they are totally outmatched. Gono's eyes lock onto his next target with predatory focus. He swings his massive club with enough force to shatter bone and earth, leaving no room for his enemies to escape alive. Another lizardman gets absolutely wrecked as Gono lands a devastating blow. The impact is so powerful that it sends shockwaves through the air, turning the surrounding forest into a total disaster zone. This guy is a literal one-man army, taking on multiple lizardmen at once without breaking his stride. He blocks, counters, and smashes everything in his path with terrifying, effortless efficiency and grace. A massive explosion of blue energy erupts as Gono releases a powerful attack. The light is blinding, and the force is enough to send lizardmen flying in every direction like discarded ragdolls. Seizing the moment while Gono was mid-attack, A lizardman lunged forward, swinging its claws to deliver a brutal blow to our goblin boy. The impact was deafening, and the massive dust cloud proved these lizardmen weren't just joking around. However, Gono had already flickered away the moment the attack crashed down. The ground continued to tremble as Gono leaped away, narrowly dodging another lizardman who slammed its mace right where he had just stood. The cleanup was getting a bit messy now. It seemed these lizardmen had finally found their rhythm. But Gono isn't about to let these weaklings run wild. He charges right back into the fray instantly. These guys are nowhere near the level of a dragon-slaying goblin. Hanul watches the carnage with a smirk, thinking that these lizardmen are no match for his top-tier summon. After all, Gono once took down an entire ogre all by his lonesome self. Suddenly, a lizardman breaks through the chaos and lunges directly at Hanul with a spear. It is a desperate move, hopping to take down the master while the servant is busy fighting. Hanul looks more annoyed than scared as a lizardman targets him with a spear. He just stands there, calmly analyzing the situation instead of panicking like any normal person would. This lizardman thinks he's found an easy target, but he's about to regret that. Our boy just watches the creature lunge, preparing to unleash a skill that'll change the game. Hanul decides to activate Lord's Afterimage, a broken skill that lets him add the stats of the strongest monster from the previous wave to his own. It is game time, and his power is spiking. With his new stats, Hanul lands a punch that completely blows through a lizardman. He realizes that without this crazy skill, taking down these elite warriors would have been a lot tougher today. His fist glowed with intense energy as he easily caved in his opponent's chest. Pure power flowed through his veins like nothing he had ever felt before, turning him into a literal wrecking machine. A massive shockwave erupts as Hanul stands in the middle of the carnage. He is completely dominating the battlefield now, making these high-level monsters look like nothing more than low-tier trash. The ground is littered with debris and blood after that explosive display of power. It is clear that Hanul is not playing around anymore, and the lizardmen did not stand a single chance. We get a look at the legendary Count Gular, the 5-star monster whose stats Hanul is currently borrowing. With those elegant looks and terrifying power, he is definitely not someone you would cross. Lightning crackles around Hanul as the system confirms the skill effect. His stats have absolutely skyrocketed, with agility and strength hitting insane levels thanks to the soul of the fallen Count. With the lizardmen cleared out, Hanul checks in with Gono. The loyal goblin has finished his part of the cleanup too, looking as efficient as ever while standing among the silent, dark trees. Gono grins while holding his blood-stained club, looking pretty satisfied with his work. This little guy might look small, but he is a beast on the battlefield when he is fighting for his master. Hanul gives Gono a well-deserved head pat for a job well done. The tough goblin actually blushes and looks super happy, proving that even a powerful summon appreciates a little bit of praise. A system message pops up, showing Gono's affinity just increased by 10 points. On top of that, Hanul manages to sell off some low-grade mana stones for a nice little profit. The loot keeps coming as Hanul sells a lizardman's soul for some gold. The system even rewards him with a premium gacha ticket, and our boy is definitely excited to see his pull. Gono tugs on Hanul's coat to get his attention, looking a bit concerned. It turns out there is a time limit, and the goblin only has 7 minutes left before he has to disappear. Hanul crosses his arms, realizing he is in a bit of a tight spot. Losing his strongest fighter right now would be a disaster, so he starts frantically thinking of a way out. Gono makes a pleading gesture, and luckily the system offers a solution. For the low price of 5 gold, Hanul can extend Gono's summon time for another 10 minutes of loyal service. Hanul sighs and pats Gono's head again, grumbling about how everything in this game costs money. He pays for the overtime anyway, because he knows he cannot afford to lose Gono yet. Suddenly something catches their attention, making both Hanul and Gono freeze in their tracks. They look into the woods, wondering what kind of new threat or mystery is heading their way now. A huge field of tiny, pink pig-like monsters appears out of nowhere. Hanul is totally confused, wondering what these cute little things called pigmalets are doing in such a dangerous place. The forest is absolutely crawling with them, and Hanul cannot believe how many there are. It is like a sea of pink pigs, and he is starting to feel a little bit overwhelmed. Hanul breaks into a cold sweat, wondering how he is supposed to move through the forest with all these creatures in the way. This was not exactly part of the plan for today. Gono steps up to the plate, clearing his throat as he prepares to deal with the situation. It looks like the goblin might actually have a secret skill for handling these little guys. Gono starts making weird kuruk noises, and to Hanul's surprise, he is actually communicating with the pygmalets. Our boy is stunned that his goblin slave is apparently a multilingual negotiator now. Gono lets out a loud shout, commanding the attention of every single pygmalet in the area. He is taking charge of the conversation, acting as a bridge between Hanul and the massive horde. Suddenly, the pygmalets burst into tears of joy. Whatever Gono told them must have been huge, because now these little guys are looking at Hanul like he's some kind of legendary hero. The whole herd swarms Hanul, crying and clinging to his legs like crazy. He's totally panicked, but it looks like he's officially stuck with this obsessed fan club for now. A small pygmalet trots through the brush, joining its fellow creatures as they follow Hanul deeper into the forest. These little pink pigs are surprisingly quick on their feet when motivated. Hanul and Gono lead a long procession of pygmalets through the woods. Since they are stuck with these little guys, Hanul decides to finish scouting the area and see where this leads. Standing amidst the aftermath of the battle, Hanul gives Gono some well-earned praise. The goblin responds with his usual loyal growl, while the forest remains silent under the darkening evening sky. A system alert suddenly pops up, informing Hanul that the Lord's castle has run out of funds to purchase any more mana stones. He is left holding a useless rock, looking completely baffled. The bad news continues as another screen reveals that his unit limit has been reached. He is maxed out on lizardmen warriors, crossbowmen, and spearmen, meaning he cannot grow his army now. Hanul rubs his chin, realizing the game's limitations are finally starting to catch up with him. He never expected to run out of gold or hit a monster cap this early on. A blue schematic shows his 10 lizardmen currently occupying the castle. With the limits reached, Hanul decides hunting more is a waste of time and shifts his focus back to the pygmalets. Hanul looks over the sea of pink pigs, counting about 60 of them huddling together. The system confirms that 70 pygmalets still remain, which is quite the crowd for a simple mission. He lets out a long sigh, realizing the Bulgul Guild only managed to save 10 of these creatures. His performance is clearly on another level, even if the dungeon is acting weird today. A sharp glint appears in Hanul's eyes as he notices something unusual happening with the pygmalets. He narrows his gaze, trying to figure out what has changed in their behavior all of a sudden. The pygmalets suddenly start sprinting through the woods like their lives depend on it. Gono shouts in alarm as the entire herd surges forward, creating a loud rumble across the forest floor. Hanul and Gono are left standing in the dust, wondering where the pigs are going in such a hurry. Gono looks as confused as his master, letting out a puzzled chirp. They both take off after the runaway herd, sprinting through the trees to keep up. The trail left behind by 70 pygmalets is easy to follow, but their destination remains a mystery. The massive group of pigs finally comes to a halt in a clearing. Hanul and Gono slow down as they approach, wondering why the creatures chose this specific spot to stop. Both Hanul and his goblin are completely out of breath after that sudden sprint. Our boy wipes the sweat from his brow, looking around the strange new area they have just reached. Looking ahead, Hanul realizes they have been led to the center of the lake. The pygmalets are gathered at the edge of the water, and he sees other hunters are already waiting there. He spots Cho Kwang-su and the rest of the Bulgul Guild nearby. It seems everyone was startled when the pigs started running like maniacs, but now everyone is gathered in one place. A chilling realization hits Hanul as he stares out over the water. The pygmalets did not just run away, they purposely led every single hunter in the area straight to this exact location. The system announces that night has finally fallen and the slaughterers have stopped hunting. A mysterious, bright light begins to glow from the depths of the lake, signaling something big is coming. Congratulations flash across the screen as Hanul officially completes the mission to protect the pygmalets. All 70 of his rescued pigs survived the slaughter, earning him a huge victory for now. He also meets a hidden objective for saving over 70 pigmalets, but Hanul is too annoyed to celebrate. He just wants the dungeon to stop wasting his time with all these messages. Suddenly, the peaceful lake erupts as a massive vortex of water surges into the air. The trial is shifting into its next phase, and the sheer power of the eruption is terrifying. Cho Kwang-soo and the other hunters scream in pure terror as the water begins to pull them in. They are completely caught off guard by the sudden disaster unfolding right in front of them. Hanul glares into the rising storm as the system officially announces the start of the trial of meditation. The real survival challenge begins now, and things are about to get very wet. The trial of meditation begins. A massive water vortex erupts, pulling everyone toward the center of the lake. It's a survival mission that no one saw coming in this dungeon stage. The water is relentless. It's not just a simple flood. It's a violent force of nature designed to wipe out every hunter caught in its path without a moment of warning. Other hunters are already screaming as they're swept away. Cho Kwang-soo is barely hanging on, realizing his physical strength means absolutely nothing against this chaotic oceanic nightmare that just swallowed the field. Kim Hanul and Gono stand their ground as a wall of water crashes down. The pigmalets they saved are huddling close, and suddenly the air starts to shimmer with a strange energy. Kim Hanul tenses up, realizing he can't dodge this massive wave. He prepares for the impact, but his eyes widen as something strange starts to happen right before the water hits him. A golden light explodes from the pigmalets, wrapping around Kim Hanul in a warm glow. It's a defensive aura triggered by the cute little monsters he chose to spare earlier in the forest. A massive hexagonal shield forms, blocking the crushing weight of the vortex. This absolute defense is the result of Kim Hanul's strategic kindness toward the weak creatures earlier in the dungeon run. Gono looks just as confused as our boy. This shield is rock solid, and they quickly realize the pigmalets are the ones generating this incredible power to protect their savior from drowning. A system message pops up, confirming the pigmalets are expressing their gratitude. These little pink guys aren't just useless fodder, they're the literal key to surviving this nightmare trial in the lake. With the 10-minute timer counting down, Kim Hanul watches the water roar outside his safe bubble. His decision to save over 70 pigmalets just paid off big time for the team. This guy is stunned by his own luck. He never expected these weak creatures to have such a game-changing power, but in this trash game world, hidden mechanics are everything for survival. He looks down at the crowd of pigmalets surrounding him. They're all glowing together, pouring their energy into the shield that's keeping him and Gono from a watery grave right now. The system calls it the Trial of the Gathered Heart. It's a literal representation of the bond Kim Hanul formed by helping those who couldn't help themselves against the earlier slaughterers. Our boy finally connects the dots. The more pigmalets he saved, the stronger his protection would be. It's a hidden mechanic that punishes all those selfish hunters who ignored the side quest. Speaking of selfish, Kim Hanul wonders how the others are doing. He spots Cho Kwang-soo struggling nearby, and things are looking pretty grim for the bald guild member right about now. Cho Kwang-soo is being tossed around like a rag doll. Without a proper shield, he's at the mercy of the current, and his earlier arrogance is finally catching up to him here. Kim Hanul deduces that the bald dude probably only saved one pigmalet, if any. His tiny shield is flickering and cracking under the extreme pressure of the massive lake vortex outside. The timer is still ticking, and our boy knows he can't just sit here. He needs to find a way to stop this trial before every other hunter in the lake drowns. Looking around, it's a total disaster zone. A few other hunters are struggling with pathetic, tiny shields, while the water continues to pull them toward the center of the massive whirlpool. The pigmalets on the shield are working overtime. They're determined to keep their savior safe, proving that even the smallest units can turn the tide of battle when used correctly in game. Kim Hanul grits his teeth, realizing everyone else is in deep trouble. He's the only one with the resources to actually fight back against the source of this drowning trial right now. His gaze sharpens as he scans the swirling chaos. He's looking for the eye of the storm, the monster responsible for summoning this massive whirlpool to wipe out all the hunters in range. A new hidden mission notification appears. To end the trial, he has to suppress the source. It's finally time for a counteroffensive in the middle of a literal ocean-sized flood event. Our boy remembers the intel he swiped from the Lord's castle. A hidden mission is waiting nearby, and he's betting the rewards will be well worth the massive risk he's taking. This guy spent forever scouring every inch of the field for clues, but it finally paid off. Now he knows exactly what needs to be done to clear this whole dungeon stage. Kim Han-ul activates Sage's Eye to scout the boss. This handy skill lets him see every stat and hidden ability, but he's only got one use left for the day right now. Our boy is ready to see what kind of monster he's up against. He's not here to play games. He's looking for a target that needs to be taken out immediately. The system locks onto a specific target in the swirling vortex. It's time to stop guessing and get some real data on the enemy behind this massive and deadly water storm. He grins as the skill finally kicks in. He's found the source of the chaos, and he's more than ready to see exactly what he's dealing with in this lake trial. The stats for Zen Karuk are absolutely insane. As a named monster, he has a 90 in intelligence and powerful wave skills that explain why the lake has turned into a whirlpool. Kim Han-ul is visibly shaken by the reveal. Finding a named monster this early is a massive problem, and he realizes he's going to need a much bigger strategy to survive. These entities are absolute game breakers with unique skills and items. Zen Karuk is on a completely different level of power compared to anything he's faced in this dungeon so far today. Looking at the boss, he realizes this hidden mission is going to be a nightmare. He can't just wing it. He needs a real strategy to survive this watery death trap. He tells Gono to stay back because fighting in a lake without water resistance is just suicide. Our boy needs a specialized unit to handle a high-tier lizardman mage like this. It's time to make a move. Kim Han-ul has a plan, and he's confident that his tactical knowledge of this trash game will give him the edge he desperately needs. He pulls up the hearing menu and checks his gold. An ogre berserker costs 420 G, which is a steep price, but its innate water resistance makes it the perfect choice for this. Our boy decides to go for it. He activates the Lord's List trade to summon a new powerhouse that can actually move through the vortex without being instantly swept away by water. The interface glows as he prepares to spend his hard-earned gold. He's putting everything on the line to secure a unit that can stand a chance against a named boss right. He confirms the purchase for the Ogre Berserker. It's the only monster on the list that can tank the water pressure, but he knows raw stats won't be enough to win. Even a Berserker would struggle against a mage with 90 intelligence. He needs a way to bridge the power gap, or his new summon will just be a very expensive floaty. He realizes the ogre needs a massive stat boost right now. Reaching into his inventory, he decides it's time to gamble and use the rarest item he has in his possession. Our boy pulls out the premium gacha ticket. This thing is designed to drop rare, high-rank items, and he's praying to the RNG gods for something that can save his life. He grips the glowing ticket, betting everything on this one roll. If he gets trash, the mission is over, but if he hits big, the ogre can actually take on Zen Karuk. He consumes the ticket, and the entire area is consumed by a blinding light. It's a massive explosion of energy that signals a high-tier pull is about to be revealed now. Kim Han-ul stares in absolute shock at the golden radiance filling the screen. Even he didn't expect to see this kind of light from a single gacha pull in this dungeon. It's an S-rank. The silhouette of a legendary item appears within the glow, and our boy can't believe his luck. This pull just changed the entire game for him and Gono. He's completely stunned as the item reveals itself. Even for a pro gamer, pulling an S-rank in a situation like this is basically a miracle from the system itself right now. Meanwhile, the water current is getting even more violent. The other hunters are barely hanging on as the lake turns into a giant blender, making the situation even more urgent for everyone. Han-ul stops overthinking and just goes for it. He shouts the command, ready to see if his lucky streak holds up during this intense summoning process. The system confirms the hire, and the Ogre Berserker finally hits the field. Han-ul watches closely, wondering if this beast can actually handle that S-rank item he's holding. The Ogre Berserker appears with a deafening roar, shaking the very ground of the dungeon. It's a massive powerhouse, but raw strength won't be enough for a boss this strong. Kim Hanul isn't taking any chances. He pulls out the S-Rank hat he just pulled and orders the giant monster to put it on immediately before the boss can attack. The ogre equips the legendary item, and for a second, the entire area is filled with a bizarre magical energy. Our boy is betting everything on this intelligence boost working. But then the monster suddenly collapses. Kim Hanul and Gono are left speechless as the powerhouse they just summoned hits the floor like a total sack of heavy bricks. This guy is panicking. He wonders if the S-Rank item was too much for the ogre's tiny brain to handle. Did he just waste his best gear and all that gold? Meanwhile, the water vortex is still a total nightmare. Someone is screaming for help in the distance as the current threatens to swallow everyone whole in this stage of the trial. It's Cho Kwang-soo, the bald hunter, and he's literally drowning in the vortex. Kim Hanul watches him get swept away, but he's got his own life-or-death situation to handle now. The pressure is rising, and Kim Hanul realizes he's out of time. He has to do something desperate to survive the current before the boss finishes them all off for good. He grits his teeth, looking more determined than ever. If his summon is down, he'll just have to handle this mess himself using every trick in his pro gamer book. He activates Lord's Afterimage, a skill that lets him borrow the stats of the strongest monster he previously defeated. He's about to become a one-man army for 12 full minutes. Our boy lunges forward, grabbing onto the bald hunter's arm as the water crashes down. He's pushing his human body to the absolute limit to save a fellow survivor from drowning. The current is pushing him back, and even with the stat boost, it's a struggle. He's fighting against a force of nature summoned by a high-level lizardman mage in the lake. He's using every ounce of borrowed strength just to stay anchored. Our boy is realizing that even with Count Gular's stats, the lake's power is no joke at all today. His hand is slipping against the wet wood. The vortex is trying to tear him apart, and he can feel his muscles screaming under the intense and crushing pressure of water. Everything is going dark as his grip starts to fail. For a split second, Kim Hanul actually wonders if this is where his journey finally comes to an end in the dungeon. But then something changes. The violent current starts to weaken, and the water around him settles. He looks up, wondering what could have possibly stopped the cataclysmic storm so suddenly. His eyes widen as he sees a massive figure standing in the middle of the lake. Something has stepped in to block the water, and it's definitely not the boss monster. It's the ogre. The monster is standing tall, unaffected by the water, and he's actually wearing Archmage Gandorf's hat. The transformation is complete, and it looks absolutely incredible right now. The giant leans down and speaks with a refined, noble voice that definitely doesn't belong to an ogre. He asks if his lord is unharmed, looking totally sophisticated and calm. He apologizes for the late greeting, bowing his head with the grace of a knight. Kim Hanul can't believe his ears. The mindless beast has become a total and complete gentleman. The ogre kneels before him, pledging his loyalty as the King of Kings. It's a complete 180 from the roaring monster he was just a few short minutes ago. Kim Hanul is completely floored by the situation. He just wanted a strong unit, but he accidentally created a high-tier servant with a personality to match his legendary gear. The system explains it all. Gandorf's hat gives a massive +30 to intelligence, turning even a complete fool into a genius. Our boy has just broken the game rules again. Hanul was frozen in total shock. He couldn't believe his eyes. The ogre was actually talking back to him. The giant credited the wizard hat for his sudden transformation. He knelt down, addressing Hanul as his liege. The monster was ready and waiting for his first real order. Hanul knew the item boosted intelligence, but this was on another level. Being able to actually communicate changed the entire game. He realized the ogre wasn't just a mindless beast anymore. But before they moved out, Hanul had one more thing to confirm. Since the giant had just blocked a massive water stream with a log, he asked if magic was on the table. If this guy could cast spells too, the trial was basically over. He ordered the ogre to punch through the storm and head straight for the center. The giant heard and obeyed his master instantly. His eyes flared with a new, intense focus. He charged forward, swatting away the torrential water like it was nothing. Watching it work, Hanul officially dubbed him Odolf. The monster was stunned that his master would give him a proper name. Tears actually started welling up in the giant's eyes. Odolf swore right then and there to give his life for his liege. Then he turned back to the center and roared. He was like a force of nature charging through the lake. At this speed, they were going to reach the middle in record time. The boss hunt was officially on. Deep in the center, the named monster Genkarok sensed them coming. The blue ogre shaman was stunned. Anyone could make it through his magic waves. But he wasn't too worried. He had his ultimate defense ready. Odolf slammed his enchanted log into the shimmering blue barrier. Hanul noticed it didn't break instantly and told him to focus on one single spot. Odolf tried to explain how complex the barrier's magic structure was. Hanul didn't care about the theory. He just told him to use sheer brute force. The entire shield started to tremble under the massive pressure. Genkarok watched in disbelief, assuming he was dealing with master mages. He was certain no one could overcome his wave of cataclysm defense. He figured nobody could have top-tier magic and physical strength at the same time. But Odolf just kept hammering away with that massive log. The shaman was starting to lose his cool. Hanul reminded his unit that even bulletproof glass breaks if you keep hitting the same spot. The invincible barrier was finally starting to crack under the strain. Genkarok couldn't comprehend how his magic was being breached. Odolf reared back for one final, devastating blow. The shaman tried to convince himself that no mage could ever pull this off. Then the whole thing shattered into a million pieces. Genkarok couldn't believe it. That sheer physical strength was on par with an actual ogre. He watched as the massive feet sloshed through the receding water. Odolf was completely floored by Hanul's brilliant strategy. The shaman was in total denial, wondering how a simple ogre could have actually destroyed his barrier. He started to suspect he was dealing with an ogre shaman instead of a warrior. Hanul walked right up, asking if he was indeed Genkarok. The boss wasn't done yet, declaring that this was the end of the line for them. He unleashed a massive torrent of water, betting that Hanul had used up all his mana to breach the barrier. He boasted about his own mana still overflowing despite the previous clash. With one final roar, he vowed to kill them both right then and there. Odolf moved to block the blast, but even he felt the unusual power behind it. Hanul told him to use a long-range magic attack to keep the shaman in check. Odolf was a bit confused by the sudden request for magic. But he didn't question his liege and gave his word to get it done. He prepared to strike, and Hanul expected a massive spell to follow. Instead, a streak of light tore through the air at insane speeds, catching everyone by surprise. Genkarok saw it coming and sneered, thinking they were foolishly trying to fight magic with magic. He quickly prepared a defensive spell, confident it would hold. But as the projectile hit, his confidence turned into pure confusion. The attack didn't just hit the barrier, it completely pulverized it. The shaman realized too late that he was about to die. Genkarok's final thought was a desperate wonder at what kind of magic he'd even been hit by. The massive explosion cleared, leaving nothing but dust and debris in its wake. Hanul looked at the log buried in the ground and realized it wasn't magic. Odolf had just straight up chucked it. Far away, the Pumbik Guild's headquarters towered over the city. Inside, someone was desperately trying to get their leader's attention about a new discovery. In a high-rise office, a man with silver-white hair and a scar over his left eye sat looking out the window. This was S-Rank Choi Kangwoo, the Pumbik Guild master, and he was curious about a hunter named Kim Hanul. Back at the lake, Odolf easily retrieved his massive log from the earth. Hanul looked around, wondering if they were finally finished here. Odolf presented a glowing blue soul stone he'd found in the remains. He once again praised Hanul's insight, but the hunter just shrugged it off. It was time to wrap things up and take care of the mana stones. The system started distributing rewards from the monarch's castle for their victory. He scored a special space development ticket and a premium draw ticket. along with a nice pile of gold, though the castle's financial situation meant it would be sent later. On top of that, Jinkaruk was officially added to his castle as a deployable unit. Satisfied with the haul, Hanul decided it was time to head back out. The lake was finally quiet, the water having settled back into place after the battle. Hanul was just glad to see everyone safe, but the unnamed Bulgul mage was stunned to see him. She was barely hanging on, and she asked if he was really the one who stopped the water flow. Hanul kept it cool, confirming he took down the monster and that everyone could finally relax. The unnamed Bulgul mage bowed deeply, thanking Hanul for everything he'd done. Hanul asked how the other hunters were holding up, and she explained they'd brought the wounded together for treatment. Nearby, Cho Kwangsu was slumped on the ground, looking completely drained. He grunted as he pushed himself up, asking Hanul for a quick word. The other hunters watched in surprise as their guild leader approached. He walked right up to Hanul with a determined look on his face. Hanul braced himself, wondering if the guy was looking for another fight. Instead, Cho Kwangsu dropped to the ground in a deep bow, shouting his thanks. Hanul was stunned as the man sincerely apologized for his earlier rudeness. He was truly grateful to Hanul for saving his guild members' lives. Hanul hadn't expected such a humble apology, but he reached out a hand anyway. Cho Kwangsu looked up, clearly moved by the gesture. Hanul told him to get up and focus on taking care of his people. The two hunters shared a firm handshake, the previous animosity finally gone. With tears in his eyes, Cho Kwangsu vowed to find a way to repay the debt. Suddenly, a system message popped up. Hanul had officially overcome the trial of contemplation. He was given the choice to exit the dungeon early or continue to the upper levels. Cho Kwangsu asked Hanul what he planned to do, and Hanul didn't hesitate. He was staying. The guild leader was shocked that Hanul would choose to go on alone. He tried to convince Hanul to regroup with them first, warning him of the dangers ahead. He even offered the guild's full support if Hanul would just go with them. But a massive, shadowed foot suddenly stepped into the frame, startling everyone. Hanul gave a confident smile, saying he already had a reliable companion by his side. Odolf loomed behind him, his eyes glowing with an intense, intimidating light. Cho Kwangsu's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He was looking at a real-life ogre. The hunters decided right then and there that Hanul definitely didn't need their help. The system began processing the dungeon exits for the departing challengers. A blue light enveloped the hunters as they thanked Hanul one last time. They vanished in a flash of mana, leaving Hanul with a final plea to be careful. Finally alone, Hanul took a deep breath and prepared for what was next. Another notification appeared. He'd completed a hidden mission by subduing the trial's source. A special reward was being prepared, and Hanul couldn't wait to see what it was. Meanwhile, at the Poonbeak Guild headquarters, things were heating up. The guild master, Choi Kangwoo, listened as his subordinate pitched a new potential recruit. Yoon Soo-hyuk insisted that Hanul's potential was off the charts. But Kangwoo wasn't interested, reminding him that Poonbeak was the best of the best. He flatly refused to waste time on some rookie B-rank hunter, especially with their current workload. Just then, a loud alert blared from his phone, cutting the conversation short. It was an emergency disaster alert. A red pattern dungeon had just broken out. Kangwoo stared at the screen, his expression immediately turning serious. His eyes narrowed as he read the name, the Garden of Contemplation. Outside, the scene was chaotic as staff worked frantically to confirm the situation with the survivors. Choi Kangwoo and his team from the Poonbeak Guild arrived at the scene, demanding an immediate update on the situation. The official in charge reported that the Garden of Contemplation had shifted to a red pattern only moments ago, a sign of an imminent dungeon break. Yoon Soo-hyuk cut in, his voice filled with concern as he asked about the hunters who were still inside raiding the dungeon. The official confirmed that while 6 people had managed to escape, 1 hunter was still unaccounted for. His sunglasses caught the light as he dropped a bombshell. That final hunter hadn't just stayed behind, they had entered the depths. The news sent a shockwave through the gathered hunters. It was almost unheard of for someone to enter the dungeon's core alone. Just then, the massive S-rank leader of the Aegis Guild, Ma Dongpal, arrived on the scene with a booming laugh. He greeted Choi Kangwoo casually, then quickly turned the conversation back to the mystery hunter in the depths. As they spoke, a swirl of pink energy announced the arrival of another powerful figure. Choi Kangwoo looked over as the energy began to coalesce into a familiar form. S-rank hunter Saneri, leader of the Saneri Guild, stepped forward with a confident smirk. She joined the group, agreeing that this lone hunter was almost certainly the cause of the red pattern shift. Saneri noted that, until this very moment, not a single hunter in history had ever successfully entered the depths of this dungeon. Choi Kangwoo remained silent, his mind racing as he tried to imagine who could possibly possess such power. Suddenly, a shout from one of the officials broke their concentration. They had finally identified the unreturned hunter. The leaders of the nation's top guilds stood together, their eyes fixed on the man with the information. The official took a deep breath, looking down at his report before announcing the name. Ma Dongpal and Saneri waited with bated breath, eager to know the identity of this mysterious powerhouse. Choi Kangwoo's eyes widened in pure disbelief as the official spoke the name, Hunter Kim Han-ul. Ma Dongpal pauses, his expression serious as he prepares to drop a major name. The woman in the purple blazer says it out loud. The hunter they've been looking for is Kim Han-ul. Choi Kangwoo repeats the name, the gears clearly turning in his head. He realizes this is the exact same hunter Soo-hyuk mentioned before. The woman thinks to herself that things are starting to get really interesting. Ma Dongpal figures if Han-ul actually survives the deepest part of the dungeon, they'll have an absolute monster of a rookie on their hands. Back inside, Han-ul takes a breath, ready to move on to the next phase. But first, he needs to sort through all the hidden rewards he just picked up. He taps the screen to start the claim process. The stats start rolling in, giving him a solid 15-point boost across the board. The big prize is a High Priest's dimensional pouch. It's a grade A item that can carry a massive amount of weight in its subspace. The pouch is already packed with lizardmen hearts, leather, and blood. Han-ul smiles, knowing this haul is going to be incredibly useful later on. He also finds a special development ticket for the monarch's castle. He decides to save that for another time. Right now, he's focused on the deepest part of the dungeon. The system announces the gate is open, and Han-ul checks to see if the ogre wizard and Gono are ready to roll. They're all set, but there's one small issue. The gate is nowhere to be found. Just then, a tiny pink pig creature appears, squealing for their attention. This is a pigmallet, and it looks like it's trying to lead them somewhere. Han-ul turns to Gono, guessing they should probably just follow the little guy. The pigmallet doesn't wait around, sprinting straight toward the nearby lake. Suddenly, a whole bunch of them come out of nowhere, launching themselves into the air. One by one, they splash right into the water. Han-ul realizes the gate he's looking for isn't on land, it's under the lake. He gives the signal, and the whole team charges toward the shore. Han-ul takes a massive leap, soaring over the water. The entire crew dives in, plunging deep into the cold water. Han-ul holds his breath and looks around as bubbles swirl past him. Sure enough, there's a glowing blue portal sitting right at the bottom. The pigmalets are gathered around the entrance, waiting for them. Han-ul gives one of the little guides a quick pet before swimming into the light. As he descends, he remembers a specific warning about this place. In a flashback, Soo-hyuk is on the phone, looking concerned about the challenge. He warned that even his own constellation told him to stay far away from this area. If a god is that worried, the danger level must be off the charts. Han-ul takes the warning seriously as he drifts closer to the core. He realizes he might actually have to put his life on the line to make it through this one. The system confirms he's officially entering the deepest part of the trial. Everything fades into a blinding white light as he passes through the gate. Han-ul slowly blinks his eyes open, trying to adjust to his new surroundings. He's immediately greeted by Gono's face peering down at him, checking to see if he's okay. Gono's sudden appearance catches Han-ul off guard, making him jump. He realizes he must have blacked out for a moment while passing through the gate. Hanul takes a look around and begins to piece things together. It hits him. He's finally made it into the deepest part of the dungeon. Instead of a dark abyss, he's greeted by wide plains and a bright blue sky. Not exactly what he expected. System windows pop up, welcoming him to the Garden of Meditation and preparing to explain the mission. The system warns that this garden is currently facing an unprecedented crisis. This place is apparently the last paradise left in a world dying of drought, and invaders are swarming to take it. Hanul's job is to protect the garden by altering its structure. He's supposed to use the garden's abilities to fend off invasions. The setup is starting to sound awfully familiar. He realizes this is the exact same format as MBM, a defense game he's an expert in. Suddenly, the Monarch's castle system steps in to assist. The castle system provides a bird's-eye view of the entire garden area. Hanul notes the layout is surprisingly similar to the setup of the Monarch's castle itself. If this is a defense game, Hanul is in his element. He puts on his glasses and prepares to get serious. The system tells him to place garden structures to get ready for the first wave of monsters. Hanul activates Sage's Eye to check out the forces at his disposal. Giant, carnivorous plants are ready to go. There are special structures like these massive roots that don't even count against his placement limit. One defensive unit is the World Tree's grass wall, which uses mana to stop monsters from advancing. Then there's the Ari Tree of Charm and Tears, which can charm and restrict enemies with its pollen. The carnivorous plant Zera is even deadlier, devouring anything that gets too close. Hanul is feeling confident. With defenses like these, he figures holding back the invaders will be a breeze. He even wonders if he can swipe a few of these plants to take back home with him. But the system shuts that down, explaining that a guardian isn't allowed to damage the garden. Hanul is bummed out. He's just about to start when a warning chime goes off. An A-rank monster has been detected. He looks around, but the coast seems totally clear. He doesn't see an A-rank threat anywhere. Then he spots a tiny, shimmering thing floating right in front of him. He grabs it and realizes it's a small, one-eyed creature. He wouldn't have even seen it if it weren't for his special glasses. It's a beholder sage, a named monster with stats that are impossible for him to analyze. This little guy has a snooping skill, allowing it to spy on anyone without being detected. It also has a baby petrification skill that can lock down a target's movement as long as they aren't too high-ranked. Kim Hanul pokes the small purple creature in his hand, wondering if it's really a beholder. It's way too tiny compared to the ones he knows from the game. Even if it's a runt, it's still a named monster that could be useful. He tells Gono to take it back to the Monarch's castle for safekeeping. Suddenly, a system window pops up with an urgent demand. Some unknown constellation wants the beholder sage released immediately. Hanul freezes, his eyes wide with shock. He wasn't expecting a deity to butt in over a little monster. The gardener of the mother goddess yells through the interface, practically screaming at him to let the creature go. The hunter looks around, confused why a high-level being is interfering in a place like this. He starts putting the pieces together. Something about this situation feels way too familiar. If a constellation is watching over this garden, they must be the one managing the entire dungeon. Another loud alert flashes in his face, making him jump. The gardener is clearly losing their patience. Seeing the deity get this anxious makes him smile. He realizes he's holding a very valuable hostage. Hanul decides to play hardball. He asks the glowing boxes if this little guy is really that precious to them. The system confirms his suspicion instantly, begging him to return the beholder sage. The purple orb is sweating in his palm as he considers his next move. The leverage is perfect. He tells the constellation to watch their tone. They're the one asking for a favor after all, and he's still the one in control. To drive the point home, he calls over Gono and threatens to have the monster dealt with right here. The threat works. The gardener immediately proposes a special mission to settle things. The objective is simple: keep the beholder sage safe until all the monster waves are cleared. The reward catches him off guard. If he succeeds, he gets permanent ownership of the creature. He can't help but smirk at his luck. He was just trying to annoy them, but now he's looking at a major payday. Hanul accepts the deal, promising to take good care of the little guy until the mission is complete. A visible sigh of relief pops up in the UI. The gardener is ready to get the trials started. Before they begin, Hanul has one question. He wants to know why a god even needs a proxy for a garden like this. Shouldn't someone with their divine power be able to handle a few monsters without any trouble? The system explains that while the beholder used to handle things, they've hit their limit and need outside help. He wonders just how strong these invaders are if a constellation is struggling to keep them out. The truth is much simpler. The gardener admits they just stopped caring because defense games are boring. Hanul's jaw drops. He can't believe a god would say something so blasphemous about his favorite genre. To him, calling a defense game boring is the ultimate insult to his years of hardcore gaming. The deity doubles down, insisting that it's just a scientific fact that these trials are a chore. He laughs at their lack of vision. He tells the screen that they clearly haven't discovered the true charm of strategy yet. Since he's a self-proclaimed expert, he offers a trade. He'll teach them the tricks of the trade for a few extra rewards on the side. The gardener is skeptical, scratching their virtual belly like they couldn't care less about his lessons. Hanul grips the beholder sage tightly, ready to back up his big talk with some real results. He shouts for Gono to get moving. It's time for a live demonstration of how to play this game properly. Gono lunges forward, his body glowing with a blue aura as he starts the defensive formation. The constellation agrees to the arrangement, giving a vigorous nod through the holographic window. The plant defenses activate, with flytrap-like Zeras snapping shut on the first wave of incoming monsters. Hanul looks back with a smug grin, asking the deity if they managed to catch that perfectly timed hit. The strategy works flawlessly. Mobs are getting shredded before they can even get close to the center. With the first part handled, he checks the stats for Wave 10. Gono and the Ogre Wizard stand ready for the next round. The next list includes Cerberus and Golems. He tauntingly asks the gardener how they would have screwed this one up. The deity just goes back to scratching their belly, clearly leaving all the hard thinking to the human. Kim Hanul stares down the holographic interface, asking the constellation if they actually plan on taking this challenge seriously. He pushes his luck, mockingly suggesting that maybe they don't actually find defense games annoying. They might just be terrible at playing them. The system window flares red with indignation. The gardener of the mother goddess angrily insists they are perfectly capable of handling a simple layout. A complex blue blueprint of the garden floor materializes in the air. Hanul is pleased to see his divine student is finally showing some competitive spirit. He takes a closer look at the plan, thinking it's time to dial up the pressure and see if they can handle a bit more constructive criticism. He scoffs at the strategy, asking if they really think just dumping 20 Zeras right at the entrance is going to stop a real wave. Pointing a finger at the screen, he declares the entire tactic absolutely hopeless. It's the kind of mistake a complete amateur would make. The gardener isn't backing down, though, stubbornly insisting that their plan is more than enough to handle the incoming mobs. Hanul shakes his head. He admits the attack power is fine, but points out that the Zeras move way too slow to catch anything with actual speed. He explains that if they want to win, they absolutely have to plant an Ari tree of charm alongside the attackers to balance things out. The charm from the tree flowers will daze and immobilize the enemies, which makes up for Zera's sluggish attack speed. But he reminds them that elite monsters like the Golden Bee Queen or Iron Golems are completely immune to magic and charm effects. He puts the ball back in the deity's court, asking how they would plan to tie down those specific threats so their plants could actually land a hit. The constellation is clearly puzzled, so Hanul strikes a pose. He's already got the perfect solution in mind. He presents a small, translucent pearl of liquid. This simple little item is about to revolutionize their entire defense strategy. He explains that pea-weeds fire bullets with a unique sticky adhesiveness that they're going to use to their advantage. The gardener is skeptical, arguing that the stickiness from a couple of seeds isn't exactly a game-changing power. Hanul smirks. One or two might not matter, but he asks what happens when hundreds of them are sticking to an enemy at the same time. He points to the battlefield where a wave of monsters is suddenly bogged down by a massive amount of white, sticky goop. The projectiles are pelting the enemies relentlessly, trapping them in place so the heavy hitters can do their job. He looks back with a told-you-so expression, proving that even something small can be effective if you know how to use it right. That's where the real thrill of these games comes from. He asks if they should finally move on to the next wave. The gardener is officially intrigued now, watching the strategic display with a whole new level of focus. Wave 25 is about to start, featuring a giant draken and a literal pack of ghouls and wolves. Hanul turns to his divine student and asks how they would handle this specific lineup based on what they've learned so far. After a moment of careful consideration, the gardener submits a brand new layout for the defense. He analyzes the plan, realizing they want to herd all the monsters into the center and finish them off all at once. The system flashes a quick nod, confirming that's exactly the strategy they have in mind. Hanul approves of the move and agrees to set up one side of the passage exactly like they suggested. The trap is sprung, and as the monsters are wiped out, the gardener even gives him a literal thumbs up through the interface. A series of congratulatory messages flood the screen as they clear the 25th wave without breaking a sweat. The success screen glows brightly, signaling another perfect defense against the encroaching monsters. Dozens of rounds later, they've already cleared Wave 57, and the gardener is now painstakingly drawing up their own complex layouts. He's impressed by the progress and tells the deity that they should definitely keep trying things out this way. Suddenly, a tremendous change occurs in the gardener's mindset, which triggers a special system notification. The mission parameters start flashing as the system begins readjusting the entire trial for them. The constellation has become so invested that they now willingly volunteer to be the primary guardian for the rest of the trial. The mission objective officially shifts from a simple defense to a full-blown coaching session for the deity. Hanul flashes a confident grin. He's more than happy to pass on all his elite defense game knowledge to a divine student. He spends the next half-day diligently carrying out the coaching mission, guiding the gardener through wave after wave. The successes pile up as they breeze through the later rounds, showing off the true power of high-level strategy. After taking down a massive chicken monster, Hanul jokes that something that big would have been better off roasted whole. Kim Hanul continues his critique, pointing out that the gardener isn't using the Ari tree's charm effectively against the latest wave of monsters. Still, they've made it all the way to Wave 80. He admits the current defensive setup is actually pretty impressive for a beginner. A blue system window pops up with a final cheer. They've successfully cleared the 99th wave, leaving only one more to go. Hanul leans back, complimenting the constellation for how much they've improved under his expert coaching. A golden system message appears, nodding that the gardener of the mother goddess is practically beaming with satisfaction at their progress. The unnamed ogre wizard looks over the blooming battlefield, remarking to Hanul that even he and Gono can see the immense growth in the garden's power. Just as they're celebrating, a new alert flashes. The final 100th wave is arriving, and the atmosphere shifts instantly. A violent surge of purple energy erupts in the center of the garden, heralding the arrival of the final boss. Hanul's casual attitude vanishes. He and the beholder sage stare in disbelief as the scale of the threat becomes apparent. Even Gono, usually stoic, has his eyes wide with shock as the pressure from the incoming monster washes over them. A massive purple foot descends from the clouds, casting a shadow over the entire defensive line. The behemoth makes landfall, its sheer weight effortlessly crushing the specialized plants the gardener had worked so hard to set up. The official wave information appears in red. They are facing a single legendary behemoth. The creature lets out a deafening, predatory roar. Panicking, the gardener of the mother goddess frantically starts opening menus to try and rearrange the garden's layout for a last-ditch defense. Hanul reaches out, telling the constellation to stop. The system notes that the gardener pauses, looking at him for guidance. He turns his back to the interface, acknowledging that this particular monster is far too strong for the garden's automated defenses to handle alone. He announces their new plan. They're going to take the beast down directly. It's time for the monsters to fight the monster. Without a second of hesitation, Hanul, Gono, and the ogre wizard launch themselves off the platform and dive straight toward the creature. They plummet through the air, weapons at the ready, as the behemoth bellows up at its approaching challengers. A final message hangs in the air for the deity. This is your final lesson, so please watch closely. The vines tighten their grip, digging into the monster's flesh. Thick roots wrap around its legs, pinning it to the ground. Hanul watches as the massive beast struggles against its restraints. It's completely stuck. This is the perfect window to end this. Hanul orders a total charge to finish it off in one go. The behemoth's eye glows a violent red. It's not done yet. The creature lets out a deafening roar as small red specks begin erupting from its thick fur. Hanul flinches back as the swarm starts filling the air. This wasn't in the plan. A system window identifies them as blood fleas, high-agility parasites that specialize in draining blood. They're bursting out of the monster by the hundreds. Hanul realizes he's a sitting duck in this position. He braces for the impact as the first wave of fleas dives straight for him. Odolph and Gono jump into the fray, knocking the parasites away before they can connect. They land firmly in front of their master, providing a wall of defense. Odolph asks if he's all right. Hanul takes a second to catch his breath. He stands up, brushing himself off. Individually, the fleas aren't that strong. But the air is thick with red light as the swarm continues to expand. The sheer number of them is overwhelming. A cold sweat breaks across his face. He realizes his initial assessment was wrong. These things are extremely dangerous in a group. The sky turns red as the swarm descends on them once again. They come in like a tidal wave of blood-red shells. Odolph shouts a warning. He's swinging his weapon with everything he has to keep them back. Parasites are crushed and sent flying as the orc carves a path through the swarm. Gono moves with blinding speed, striking down multiple fleas in a single blur. He grips his weapon tight, but the pressure is building. Even with his summons working overtime, they're being pushed back by the sheer volume of monsters. Hanul bites his lip. If he doesn't change tactics now, they're all going to be drained dry. Odolph and Gono are doing their best, but there are just too many enemies for 3 people to handle. He searches his options. Suddenly, a notification pops up. The settlement money for the Lizardman High Priest is ready. A massive gold deposit hits his account. He has the funds to make a move. Stacks of gold coins materialize in his mind. He's got the capital for a new summon. The payment is processed immediately. He can't ask for better timing. Hanul taps the interface with a smirk. It's time to bring out the big guns. He activates the Deal with the Monarch skill to finalize the contract. A brilliant blue sphere of light forms in the middle of the battlefield. A figure begins to take shape within the magical energy. The system confirms the summoning of the Lizardman High Priest, Zen-Karuk. Zen-Karuk looks around, completely bewildered by his sudden change in scenery. Hanul doesn't give him time to adjust. He shouts at the priest to get moving. He orders the priest to use that water spray technique he used before. Zen-Karuk flinches, realizing his master isn't asking twice. The priest raises his staff, and a powerful blue aura begins to swell. He activates Tears of the Ancient God, calling forth a massive surge of water magic. Waves of blue energy explode outward, ready to wash away the swarm. The water magic hits the fleas dead-on, shattering their shells. A massive torrent of water swirls across the area, crushing the remaining parasites. The vortex is doing its job perfectly, clearing the air of the blood-sucking swarm. Hanul smiles to himself. This move isn't quite as powerful as the version he saw at the lake, but for these pests, it's more than enough. The fleas are being swept away like dust in a windstorm. Hanul orders Zen-Karuk to finish them off. The priest channels even more energy into his staff. A final, massive wave of water crashes over the battlefield. The swarm is officially decimated. Hanul stands with his units, surveying the damp, cleared ground. Hanul gives Zenkarak a thumbs up. The priest looks a little embarrassed by the praise. Now it's time to focus on the main event. Hanul turns his gaze back to the behemoth. The monster lets out a furious, defiant roar. Hanul calls out to Odolf, getting the orc's attention. He gives a wild order, throw Gono directly at the behemoth's head. Odolf is visibly shocked. Gono isn't exactly thrilled about being used as a literal projectile. Hanul yells that there's no time for an explanation. They just need to do it now. Odolf grabs his goblin friend, apologizing as he prepares to launch him. With a massive heave, Odolf sends Gono flying toward the target. The scout streaks through the air, heading straight for the monster's face. Hanul shouts for Gono to accelerate. He activates Raven's wings, causing Gono to glow blue as his speed surges. The behemoth roars at the incoming threat. Hanul knows that raw speed won't be enough to pierce its thick skull. Gono is moving so fast, he's basically become a blue comet. Hanul commands Zenkarak to surround the flying scout with water. The priest activates a specialized water barrier. The Tears of the Ancient God barrier is designed to protect and add mass to the target. A sphere of water forms around Gono, effectively turning him into a high-pressure drill. Gono grits his teeth, focusing all his energy on the strike. The behemoth screams, realizing too late that this projectile is far more dangerous than it looks. The moment of impact arrives. The water-wrapped projectile slams directly into the beast's forehead with crushing force. Gono pierces straight through the monster's skull, followed by a massive explosion of magical water. Kim Hanul stands with his team, including a tall, teal-skinned priest summon in red and white robes, as the system announces they've cleared the trial. Gono lands after delivering the final blow, and the Garden of Deep Water is officially cleared. Hanul gives the scout a job well done. Suddenly, a massive golden sword descends from the sky, catching everyone off guard. The system reveals it's a question mark rank item, the final prize for clearing the dungeon. Hanul grabs the glowing hilt, feeling the incredible weight of the massive blade. It's the Emperor's vestige, a sword that's said to contain all things. He checks the skill window and finds a unique ability called Vestige Copy is ready for use. He wonders what exactly containing all things means in a real fight. He discovers he can slot a monster's summoning orb into the hilt to copy its highest stat and a specific skill. The only drawback is he can't summon that monster while its power is being copied by the sword. It finally makes sense why the rank was a mystery. The blade's strength depends entirely on what's inside it. The gardener isn't done yet and asks him if he'd like an additional reward. Recalling their previous deal, Hanul flashed a charming smirk, thinking to himself that he could squeeze a little extra out of this transaction. He realizes a reward from a constellation is a massive opportunity he can't afford to waste. He knows exactly what he's going to ask for. He addresses the ancient entity through his floating beholder sage pet. He asks the constellation to share its authority with him. He speaks with confidence, aiming for the highest tier of power available. A massive blue holographic display of a bearded, crowned figure appears before him. Authorities are special powers granted through contracts that give hunters an overwhelming edge. Gaining this power means a massive spike in combat stats and skills. For Hanul, this would be a huge help in his journey. But the system delivers some bad news. The gardener cannot grant that request. He's caught off guard and wonders if the entity is just refusing him personally. The system clarifies that it's not about will, but that he's currently unable to form a contract. He's completely confused by what that could even mean. Then the system drops a bombshell. He's already scheduled to contract with another constellation. Hanul is frozen in shock as the gardener just chuckles at the situation. He's offered two new options, a standard reward or a sponsorship contract. He's never heard of a sponsorship deal like this before. It turns out to be a downgraded version of an authority that gives him power without a full binding contract. He asks if he can use it without any extra conditions, and the entity gives him a nod. He figures it's still a great deal. Any piece of a constellation's power is a win. Standard rewards can't compare to the raw juice of a divine being. He looks at the ancient imagery nearby and starts piecing together the identity of the Earth Goddess's gardener. History says there was only one gardener who was the favorite of the goddess Ishtar. The first emperor of humanity himself, Sargon. Hanul is positive he's identified the legend standing right in front of him. If it really is him, his standing among the constellations must be incredibly high. The gardener waits patiently for him to make his final choice. Hanul locks in his decision with a determined look in his eyes. Hanul accepts the deal, choosing the sponsorship contract over a full binding agreement. The gardener is pleased with the decision, and golden energy surges from the holographic figure of Sargon. The system confirms the contract is formed, surrounding Hanul in a vortex of blue light. New abilities begin to manifest as he absorbs the power of the authority. He instantly gains a permanent resistance to poison, drastically reducing his chances of being affected in the future. Next is a resistance to fear, ensuring he keeps his cool even in the face of absolute terror. To top it off, all of his stats get a flat 10-point boost across the board. Hanul smirks, realizing that even a downgraded state is a massive jackpot for his power level. The contract is successfully finalized, and the blinding light begins to fade from the chamber. As part of the agreement, the Beholder Sage is officially transferred to his ownership. Hanul catches the purple summoning orb, securing the little eyeball monster for good. He thanks the constellation for keeping their end of the promise. The system notifies him that the Beholder Sage now has a direct link to information about the monarch's castle. The young hunter puts the orb away, promising Sargon he'll put the little guy to good use. With the trial finished, the Garden of Meditation begins to dissolve into particles of light. He's now checked off 4 of the 5 conditions needed to unlock the conversation with the monarch's skill. He reviews his progress, defending the wave, playing for 50 hours, and getting acknowledgement from a constellation are all done. The information on the final requirement is finally revealed to him. He needs to craft an item of S-Rank or higher using monster byproducts. The energy of the dungeon clears completely, shifting the scene to the outside world. Outside the gate, a red alarm pulses as hunters watch the portal with growing dread. Kim Yong-soo, a muscular man in a suit and sunglasses, shouts for all units to prepare for a dungeon break. A man with a blue buzz cut directs the group, readying the vanguard for the incoming monsters. Watching from the sidelines, an elderly guild master with a scarred face tells his top hunters to get ready. He keeps a sharp eye on the portal, expecting a catastrophe at any moment. But instead of a monster, a lone human walks calmly out of the red light. The crowd is stunned into silence as they realize it's a survivor. The news spreads instantly that Kim Hanul has made it back alive. A muscular hunter watches in disbelief as the dungeon entrance finally begins to vanish. Nobody can believe he actually cleared a legendary trial all on his own. Hanul looks around, expecting the association to be there, but the crowd is much larger than he anticipated. He spots an elegant woman in a purple suit and realizes something is very wrong. Alongside her is a powerful, muscular man with a buzz cut. The scarred elderly master is also there, making it all 3 of the world's top guild leaders. The muscular official in sunglasses sprints toward him, looking both relieved and surprised. He introduces himself as Kim Yong-soo from the association, formally thanking the hunter for his success. Hanul acknowledges the greeting but gets straight to the point. He wants to know why the big shots are here. Yong-soo explains that the gate shifted to a red pattern, which triggered an emergency backup request to every major guild. The young hunter realizes the world thought a dungeon break was imminent. That explains the massive mobilization, but something still feels off. Even Yong-soo admits they never expected the actual guild masters to show up in person. Hanul doesn't buy it. If it was just a standard break, their subordinates would have been more than enough. The nearby hunters are losing it over the mention of a bloodstone. The veteran guild master confirms that owning one of those is a massive deal. Sanary knows the real value. Hanul took down a boss in the deep zone to get it. Ma Dongpao, the Aegis scout, is already looking like he's won the lottery. The whispers start spreading through the plaza about Hanul's true rank. Ma Dongpal steps up to Hanul, flashing a confident smile as he introduces himself. He doesn't waste time and offers Hanul a spot in the Aegis Guild right then and there. But Hanul just gives him a polite smile and says he's not interested in joining anyone yet. The scout is completely floored by the instant rejection. He can't believe an E-rank just turned down a major guild offer in front of everyone. That's when Yoon Soo-hyuk, the master of Pungbik, steps into the conversation. He actually bows and thanks Hanul for some crucial info, leaving the Aegis scout even more confused. Ma Dongpal is fuming that Hanul shared info with a rival but wouldn't even talk to him. The older guild master just shrugs it off, saying that's just how the business works. It finally clicks for Ma Dongpal. He was way too late to the party. The veteran notes that spotting talent early is the whole point of being a guild leader. The Aegis scout starts shouting about how they're the best guild around, trying to save face. Hanul just walks away from the drama, thinking this chaos is actually working in his favor. Suddenly, Sanary pulls him aside with a knowing look. She slides him a business card and tells him to give her a call. She's confident she has exactly what he's looking for. She leaves him with a mysterious smile, disappearing into the crowd. Hanul stares at the card, weighing his options. By the next day, he's following a map to a very specific location. He ends up at Café Artorium, a high-end spot where only the top hunters hang out. He remembers Sanary mentioning she knows a craftsman who can handle his bloodstone. She told him on the phone to meet her here at noon on Wednesday. Looking at the luxury around him, Hanul realizes just how exclusive this place really is. He spots a famous hunter with a silver crop and a scar sitting nearby. The place is packed with big names who all look like they mean business. He sits down with his coffee, feeling like things are finally starting to move his way. He takes a relaxed sip, enjoying the calm before the meeting. But the peace doesn't last long before someone shadows his table. A guy in a leather jacket stands over him, clearly looking for trouble. This is Hong Han-sol, and he introduces himself as part of the Bone Breaker Guild. The name immediately rings a bell for Hanul. They're basically the fixers of the hunter world, known for doing the dirty work. These guys are infamous for being cruel and reckless, and everyone knows to stay away from them. Hanul decides his best bet is just to ignore the guy and finish his drink. But Han-sol leans in closer, asking if the rumors about him are true. Hanul plays it cool and asks what kind of rumors he's talking about. Han-sol grins, saying everyone's heard he's a secret Pungbik member just pretending to be a rookie. Kim Hanul stays quiet while someone asks him how much he was paid for his marketing strategy with Pungbik. Hong Han-sol watches the coffee tremble in the cup, clearly enjoying the tension he's creating. He thinks to himself that if he just pushes a little more, he'll get exactly the reaction he wants. Hanul just gives a calm response, which only leaves the guy looking even more confused. Han-sol pushes further, asking if Hanul is finally admitting the rumors are true. He lets out a mocking laugh, thinking he's finally won the argument. He warns Hanul that this kind of attitude is only going to fuel the rumors even more. Hanul just states that rumors are just rumors, and that he really couldn't care less. Han-sol gets aggressive, calling him a clueless novice who doesn't understand how the world works. The sound of sharp heels clicking on the floor suddenly cuts through the heavy atmosphere. Sanary appears right behind them, casually asking if she's arrived at a bad time. Han-sol nearly jumps out of his skin when he realizes who's standing right behind him. He's completely stunned to find himself face to face with the master of the Sanary Guild. He tries to act familiar and asks if they've met before, but she just shuts him down instantly. She tells him she has a hard time remembering people who aren't important, leaving him fuming. He tries to use his guild's name for clout, but she just brushes past him like he's not even there. She takes a seat and apologizes to Hanul for the kind of riffraff that always seems to show up. Han-sol stands there frozen, unable to believe he was just called trash to his face. Sanary tells Hanul that guys like him aren't even worth paying attention to anyway. The guy is seething in the background, but the sheer presence of a top-tier hunter keeps him stuck in place. She gives him a cold look and asks if he still has business at their table. He immediately buckles under her pressure and stammers out a pathetic no. He turns and bolts out of the cafe, teeth clenched in pure humiliation. Hanul watches him leave, realizing how quickly the tough guy folded in front of real power. With the nuisance gone, Sanary gets right back to the proposal she made him earlier. Hanul asks the big question, why is she offering such a huge favor with no strings attached? She explains that she's placing a counterweight on the scale of his heart for the future. It's an investment, a way to make sure his heart eventually leans toward her guild. She wants to make sure her guild's influence is much heavier than Pungbik's when he makes his choice. The Sanary Guild is widely considered one of the top 3 powerhouses in all of Korea. Their reputation is built on 2 things: Sanary's leadership and the incredible items they possess. Every piece of equipment their hunters use is considered top of the line and incredibly rare. And the secret behind those items is a master blacksmith with legendary skills. This master craftsman works only for them, keeping their guild at the top of the gear game. Hanul had always pictured someone that talented living in a hidden cave in the mountains. He's shocked to learn that the guild's secret weapon is actually right in the middle of Seoul. They head to Mullidong, an industrial district known for its metal shops and ironworks. Hanul is surprised that such a famous guild master would walk around a public area so casually. She reveals she's actually using an illusion and looks like a completely different person to everyone else. Hanul realizes that with her level of magic, there's no way she could ever be followed. He feels confident the craftsman's location is safe, unless someone was tracking him instead. And that's exactly what's happening. Hansol is lurking in the shadows, grinning as he tails them. Hong Hansol's face twists into a malicious grin as he thinks about how Hanul dared to ignore him earlier. He stalks through the streets of Mullidong, keeping Hanul in his sights as he prepares his next move. With his eyes glowing with spite, he vows to make Hanul regret every second of disrespect he's shown him. The sun beats down on Sanchin Ironworks, a rundown building tucked away in the industrial district. The metal shutters are down, but a hand reaches up to signal their arrival. Sanary waves as she walks up with Kim Hanul, announcing that they've finally made it. Inside, the master blacksmith Sanchin is already losing his patience, complaining about how long they took to show up. She laughs off his grumpiness, explaining she had to bring a guest along. The big guy isn't impressed. Sanchin scoffs, saying he was just about to close up shop and head home. Hanul breaks a sweat just watching them. He's surprised anyone would talk to a major guild master with that much attitude. Sanary gets straight to the point, asking Hanul to show off the item she mentioned. Hanul reaches into his pocket and pulls out a glowing red stone. Sanchin tells him to hand it over so he can get a better look. While the blacksmith takes the stone, Hanul introduces himself. Sanchin tells the kid to just call him by the name of the ironworks. Hanul puts on a polite smile, saying he looks forward to working with him. The blacksmith starts his inspection, and as the light hits the gem, his eyes go wide. He's absolutely stunned. It's a highest-grade bloodstone, and it's radiating an incredible amount of power. Sanary notes there isn't a single scratch on it, confirming it's a top-tier specimen. Sanchin admits he's never seen anything this perfect in his entire life. Hanul tries to play it cool, but internally he's thanking his summon, Odolf, for being the strongest ogre mage to ever do it. The blacksmith agrees to take the job, but he pulls out a special contract for Hanul to sign first. Hanul is a bit caught off guard by the sudden paperwork. Sanchin explains it's a mana seal contract, a standard procedure for high-level commissions. It's a magical agreement that binds the contractors with mana, ensuring neither party backs out. The contract imposes a heavy penalty if the conditions aren't met, and the severity depends on the grade of the deal. Hanul takes the scroll and starts scanning the fine print, realizing this is a very serious document. He stops dead when he sees a specific clause and points it out to the blacksmith. The contract literally says the craftsman will burn to death if he fails to process the stone or tries to steal it. Sanchin tells him not to worry. Hanul laughs awkwardly, saying it's pretty terrifying. He adds that he'd trust him regardless since Sanary introduced them. But Sanchin is dead serious. He says the contract is a symbol of his resolve. A material of this caliber is something a true craftsman must be willing to risk their life for. Later that day, Sanary pulls up in her red sports car outside the industrial district. She offers Hanul a ride, but he politely declines, saying he still has some things to take care of nearby. She doesn't push it, acknowledging that a rising rookie must be a very busy man. Just as she's about to leave, Hanul stops her for one last question. He asks her what the people in this neighborhood actually mean to her. He's thinking back to when they were walking through the streets earlier today. Everyone they passed seemed to know her, smiling and exchanging friendly greetings. To him, it looked like she was part of one big, caring family. If they're precious to her, then. Sanary goes quiet for a moment, her expression becoming unreadable behind a mysterious aura. She asks what he's really trying to get at. Hanul realizes he's going to have to be honest with her. Back in the ironworks, Sanchin is already deep into his work, using a loupe to study every facet of the bloodstone. He's still in awe, mumbling about how flawless the stone is and how much focus it's going to take to work on it. Suddenly, a thunderous banging echoes through the shop, making the blacksmith jump. He quickly covers the gem with a cloth, hiding the evidence of his commission. The door rattles as a group of thugs led by Hong Han-sol barges in, demanding to know what's going on. Hong Han-sol steps into the workshop with a smug grin, greeting the blacksmith like they're old pals. He starts spinning a story, claiming his group are the seniors from the guild Kim Hanul just joined, and that the kid left some gear behind. He says there's been a bit of a mix-up, and that they're here to take the bloodstone back for him. Sanchin just glares, thinking this punk is spewing lies that wouldn't even trick a little kid. Han-sol rests his hand on the counter, acting like he's doing everyone a favor by clearing things up. He and his thugs crowd the space, telling the old man to just hand over the stone already. Sanchin doesn't budge, claiming he's never heard of a bloodstone and that this is just a normal ironworks. Han-sol's smile turns dangerous. He's not buying the innocent act for a second. He leans in, asking how a simple blacksmith could possibly know how much a bloodstone is worth if he's never seen one. Sanchin realizes this guy knows more than he's letting on, and things are about to get ugly. Han-sol tells him to quit lying, mentioning they saw Hanul come here with some woman earlier. Sanchin realizes these thugs were tailing Hanul, but at least they didn't recognize who the woman was. He sticks to his guns, telling them he won't give up the item unless the actual client shows his face. Han-sol is losing his patience, asking the blacksmith if he thinks they're some kind of joke. He points a finger at the old man, signaling his boys to move in. He tells them to show Sanchin what happens when you mess with them, just as long as they don't kill him. But then Han-sol stops. He senses something strange in the air. A heavy, suffocating aura suddenly fills the entire workshop. Han-sol looks back at his men, confused as to why they've stopped in their tracks. The thug in the hoodie is completely frozen, sweat pouring down his face as he tries to squeeze out a word. The muscular one is just as paralyzed, his face contorted in sheer terror. Han-sol snaps, demanding to know what the hell they're doing just standing there. His man manages to stammer out that he can't move a single muscle. Han-sol is baffled, unable to understand what kind of nonsense he's hearing. He screams at his subordinate again, calling him a stupid bastard for freezing up. But as he tries to move himself, he realizes that his own body has locked up too. He's sweating bullets now, wondering what kind of monster could make his A-rank body turn stiff as a board. From the shadows, Hanul's voice rings out. He sounds disappointed that his baby petrification skill doesn't work on A-ranks. A small, purple eyeball orb floats into view, pulsing with an eerie, magical energy. Han-sol stares at the creature in absolute shock, finally realizing who he's been messing with. Hanul steps into the light, crackling with purple lightning as he praises Beholder Sage for a job well done. Hanul is walking through a dark, empty industrial area, but he's not alone. Hong Han-sol steps out of the shadows, looking like he just found a stray cat he can kick around. Hanul doesn't even flinch, telling the guy he already knew they were being followed. Turns out, he got a heads-up from his invisible scout earlier while walking with Sa-Nare. The Beholder Sage gives him the full breakdown, identifying the stalker as Han Sol from the Bone Breaker Guild. Hanul's a bit confused why Sa-Nare didn't mention it, wondering if she even noticed. He decides to test out his peeping skill to see through the guy's trickery. The skill cuts right through Han Sol's high-rank stealth, making his hidden position plain as day. Hanul plays it cool, thanking Sage for the warning while he plans his next move. He tells the spirit to stay on high alert and report any sudden movements. He figures Han Sol is after the rare Bloodstone, which is a pretty desperate move even for a thug. Standing his ground, he offers Han Sol a single chance to walk away. Han Sol and his lackeys just stare at him like he's lost his mind. The guy just scoffs, telling Hanul to quit the act. To an A-rank hunter, an E-rank guy talking big is just a joke. Even Han Sol's constellation, the thief who steals intel barefoot, seems to think this is going to be easy. Han Sol is still a bit rattled that he got caught, wondering how an E-rank could possibly see through his divine stealth. He stops thinking and decides he'll just beat the answer out of Hanul and take the loot. Hanul just gives him the come-at-me gesture, ready to wrap this up. That little smirk is all it takes to send Han Sol into a total rage. Han Sol pulls his blades, determined to make the kid regret ever opening his mouth. But Hanul is already activating something of his own. A massive burst of blue mana explodes in the middle of the alley. Han Sol gets caught in the blast, coughing through what he thinks is just a smokescreen. He tries to squint through the haze, but something big is looming right behind him. When the smoke clears, he finds himself staring up at a massive, blue-glowing figure. It's Gono, the goblin warrior, looking way more intimidating than any normal monster. Han Sol starts laughing his head off, thinking Hanul really tried to save himself with a low-level goblin. He calls it a trash monster, completely convinced he's already won. Hanul just stands there calmly, letting the guy have his final laugh. Then he pulls out a glowing golden blade that lights up the whole alley. Han Sol's eyes practically turn into dollar signs when he sees the loot. He thinks it's all a bluff, just shiny toys in the hands of a weakling. He dashes forward, moving in for the kill. He's already dreaming about all the money he's going to make once he kills the kid. His face is twisted with pure greed as he lunges. In his mind, he's already counting the gold from that top-grade bloodstone. And that mysterious treasure sword is just the cherry on top. He shouts out a thanks for the meal as he closes the distance. But then he sees something that makes his heart stop. A massive red warning screen pops up from his own constellation, screaming at him to run for his life. It's too late. Gono's massive club is already coming down with the force of a falling building. Gono's eye glows with a cold, blue light as he zeroes in on his target. He swings his club with enough force to shatter the air, catching Han Sol in a brutal shockwave. The impact sends a beam of energy tearing through the alley, along with Han Sol's screams. Hanul looks on calmly as the dust settles, giving his summon a quick nod of approval. Han Sol stumbles back through the haze, clutching his gut and wondering how things went south so fast. He glares back at them, unable to process how a lowly goblin is making him look like an amateur. He loses his cool and lunges again, shouting about how a trash monster shouldn't be this strong. Gono doesn't even move an inch, ready to show the guy exactly how a trash monster fights. Han Sol's eyes widen in pure shock as he realizes he can't even see the next strike coming. A heavy blow connects, sending him crashing into the concrete with a deafening thud. He's left coughing up blood, barely able to keep his eyes open after that hit. He stares at the ground in disbelief, realizing the speed gap between them is insane. To make matters worse, his own constellation pops up a message just to say, "I told you so." Gono doesn't give him a second to breathe, closing the distance for another round. Han Sol is completely broken, gasping for air while his world continues to spin. His constellation just shakes its head in a system window, clearly done with his incompetence. Gono leaps into the air, his silhouette blocking out the light as he prepares to finish it. Hansol finally finds his voice, screaming for a timeout that definitely isn't coming. The club slams right into his chest, cutting off his scream with a sickening crunch. He's hammered into the ground like a nail, blood spraying across the shattered pavement. Gono keeps the pressure on, delivering a series of bone-crushing blows that shake the entire alley. The rest of the thugs can only watch in absolute terror, too scared to even twitch. One of the guys looks like he's about to pass out just from watching the one-sided massacre. Hanol finally speaks up, telling Gono that he's seen enough. The bloody club stops just inches from Hansol's face, dripping with fresh evidence of the beating. A dark pool of blood spreads across the ground, marking the end of the A-rank hunter's pride. Hanol steps forward, nodding that any more would probably result in a corpse he'd have to clean up. Hansol looks up with one good eye, only to see a notification that his constellation has officially abandoned him. Hanol tells Gono he did a good job and dismisses him back to where he came from. The teal warrior starts to fade away into blue light, his job more than finished. Now completely powerless, Hansol starts groveling, begging for any shred of mercy. He's on his hands and knees, offering a pathetic apology just to keep his head on his shoulders. Hanol looks down at the mess, admitting that he isn't really in the mood for a killing today. Hansol tries to force a bloody smile, thinking he's actually found a way to survive. He's already plotting his revenge, figuring he just needs to get out of this alley alive. But his relief is short-lived as a terrifying pink mana starts swirling around the area. Hanol casually mentions that while he's fine with it, the person behind him might have a different opinion. A sharp high-heeled shoe clicks against the pavement, signaling a new arrival. Hansol looks up and his blood turns to ice when he sees Sa-Nare standing there. She stands behind Hanol with a massive, menacing aura flare that promises a whole new level of pain. Back at Sanjin Ironworks, things have finally settled down. Hanol thinks to himself that he let his guard down. Sanare is sighing, thinking about how lucky they were. One wrong move and Hanulcould been in real danger. Inside the workshop, Kim Hanol apologizes to Sanchin and Sanary. The blacksmith tells him not to worry since things ended okay. Still, Hanol feels bad for dragging them into his mess in the first place. The three attackers are tied up on the floor, looking like they've seen better days. Sanary tells him those guys are the only ones at fault here. She gives him a gentle look and tells him there's absolutely no need for an apology. Hanol takes the win and moves on, asking what she plans to do with the goons. Sanchin suggests calling the Hunter Association, but Sanary isn't having it. She's beyond furious, declaring that she's going to handle these guys herself. Sanchon realizes she's talking about execution and tries to stop her. She's dead set on making sure scum like them don't live. Hanol steps in, asking her to stop because he doesn't want to see her hurt anyone. She's shocked that he's being so merciful after they almost killed him, but Hanul points out that they're all safe in the end. He tells her straight up he doesn't want to see her take a life because of him. It's a direct plea to her better nature. Sanare lets out a heavy sigh and relents, calling him way too nice for his own good. She agrees to let them live, but she summons her purple flames to make sure they're too traumatized to ever come back. She's still heated, though, snapping at Sanchin that she won't compromise any further. The two start bickering like an old married couple, and Hanul just watches from the side. Honestly, he can't even tell if these two actually get along or not. It's definitely a new side of Sanary that he hasn't seen before. Sanchin finally turns back to Hanul to thank him for the help today. He lets him know that the bloodstone processing will be finished by tomorrow evening. Hanul suggests the big guy take some time to rest after all the stress. But Sanchin is a pro through and through. He'd rather bury himself in his work. Hanul gives him a nod and says he'll see him then. Sanare sports car peels away into the night as she takes Hanul home. Inside the car, things are a lot quieter as they head out. Hanul thanks her again, but Sanare says she didn't do anything special. She's not being modest. She tells him if it wasn't for him, she would have lost someone precious today. She promises to repay the favor and tells him to reach out whenever he needs a hand. They pull up to his place, and he's finally back. Hanul says his goodbyes and confirms he'll call her if things get dicey. She gives him a knowing smile and says she'll be waiting. The red sports car disappears into the night, and Hanul is left alone with his thoughts. But the peace lasts about 5 seconds before a system notification pops up. The 700-second wave is starting in just 2 hours, and he needs to get ready. So much for getting some sleep tonight. He stocks up on energy drinks, bracing himself for a long night of prepping. This is only his second wave in the real world, and he's wondering what kind of nightmare is coming this time. It's time to initiate the Stop the Monster with a Monster protocol. He dives into his holographic command interface to start his strategy. Looking over his unit list, he's feeling pretty good. His fighting power has definitely shot up since the last round. Next are the structures. Hanul's prep gets interrupted by a system ping. Looks like he's got a special privilege. An item peddler is showing up just for this wave. And there he is, a pixelated merchant with a backpack twice his size. Hanul's intrigued. Items he can use during the wave could be exactly what he needs. The peddler is already on site at the castle, digging around in his bag. He's got quite the selection: energy bars, explosives, and some magical items. Hanul starts browsing the shop, looking for anything that might give him an edge. Then he sees something that stops him in his tracks. A monster energy bar that restores both health and mana for his deployed units. In his head, that's basically giving his monsters multiple lives. It's a must-buy. He looks at the other items, but he's hesitant to pull the trigger on them just yet. He realizes he'd be able to choose better if he knew exactly what monsters were coming. Right on cue, a window pops up asking if he wants to check the wave info. He's surprised. Usually the game keeps that a secret until the fighting starts. He gives the okay, and the system prepares the data for him. Hanul's face tightens as the screen updates. The view is grim, an endless sea of skeletons beneath a blood moon. The breakdown is even worse, over 1,000 minions led by a 7-star monster. He stares at the numbers, realizing just how massive this wave really is. 1,200 monsters. Honestly, even with prep time, this feels impossible to stop. While he's brooding, the beholder sage suddenly headbutts the monitor. Hanul blinks, looking over at his little floating eyeball friend. The sage is just bouncing around, completely unbothered by the apocalypse on the screen. Hanul gets a determined smirk. When a game feels unbeatable, you just have to find a new way forward. He digs into his inventory and finds 2 trump cards, a gacha ticket and a space development ticket. He pulls the lever on the premium gacha, hopping for a miracle. The chest starts glowing with that blinding, legendary tier light. He narrows his eyes, praying he doesn't get a dud. A massive flash fills his apartment as the gacha result finally reveals itself. Cut to the battlefield, where the sky is stained red by the lunar eclipse. A heavy skeletal boot steps out of the shadows. It hits the ground with a thud that signals the end of the piece. The undead army starts its march, and the system confirms the 700-second wave is live. At the front, Ilamatus, the undead king, commands his legion to charge. The skeletons swarm the castle, their clanking bones filling the air. Leading the pack are 600 skeleton soldiers, the frontline fodder. Close behind are 400 archers, ready to provide cover fire. Then there's the heavy infantry, nearly 200 skeleton knights in full plate. And the boss of the show, Ilamatus, looming over everything like a skeletal god. Watching from his desk, Hanul admits that seeing these things in reality is way more disgusting than the game version. With a massive crash, the skeletal horde breaks right through the Lord's castle gate. The beholder sage looks on, ready for the counterattack to begin. Sitting in his high-tech gamer chair, Hanul looks completely unbothered as the castle gates are breached. "Don't worry, Hyunji," he says, reassuring his sister. Letting the front gate fall was part of the plan. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he eyes his monitors. "I've fought undead more times than I can count in the game, so just relax and watch." The story jumps back to 2 hours earlier, during the preparation phase. Hanul decides to use his special space development permit, a rare item that allows him to instantly create a custom room for a gold fee. Judging from the insane numbers and that one special hero, he muses while tapping away at his holographic interface, this wave is definitely going to be undead. In that case, he scrolls through the list of buildable structures, nodding that he can swap them out after the wave. Options range from thorn traps to relief centers, but his eyes land on one in particular. There's one structure that's perfect for dealing with them, Hanul thinks, a plan forming in his mind as he zeroes in on the Room of Light and Salt. With a decisive tap, he shells out 200 gold. The system confirms the purchase of the construction rights for the Room of Light and Salt. Pixelated hammers and saws appear on the screen, working at lightning speed to barricade the front gate of the Lord's castle. Within moments, the construction is complete. Back in the present, Hanul watches the screen intensely. Normally, the Room of Light and Salt is a structure almost nobody uses in Fight Moan, he admits. The room provides a tiny stat buff to allied monsters, but the effect is so small it's usually considered a waste of resources. A horde of pixelated skeletons begins to swarm the entrance. There is, however, one exception, Hanul notes. The skeletal army, now rendered in high detail, surges through the broken gate with glowing red eyes. And that is, he continues, as an armored skeletal foot stomps down onto the castle grounds. This is exactly what he was waiting for. When you need to block undead monsters. As 500 skeletons pour into the room, a massive glowing rune erupts beneath their feet, bathing them in light. The effect is instantaneous. The system announces that 500 undead monsters have passed through the room, activating a hidden, devastating mechanic. Due to the blessing of light and salt, damage dealt to undead inside the Lord's castle is increased by 500%. Massive red numbers pop up over the entire skeletal horde. Hanul pumps his fist in triumph. The Room of Light and Salt, when used specifically against the undead, is an absolute game breaker. Sometimes the Light and Salt room alone can completely wipe out the undead, Hanul explains. The damage bonus increases based on how many enemies enter the room. In the pixelated game view, the skeletons are visibly weakened. If this goes well, I might be able to clear this wave easily too, he thinks hopefully, watching the enemy ranks crumble. Hanul's eyes widen. A massive, shadowy figure steps into the light of the blessing, seemingly unfazed. The system issues a warning. The special hero unit has resisted the blessing of light and salt. Ilamatus, the undead king, stands tall, his crown glowing with malevolent energy. The blessing of light ends, and while the damage taken by his minions is fixed at plus 500%, he remains fully powered. Figures it doesn't work on a 7-star monster, Hanul sighs, leaning back. Whatever, I've got another plan anyway. Let's see, next up is. He pulls up a diagram of his defense layout, the 4-way split barracks. It's a complex network of corridors designed to funnel the enemy. The high-detail skeletons continue their relentless march. One of the reasons undead are so scary is their sheer numbers, Hanul notes. That's exactly why he can't let them move as a single block. So to keep them from charging in all at once, I split the entrance into 4 separate barracks, he explains. It's classic divide and conquer optimized for a tower defense setting. By forcing them to enter each barracks in limited numbers, he effectively neutralizes their numerical superiority. A huge chunk of the army heads into Barracks 1. And once they've been weakened by the Salt Room and stripped of their numerical advantage, he continues, setting the stage for the counterattack. With a massive quang, a giant tan, muscular foot slams down into the barracks, crushing the lead skeletons instantly. It's the ogre wizard joining the fray. "Come at me, you foul creatures," the ogre wizard roars, his eyes glowing with power. Behind him, the weakened skeletons stand no chance. "You shall fall before me and this staff of law," the ogre bellows as he swings a massive wooden beam. Fire erupts with every strike, incinerating the undead. Hanul watches the carnage with a smirk. "I sweep them away with my strongest monsters. This is the second countermeasure I prepared to deal with them." The ogre lets out a devastating blast. "By the will of the king of 10,000. You will not pass this point?" the ogre screams, standing amidst a literal sea of fire and bone. The system counts the casualties. 50 soldiers, 50 knights, and 28 archers are wiped out in an instant. The kill count is ticking up fast. Remaining monsters, 1122-1200. Over in Barracks 2, something else is stirring, its eye glowing with an eerie blue light. It's Rook Crow descending from above like a blue streak of lightning. Activating Rook Crow's Wing Beat A, the system announces as he dives into the skeletal ranks. Rook Crow becomes a whirlwind of blue energy, tearing through the undead like tissue paper. Another 50 soldiers and 20 archers are vaporized in a single pass. He is a blur of motion, his sharp, feathered wings slicing through bone. 14 skeleton knights fall next. The total count drops again. Remaining monsters, 937-1200. Meanwhile, at Barracks 4, a different kind of wall is being built. The night sky hangs silent over the massive stone structure, but inside, the trap is already set. A phalanx of lizardmen elite slams their rectangular shields into the ground with a rhythmic chack, chack. Lizardmen have received a group bonus, the system pings. They are immovable. The skeletons charge into the shield wall, but it's like hitting a mountain. The lizardmen hold the line effortlessly while their spears find every gap in the skeleton's armor. With a massive quang, the lizardmen push back, crushing the front line. The death toll in Barracks 4 mounts. 30 soldiers, 6 knights, and 20 archers are added to the tally. The total count of remaining enemies plummets to 881. Hanul's strategy is working perfectly, systematically dismantling the massive army piece by piece. Watching the screen with his hand on his chin, Hanul looks pleased. The beholder sage floats casually on top of his head. Good. Thanks to the salt room, they're weakened enough to handle. Everything's going smoothly so far. But then his expression shifts slightly, and he zooms in on a different part of the screen. The problem is, he murmurs, his focus sharpening. Every successful gamer knows that the real boss hasn't even entered the fray yet. A skeletal hand, wreathed in dark, crimson energy, reaches out as if to grasp the very air. The sound of crackling magic fills the room. Vile red liquid drips from the armored boots of the undead king, sizzling as it hits the floor. The atmosphere grows heavy with the stench of death. Illimatus, the undead king, stands at the center of a swirling vortex of crimson light. His cape flutters in the magical gale as he begins his dark incantation. From a high vantage point, the entire castle is visible, now completely engulfed in a swirling storm of red and black energy. The very ground seems to be screaming. Back on the front lines, the ogre wizard continues his brutal assault, his massive club trailing fire as he smashes through more skeletons. Die, you pests, he bellows. The ogre wizard suddenly pauses, his expression shifting from rage to confusion. Huh? He grunts, sensing a sudden and massive surge in the enemy's power. The lizardman elite also stops, his glowing eyes widening as he lets out a startled "Kiet." The air around them is thick with a new, terrifying energy. Even the stoic Rook Crow is taken aback. Kuruk, he screeches, sweat, or the avian equivalent dripping down his beak as the red storm intensifies around them. In Hanul's room, a massive red warning sign flashes across the primary monitor, accompanied by a piercing alarm. The system is detecting a catastrophic event. Dozens of red alert windows pop up all over Hanul's setup, bathing him in an ominous crimson glow. The beholder sage watches the screens with its single, intense eye. The main system alert confirms Hanul's fears. ILAMATUS is casting undead resurrection. Hanul stares at the screen, his expression unreadable. Right, he says calmly. That's what makes undead such a pain, Hanul notes. Below the alert, the skeletal king commands with a single, devastating word. Rise! A massive orb of red energy forms in his hand. The dark energy flows into the piles of bone littering the floor. The shattered remains of the fallen skeletons begin to tremble and glow with a sickly red light. Bones snap back together with a series of sickening cracks. The skeletons that were just decimated by the ogre wizard and Rook Crow are being forcibly reassembled by the dark magic. With a series of heavy thuds, the skeletons rise once more. They stand fully restored, their eye sockets glowing with renewed, malevolent red light. The entire army has been brought back. The ogre wizard's jaw drops as he watches the creatures he just killed stand back up. Huh! He exclaims, his grip on his flaming club tightening. He's never seen anything like this. Hanul watches the scene unfold, his voice steady as he continues his analysis. No matter how many you kill, once a high-ranking undead chants a resurrection spell. They all come back. The camera pans out to show the massive skeletal horde now completely replenished. The system update is chilling. Remaining monsters, 1200-1200. The battle has essentially reset. Illimatus watched as his undead army surged forward once again, ignoring the fact that they'd just been decimated moments before. The Lich King noticed they were looking a bit ragged and low on health, but he didn't seem to care as long as they were standing. But Hanul wasn't about to let his front line crumble, so he started warping in some special supplies. A goblin fighter caught the first one in midair, chowing down on the snack immediately. The lizardman elite didn't miss a beat either, grabbing his bar as the battle raged on around him. Even the ogre wizard got in on the action, snapping up his energy boost before jumping back into the fray. A total of 23 monster energy bars hit the field all at once, blanketing Hanul's forces in a blue glow. The healing effect was instant, and the ogre wizard let out a roar as he felt his strength completely return. Back in his room, Hanul was locked in, constantly monitoring the inventory and buying more bars from the peddler. He knew exactly how this was going to go. It was a straight-up fight between his items and the boss's mana. Illimatus was clearly starting to lose his patience as his easy victory turned into a grueling slog. The ogre wizard swung his massive log, clearing out a path through the skeletons with raw power. A rook crow dove in from above, its attacks flowing like water as it tore through the undead ranks. The lizardman elite followed up, his strikes perfectly timed with the momentum of the push. The monsters held their ground behind a massive shield wall, glowing with renewed energy. The castle itself seemed to tremble as the second round of this chaotic siege officially kicked off. The skeleton count was dropping fast, and the boss wasn't about to let his army stay down. Illimatus reached out with a glowing hand, commanding his fallen soldiers to rise once more. Dark energy surged through the graveyard as he cast the resurrection spell, refusing to give an inch. The monster count jumped right back to the cap as bone, and armor snapped back together like nothing happened. Hanul's forces responded with a massive elemental blast that sent bone fragments flying everywhere. Dozens of skeletons were wiped out in an instant, dropping the numbers again as the system logs scrolled by. But Illimatus was relentless, immediately starting the casting process for another wave of reinforcements. Like clockwork, the skeletons reassembled, keeping the battlefield packed with the restless dead. Hanul's monsters didn't slow down for a second, continuing their systematic destruction of the undead line. More notifications popped up as knights and archers were eliminated, but the boss just kept bringing them back. The Lich King looked like he was on a loop, spamming his revival skill the moment he lost a few units. Hanul just watched the screens, his expression calm while the rest of the world slept outside his window. The stars were bright over his apartment, but he was completely focused on the digital war in front of him. His eyes were fixed on the data, his fingers flying across the keys as he managed every small detail. He'd been at this for hours, his room lit only by the glow of his multiple monitors. It was 4 a.m, and the battle showed no signs of stopping anytime soon. Another notification flashed across his main screen. Illimatus was going for yet another resurrection. On the tactical map, the pixelated armies clashed again as the endless cycle continued. Beholder Sage was hovering nearby, looking a little stressed by the mounting pressure of the siege. Hanul told his familiar not to worry and sent out another round of energy bars to his front line. The lizardman elite took his dose, his wounds closing up as the health restoration kicked in. A message confirmed that every single one of his monsters was back at full strength and ready to keep fighting. Hanul leaned in, noticing that the Lich King's movements were starting to slow down. He knew even a high-ranking undead had a limit, and Illimatus was finally hitting his breaking point. The boss looked up in total disbelief, unable to understand why this lowly fortress hadn't fallen yet. He could feel his mana reserves drying up, realizing too late that he'd fallen straight into Hanul's trap. Illimatus gritted his teeth, realizing the stalemate was getting him nowhere. He wasn't about to let this keep dragging on, so he decided to join the fray himself. Alarms started blaring on Hanul's screen. The boss was marching straight for the audience chamber. The kid just watched, nodding that the Lich King had finally run out of patience. He immediately ordered his lizard men to fall back, pulling them into a new defensive position. The boss didn't slow down, clearing the barracks and reaching the final line in record time. Illimatus was right on the doorstep of the main chamber, looking completely unstoppable. He walked in and took one look at the meager defense left behind, laughing at how pathetic it was. But then he stopped dead in his tracks. Standing there were 3 small goblins, and they were holding a massive, glowing golden cross. The Lich looked at them with total contempt, calling the move utterly foolish. He raised his hand to finish them off once and for all, telling them to just die already. He unleashed a death tide, a massive wave of dark energy designed to wipe out everything in its path. The energy flooded the room, looking like a tidal wave of pure shadow about to swallow the goblins. Sage was practically vibrating with fear, watching the wave approach. But Hanul just smiled, telling his familiar there was no reason to panic. He'd already factored this moment into his entire strategy, holding onto his trump card. It all went back to a premium draw he'd done just 2 hours before. He remembered the shock of seeing that blue screen pop up in his dark room. He couldn't believe he'd actually pulled an S-rank item from a random roll. It was the cross of the primordial god, a holy symbol designed to wipe out malicious entities. It came with an exclusive skill, straight to the Lord in one shot. As the death tide crashed against the cross, a blinding pillar of light erupted from it. The skill was initiated, and the room was suddenly filled with holy power. A massive beam of sanctified energy shot forward, hitting the Lich head-on. The best part was that it ignored all rank limits. If you're undead, you're toast. Illimatus didn't even have time to scream, staring into the light in pure shock. His skeletal frame started to disintegrate, piece by piece. The beam was so powerful it looked like the entire audience chamber was being vaporized. A critical hit confirmed that the undead king was completely gone. The golden cross started to crumble into dust, its power spent. But there was a heavy price to pay for such a move. The equipped monsters had been sacrificed. The system confirmed that the goblin fighters had perished. Hanul looked down, feeling a pang of guilt for sacrificing his own units. He apologized to them, knowing they had laid down their lives for the victory. He took a deep breath, the weight of the moment finally sinking in. A congratulatory message popped up. Wave 702 was officially cleared. Hanul leaned back, watching the celebration on his screen as the victory was finally secured. The undying legion that had destroyed entire worlds was finally nothing but dust. Hanul couldn't help but wonder if the boss ever expected to be brought down by 3 simple goblins. The rewards started rolling in, from skeleton powder to a rare Lich's heart. He looked at the list and figured it was a pretty decent haul for such a basic strategy. A system notification pinged on the screen, informing Hanul that the Phantasmal Monarch's castle had detected a hidden item during material processing. The item was Illimatus's severed torso, a special-grade miscellaneous remnant of the defeated Lich King that held unknown potential. Hanul leaned back, confused by the strange object that lacked a rank and didn't seem to be gear at all. He began to wonder if it was just a high-grade piece of trash that wasn't worth the inventory space. Suddenly, the screen flashed with a bright blue glow as another notification appeared. Hanul's expression shifted into a curious smirk as he realized something significant was about to happen. The wandering item peddler was offering 5,000 gold in exchange for the Lich's torso. Hanul adjusted his glasses, realizing that the item must have some hidden value after all. He paused to think, weighing whether he should actually sell the torso or keep it for later. He looked over at the beholder sage and asked for its opinion, but the little floating eye only responded with a series of chirps. Hanul knew he needed more information, wishing he could inspect the item's details more thoroughly. He then pulled up the info for the beholder's glasses, a unique grade eye accessory for Sage. He pulled out the small, thin-framed glasses, looking at them with a plan in mind. He called Sage over, and the purple eyeball floated closer with a confused noise. Hanul offered the accessory to his companion, remembering that such items could grant a beholder Sage powerful appraisal abilities. If his hunch was correct, they were about to uncover the true nature of the mysterious artifact. Sage happily equipped the beholder's glasses, looking quite scholarly with the new eyewear. A system message confirmed that a new skill had been acquired by equipping the exclusive item. The new skill was Sage's Advanced Analysis, which allowed for the uncovering of concealed data regarding items, monsters, and dungeons. Hanul was thrilled to see that a useful new ability had actually been unlocked. Sage bounced around with hearts in its eye, clearly pleased with the new look and power. The little spirit chirped an assurance that it was ready to get to work on the case. Hanul told Sage he was counting on it, as the Sage's Advanced Analysis skill was officially activated. A beam of light shot out from Sage's glasses, scanning the icon for the Lick's torso on the screen. The concealed data was successfully uncovered, revealing that Illumatis's torso could be positioned within the audience chamber. Furthermore, the Lick King could be resurrected upon fulfilling specific prerequisites, after which he would pledge absolute loyalty to the castle. Hanul's eyes widened in shock as he realized he could actually force a powerful boss like Illumatis to serve him. The prospect of turning a 7-star raid boss into a loyal ally was a complete game-changer. A dark, satisfied grin spread across Hanul's face as he whispered an apology to the merchant. He wasn't about to hand over such a valuable piece for a mere 5,000 gold, leaving the item peddler looking dejected. Sometime later, in the real world, the morning sun shone brightly over a quiet city street. Hanul arrived at the entrance of a workshop, spotting the sign for Sanchin's Ironworks, and knowing he had found the right place. He entered and asked Sanchin if he had really stayed up all night working on his request. The burly blacksmith, standing with the guild master, proudly announced that he hadn't slept a wink to finish his masterpiece. Hanul was surprised to see the old man so fired up, following him into the heart of the forge. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of item Sanchin had managed to create with such dedication. In his mind, Hanul imagined a high-tech mana rifle capable of devastating automatic fire. Or perhaps it was some kind of sleek, powered EXO-SUIT designed for maximum defense and strength. The anticipation was nearly unbearable as he prepared to see the finished product with his own eyes. Sanchin reached out toward a cloth-covered object on the table and told him to behold. As the cover was removed, Hanul's jaw dropped in pure disbelief at the sight before him. Both he and the guild master stared in stunned silence at the brilliantly glowing item that rested on the workbench. The glowing item was revealed to be a magnificent accessory called the Brooch of Glory, an S-Rank decorative pin crafted from a precious blood flow stone. The guild master was stunned, questioning why Sanchon would choose to forge an accessory instead of a weapon or gear with such rare materials. Sanchon slammed his hands onto the workbench, shouting at the guild master to shut her mouth after the mental anguish he had endured to finish the piece. As the two continued to bicker, the guild master turned to Hanul, offering to have the item remade if it wasn't to his liking. In the background, a system message appeared, confirming that the beholder sage had completed its advanced analysis of the new gear. Hanul's eyes lit up as he realized that the accessory was precisely what he needed for his current build. He reached out to touch the brooch, expressing his deep gratitude to Sanchin for the incredible work. Hanul held the sparkling pin up to the light, a wide, satisfied grin spreading across his face. Sanchin looked on with a proud, knowing expression, relieved to hear that Hanul appreciated the vibe he had put into the craftsmanship. The brooch shimmered brilliantly in Hanul's hand, its many facets reflecting the light of the workshop. The item description revealed that the S-Rank Brooch of Glory could purify the wearer's consciousness and provide absolute protection against mental debuffs. Hanul pinned the accessory to his shirt, marveling at the fact that he now possessed an item so rare that only a few existed in the world. He thanked Sanchin once again, who let out a boisterous laugh, clearly pleased with the reaction to his work. Exhausted from his hard work, Sanchin waved goodbye and headed off to get some much-needed sleep as Hanul and the guild master watched him go. Later, Hanul sat on a park bench overlooking the vast city, reflecting on the fact that he had finally obtained a proper piece of S-Rank gear. He looked out at the horizon with a small, pensive smile, remembering how he used to come to this spot whenever the weight of reality felt too heavy. The ridge overlooking his neighborhood had always been a place of quiet reflection for him during his toughest moments. As the sun began to set, he thought of the many nights he had spent there, tossing and turning while plagued by existential dread. Kim Hanul stares out at the city lights. He used to come up here just to clear his head and space out at the view. Watching the neon lights below made all of his anxieties feel completely trivial. He's sitting on a bench with the beholder sage floating nearby. Everything is different now. A blue aura flares around him as he reflects on his growth. He's definitely not the helpless coward he used to be. A system window pops up. He's only one condition away from unlocking audience with the Lord. The final prerequisite is revealed. He has to forge a gear piece of S-Rank or higher using monster drops. A magnificent brooch set with 9 glowing red gems appears. Requirement complete. Hanul is ready to give this new ability a spin. He initiates the audience with the Lord protocol. Interactive dialogue is unlocked, allowing him to inquire about the phantasmal monarch's castle. Hanul stands before the throne room. He's got a massive list of questions for the monarch. But before he can start, a prompt asks if he wants to offer a salutation. He's a bit surprised by the format. It's a multiple-choice menu, which is totally different from what he had in mind. He hits the greetings button, and the monarch gives him a stiff little wave from the throne. The system even narrates the monarch's gesture for him. Hanul sighs. He really hopes every interaction isn't going to be this tedious. The system asks him to select a topic from a list of 5 options. He decides he shouldn't judge until he's explored everything, so he picks the first entry. He chooses regarding the solemn remembrance to see what it's about. It turns out to be a funeral liturgy for the minions who died defending the castle. The system asks if he wants to participate. Hanul looks serious as he considers the offer. He thinks back to the goblins who held the line. He knows he never would have survived that final assault without them. He decides to join the ceremony and hits the confirmation button. A massive bonfire roars as the remembrance proceedings begin. A crowd of monsters, including an ogre wizard and Lizardmen, stands in solemn silence around the flames. Hanul bows his head, telling the fallen goblins their defense was the only reason his perimeter didn't collapse. He promises their dedication won't be forgotten. The phantasmal monarch expresses her appreciation for his presence before asking if he wants to keep talking. Hanul is determined to get a real answer out of this thing. He systematically cycles through every single branch of the dialogue log. But the only things he's getting are disjointed system readouts about fortress stats. The system drones on about auto-repair routines, mending perimeter damage. It gives him a 48-hour estimate for architectural recovery, mentioning that mana stones could speed it up. That leaves only one option on the menu, small talk. If this one is a dead end, he's officially out of ideas. He sends a simple inquiry asking how she's been holding up. The monarch says everything is perfect. Hanul expected another useless interaction, exactly like all the others. But then the monarch mentions she's been eating drakes, but actually ran out of food yesterday. She admits she spent all morning boiling down the skeletal remnants of a skeleton knight's steed. Hanul stares at the screen, wondering what exactly is happening right now. She continues, saying the bone broth actually turned out pretty flavorful, so she gave the recipe to her crew. The monarch points out that even though summoned forces don't need food, a good meal really boosts their morale. The phantasmal monarch notes that while initial reviews are good, her supply of skeletal fragments is getting dangerously low. She quickly clarifies that she isn't secretly asking him for a care package of food or resources. Apparently, teleporting materials from his world to her coordinate plane is a fundamental impossibility anyway. She mentions some theoretical structural workarounds, but those are currently locked. She quickly loses her train of thought regarding the menu. As a backup plan, she started foraging for wild plants right outside her fortress ramparts. She goes into detail about fire-roasting samples and their different aromatic profiles. One species even put her subordinate, Odolph, into a coma. Hanol can't believe just how talkative this spirit can be. He's completely exhausted by the monologue. The monarch rambles for another 30 minutes before finally signing off with a casual goodbye. The long-winded connection finally cuts out. Hanol reflects on what he managed to pull from that marathon chat. For one, his favor with the phantasmal monarch just ticked up by a point. He sits back on the bench, his head spinning from the information dump. Beholder Sage watches him closely. But the real takeaway is that the monarch's castle is in a much more desperate state than he imagined and won't survive the next wave. He decides they need a solid plan before things get any worse. Later that night, he heads back to his apartment to figure out a solution. He boots up his computer, the monitor flaring to life in the dark room. It's time to start a live stream for his channel. What the hell is this game TV? His digital avatar drops into the stream lobby, and he greets his small but dedicated audience. The regulars are already there, happy to see Broken Game Bro back online after his recent absence. They immediately start grilling him about why he hasn't been streaming as often lately. One viewer wants to know what happened in the Garden of Sorrow and tells him to spill the beans. Hanul apologizes but tells them he isn't here to talk about that today. He has a different topic on his mind. The viewers are intrigued, wondering if he's trying out some brand new content. He admits he actually needs their expert help with a specific problem. He frames it as a scenario in Monster Blocking Hunter, a royal castle on the brink of total collapse. He lays out all the fortress's problems as if they were just tricky in-game mechanics. He explains the ruler is low on troops and has absolutely no way to build up defenses. He asks them how they would handle being in charge of a situation like that. He turns it over to the chat, genuinely curious about what these veteran players will suggest. Some of the viewers are cynical, telling him the only logical move is to just quit the game. But the user Bald is the strongest disagrees. He says it's doable if you hire monsters and overwhelm the enemy with numbers. Hanul points out that hearing 100 individual monsters would be way too expensive for the budget. Bald is the strongest counters that he doesn't need to hire 100 monsters, just one that can spawn 100 minions on its own. He's talking about the infamous ant monster from the game. Hanul is stunned. He can't believe he completely overlooked such an obvious tactical solution. That monster would solve the troop shortage in one go, but finding it is the real problem. Finding that specific creature in the real world is going to be nearly impossible. He turns back to the chat and asks, Bald is the strongest if he's actually a professional hunter. The viewer confirms it, mentioning he's a high-ranking hunter. Hanul is curious about why he's bringing this up now. The chat window lights up as the viewer begins to type a fast response. It turns out he just located a gate where that exact ant monster is known to appear. His guild has already claimed the gate, and he asks Hanul if he wants to join the hunt. Hanul is completely shocked by the timing. Hanul stares at his screen in disbelief, realizing that one of his regular viewers is actually a professional hunter. Far across the city, the sun glints off the glass facade of the prestigious Aegis Guild headquarters. Inside, a man with a sharp, muscular build sits at his desk, his brow furrowed in deep frustration. He's currently obsessed with the latest news cycle, particularly the stories about the rookie hunter who cleared the Garden of Sorrow. The headlines are full of speculation, reporting that Kim Hanul is currently choosing between joining the Pumbik or Sanary guilds. There's even a grainy photo of Hanul meeting privately with the Sanare guild leader at a local cafe. The man is furious that the other top guilds are moving in on his recruitment targets, despite Aegis having a superior intelligence network. He had really set his sights on bringing KIM-HANUL into their ranks, and now it feels like the opportunity is slipping away. Suddenly, the doors to his office fly open, as a young woman with blonde pigtails bursts into the room. The guild captain looks up, clearly startled by the sudden intrusion. It's Asha, and she waves a hand with a bright, mischievous smile, asking if he has a moment to talk. He immediately starts lecturing her about respect, telling her to use his official title instead of just captain. Asha isn't intimidated at all, casually asking him if he's really going to get salty over something so minor. The captain slams his hand on the desk, telling her to stop wasting his time and just get to the point of her visit. Asha's expression shifts to something more serious as her eyes begin to glow with a brilliant, celestial blue light. She asks if he's detected any high-quality gates lately, knowing that their guild has a secret advantage. The reason Aegis is always the first to know about new rifts is entirely due to Asha's unique gifted skill. Known as eyes that see beyond dimensions, her ability allows her to see exactly what kind of monsters are waiting inside a rift before the gate even stabilizes. Her vision overlays the city, pinpointing the exact coordinates of every upcoming dungeon manifestation. She can scan the creatures within, identifying everything from serpentine beasts to massive winged dragons with perfect accuracy. The captain's anger fades as he realizes she might have uncovered a world-shaking piece of information. But Asha quickly bursts his bubble, telling him she's not there to report on a new gate. He tells her to go back to the observation room if she's just bored. She stops him, admitting that she's actually come to ask for a personal favor. This catches him off guard, as Asha rarely asks for anything. She brings up the major expedition planned for the coming Saturday. She asks if he's still planning on leading the raid himself, and he confirms that an A-rank gate requires his personal attention. She gets a determined look on her face and asks him to add her and one of her friends to the official expedition roster. He's completely baffled by the request, especially since it's so last-minute and unexpected. He asks for the friend's identity and rank, only for Asha to admit she hasn't actually met this person face-to-face yet. He's immediately skeptical, pointing out that bringing a total stranger from outside the guild is a massive security and safety risk. Asha quickly reminds him of his own policy. If they are short on manpower, they are allowed to recruit high-level freelance talent. He's still not convinced, finding the whole thing way too sudden. He demands to know which guild this mysterious friend belongs to. Asha's avatar turns into a chibi-style version of herself, as she nonchalantly admits she has no idea, only that he's at least B-rank. He asks for a name, any name, but she just shrugs and tells him she never bothered to ask. The captain lets out a long, weary sigh, his patience reaching its absolute limit. He blows his top, shouting at her for calling someone a friend, when she doesn't even know the most basic information about them. Asha stands her ground, shouting back that she knows in her gut that this person is truly incredible and worth the risk. He shuts her down immediately with a loud, absolutely not, death. He reminds her that a dungeon is a life-or-death battlefield, not a place to bring random people she met on the internet. She leans in close, her eyes wide as she begs him to trust her intuition just this once. She promises to take full responsibility if anything goes wrong, insisting that this guy is the real deal. The captain stares at her, nodding that he's never seen her look quite this desperate or sincere before. He finally relents, figuring that since he'll be there anyway, he can handle any trouble the newcomer might cause. Asha is thrilled. The guild captain gives Asha one last stern warning, reminding her that she's the one who will have to answer for any mistakes her friend makes during the expedition. A few days later, the scene shifts to the rugged, sun-drenched peaks of Seoraxen, where the air is fresh and the upcoming gate is set to manifest. A heavy boot crunches down on the leaf-strewn forest floor as a hunter makes their way toward the designated meeting point. Asha, already at the site, looks over her shoulder and is visibly startled to see a familiar face walking out from the trees. Her eyes widen in disbelief as the realization hits her that the person she invited is none other than the infamous streamer she knows as Lord Trash Game. Hanul stops in his tracks, his jaw nearly dropping as he stares at the girl with the pigtails, wondering if this could really be the person behind the screen name Baldy's our op. Asha stares at him, her mind barely able to process that her online friend is actually the superstar rookie hunter everyone is talking about. Hanul looks back at her with the same level of shock, finally realizing that the bald guy from his chat is actually a famous, high-ranking female hunter. The two of them stand in a tense, awkward standoff in the middle of the clearing, neither of them quite sure what to say after such a massive and unexpected reveal. Kim Hanul finally puts the pieces together. The second in command of the Aegis Guild is actually the legendary Bald is the Strongest from his favorite game. Hanul is genuinely shocked to realize his online buddy is such a heavy hitter. He apologizes for keeping his own identity as Broken Game a secret, explaining he was just waiting for the right moment to reveal it during a stream. Curious, Hanul asks why a girl like Asha would choose such a masculine username in the first place. Asha doesn't appreciate the question, snapping back that usernames don't have genders. Despite her personality, she's a powerhouse, Ranka Anastasia, a key figure in the Aegis Guild. Ranked 20th among all hunters, she's known for her clairvoyant skill, granted by a divine source. Hanul watches her, acknowledging her elite status. Her ability to analyze dungeons and detect monsters is legendary, making her an invaluable asset to any raid. Still, it's hard for him to reconcile that elite reputation with the gaming persona he knows. Asha cuts the talk short, telling him to save the fan meeting for later. They start sprinting toward the gathering point before the rest of the guild gets restless. She jokes that their captain is sensitive about being late lately because he's starting to go bald. Hanul can't believe she just said that out loud about her boss. They reach the field where the rest of the Aegis raid team is already waiting. A massive, muscular man bellows at them to hustle up. Ma Dongpal, the guild leader, isn't happy about his second-in-command showing up at the last second. Asha just shrugs it off, telling him he's overreacting since they aren't even late yet. Dongpal glares, reminding her that she begged to bring an outsider along for such a serious mission. He turns his intimidating gaze toward Hanul, looking like he's about to start something. Hanul tries to keep it polite, offering a small wave and a greeting. Suddenly, Dongpal's anger vanishes, and he lets out a booming laugh, nearly knocking the wind out of Hanul with a friendly slap on the back. He's a total fan, welcoming Hanul with open arms and asking if Asha gave him any trouble on the way. Asha is fuming in the background, muttering Baldy under her breath. The group settles into position across the wide field. Asha clicks her sniper rifle into place, her eyes sharpening as she focuses on the task at hand. Hanul thanks her for the opportunity to join the raid. He knows it wasn't easy to convince a top guild to bring in a stranger like him. Asha tells him to drop the formalities. She considers him a longtime friend rather than a stranger, even if this is their first real meeting. She insists she invited him purely because she knows he's a good person. Hanul is touched by her sincerity, realizing she really did this just to help out. She asks why someone with his skills would spend all his time at home playing trash games. Before he can answer, Dongpal's roar cuts through the conversation. The air cracks with purple electricity as the rift begins to stabilize. The guild leader commands everyone to brace themselves. The gate is opening. The energy swirls into a massive, glowing purple vortex. Weapons are drawn as the guild prepares to face whatever comes through. Hanul's sage ability suddenly activates on its own, catching him off guard. His system begins a special-grade analysis, digging up hidden information about the rift. A warning pops up. There's been a fluctuation in the gate due to outside interference. The system identifies the threat. A swarm of tunnel flies is waiting on the other side. Kim Hanul is reeling from the sudden discovery. The dungeon monsters have completely changed from the initial briefing. He realizes this is a critical situation and knows he has to warn Ma Dongpal immediately, but he struggles with how to make an S-rank leader listen to an outsider's warning. Suddenly, he remembers a better way to confirm the threat and get everyone's attention. He shouts out to Asha, hoping her specific expertise can back him up. Since her alias is clairvoyance, she should have the ability to see exactly what's waiting inside the gate. Urgent, Hanul asks her to reanalyze the gate's information one more time before it's too late. Asha is confused by the sudden request, questioning if something actually happened that she missed. The word fluctuation catches her off guard, as that would mean the entire raid strategy is now useless. She activates her skill, and the realization hits her instantly as she sees the anomaly for herself. Her eyes glow with divine power, as she realizes the sensors were completely wrong about the incoming monsters. Now that Asha has confirmed the danger, Hanul knows they have a small window to react. He bellows at the guild leader, warning that they need to scrap the current plan and change formations immediately. Hanul explains they need to group up tightly so they can cover each other's blind spots. Ma Dongpal is skeptical, questioning why Hanul would suggest such a defensive, inefficient formation for what they thought was a single large boss monster. Hanul drops the bombshell. It's not one big monster in there, it's a massive swarm of tunnel flies. The guild leader is stunned. Those monsters weren't anywhere on the scout reports. Asha backs Hanul up, shouting that he's right and something has definitely gone wrong with the dungeon. She insists that if she's seeing it now, there's no doubt the entire nature of the gate has shifted. Ma Dongpal doesn't hesitate. He trusts his second-in-command and orders everyone to regroup into Formation D on the double. The other hunters are confused by the sudden change, as the previous briefing was completely different. Dongpal roars for them to move faster. The gate is already starting to tear open. The hunters scramble into position just in time, acknowledging their leader's command as the air begins to ripple. Relieved they've avoided an immediate disaster, Hanul decides it's time for him to stop being a bystander. He activates afterimage copy, his sword glowing as he prepares to dive into the fight. The gate fully opens, crackling with violent purple energy. Every hunter tenses up as the rift stabilizes, ready for the first wave to emerge. Suddenly the swarm pours out, hundreds of giant tunnel flies with glowing red eyes. They are massive insectoid nightmares, screeching as they flood into the field. The hunters are panicked by the sheer number of them, questioning how these things could even be in an A-rank raid site. Dongpal screams for them to hold the line, reminding them that while they're unexpected, they're only D-rank individually. The guild leader's own eyes flash with a feral light as he prepares to unleash his true power. He activates Guardian's Descent, and his hands begin to transform into massive, clawed paws. His muscles bulge and tear through his clothes as his transformation takes hold. Taking a primal forest stance, Dongpal becomes a beast-like warrior, his eyes glowing a menacing yellow. He lets out a deafening roar that echoes across the battlefield. With a single explosive leap, he dives straight into the thick of the swarm, vaporizing anything in his path. A devastating shockwave of fire and force erupts from his strike, obliterating dozens of flies instantly. Hanul watches in awe, acknowledging that Dongpal truly possesses the power of an S-rank hunter. Still, he knows that even an S-rank can be overwhelmed by an endless swarm if left alone. Hanul leaps into action himself, his sword carving through the flies with calculated precision. He considers jumping in to help Dongpal immediately before the guild's perimeter collapses. But more and more flies continue to pour out of the gate, turning the sky dark with their numbers. The tunnel fly swarm is relentless, their sheer numbers starting to overwhelm the battlefield as they continue to pour from the rift. A swarm of flying insect monsters fills the sky, getting blown to bits by heavy fire. Asha balances midair, picking them off with her high-tech sniper rifle. She spots something through the smoke that stops her cold. A massive purple crack in reality is spewing out an endless stream of monsters. A fusion-type gate. Normal gates vanish once they're empty, but this one is far more dangerous. It stays open until someone actually goes inside the crack and kills the boss, which means if they want this to end, someone has to take the initiative and dive in. Kim Yangti smashes through the creatures with brute force, sending blood flying everywhere as Asha calls out to him. Asha looks at the swirling portal, knowing they can't stay out here forever. She tells her captain they should head in together and finish the boss themselves. Suddenly, a monster lunges for her with glowing red eyes, catching her off guard. Before it can connect, a series of gold slashes cut the creature down in a flash. Hanul steps into the fray, his golden sword glowing as he offers to join the assault. Asha is shocked. She only called him here for a safe escort, not a suicide mission into a crack. She tells him she didn't come along just for a free ride. Hanul doesn't care about their guild business. He's only there to kill the boss and get what he needs. She realizes he's serious and asks him to take her inside with him. He gives a short nod, agreeing to the joint effort. Kim Yang-ti is all for it, smashing another bug with his flaming fists. The captain shouts to the rest of the guild to hold the line while they breach the gate. The hunters on the ground salute, trusting their leader's command. He clenches his fist, the orange fire aura flaring up with intensity. The makeshift assault squad prepares to enter the mouth of the beast. He gives the order to charge, and they dive straight into the purple chaos. Ugly flying insects swarm them from every direction the moment they jump. Kim Yang-ti leads the way, punching holes through the monster line with raw fire. Asha stays focused, sniping targets even while she's falling through the portal. Hanul remains stoic, his eyes fixed on the entrance as he cuts down everything in his path. They cut a path through the swarm, working together to reach the center of the gate. The purple energy swallows them whole as they finally cross the threshold. Hanul's face is illuminated by the crackling static of the spatial crack. They descend into the darkness, gravity losing its grip as they enter the dungeon. The trio hits the ground inside a damp, dimly lit cavern. Kim Yang-ti scans the area, his expression turning grim. Asha readies her rifle, checking for movement in the heavy shadows. They've entered a massive underground tunnel system. The walls are jagged and narrow, stretching deep into the earth. Hanul calls out for his spirit companion, Purung, and activates the Sage mode. The little purple orb begins scanning the dungeon for their target. A smirk touches Hanul's lips. The system found exactly what he's looking for. A notification confirms they've located the dungeon boss. The Amur Queen Ant looms in the darkness, a massive red predator that spawns an entire army of worker ants. A group of massive worker ants crawls through the shadows of the underground nest. Even the lowest-ranking workers here are absolute behemoths, reaching 5 meters in length. Hanul watches them, thinking about how this place is basically a factory for a massive monster army. He clenches his glowing sword, knowing a queen ant is the perfect addition to his monarch's castle. Looking around, it's clear this whole place was originally built as a standard ant-hill dungeon. Hanul is certain the boss is a queen, but he's confused why tunnel flies have started showing up here. Kim Yang-ti shrugs it off, saying they'll get their answers once the boss is dead. The captain stops in his tracks as he reaches a clearing filled with horrific remains. He shouts for the others to come over and see what he's found. Asha hurries forward, wondering if he's already spotted a monster. She freezes as her flashlight illuminates a carpet of dead bodies on the cavern floor. Her eyes go wide with horror at the sight of the gruesome massacre. Hundreds of dead worker ants lie scattered across the ground in a scene of absolute carnage. It's bizarre. There are no signs of a struggle or a fight among the colony members. Hanul notes that whatever killed them didn't come from an external attack. He points out a headless carcass, explaining that the ants all severed their own heads. Asha is baffled. She's never heard of monsters committing mass suicide like this. Hanul asks her if she's familiar with a status ailment called host infection. Kim Yang-ti's face pales as he realizes the tunnel flies might be using the ants as hosts. Hanul confirms it, explaining that a similar species called phorid flies exists back on Earth. These parasites lay their eggs directly inside the ants' bodies to gestate. Once the larvae are ready, they hijack the host's brain and force it to ram its head against the ground. Eventually, the ant's neck snaps, and the head falls off completely. The new generation of flies then bursts out of the neck stump in a shower of gore. Kim Yang-ti is disgusted by the biological horror of the flies' life cycle. Asha looks back at the carcasses, now realizing they were nothing more than living incubators. A strange vibration starts to echo through the purple-tinted air of the tunnel. A swarm of tunnel flies with glowing pink eyes emerges from the darkness, hunting for new hosts. A thick, pungent smell suddenly fills the air, the queen ant's potent pheromones. The captain warns them to move fast, as the flies are clearly drawn to the same scent. Hanul steps forward and offers to guide them through the toxic mist. He tells them to leave the navigation to him with a confident smirk. He clarifies that it's not his own instinct leading them, but a power called the Sage. Purung activates, its single eye glowing as it begins to break down the chemical signals in the air. A digital interface appears, scanning the complex biological data hidden within the pheromones. Fragmented letters start to form as the system struggles to translate the monster's cry. The analysis continues, piecing together the desperate message left by the queen. The final translation appears as a chilling plea for help. Hanul suddenly staggers, clutching his head as the mental feedback hits him like a truck. Kim Yong-tae and Asha rush to his side, asking if he's been poisoned by the mist. He forces a smile and tells them he's fine, though the strain is clearly visible. He admits the analysis took a toll on his mind, just as the system confirms the process is complete. The system analysis finalizes, revealing a heart-wrenching plea for help coming from the dungeon's heart. A frantic, repetitive cry for help from a mother for her children echoes through the data stream. The source of the signal is revealed: the massive queen ant, her body crawling with parasitic flies. The team sprints through the tunnels, following Hanul's lead as he calls out directions to the right. Hanul cuts through obstacles without slowing down, leading the group deeper into the nest. He leads them through a maze of turns, finally giving the command to charge straight ahead. Kim Yong-tae unleashes a wall of flame while Asha provides cover fire, clearing their path of smaller threats. Hanul sweats as they near their goal, worried that the increasing pheromone density will soon become lethal. The captain's expression tightens as the air grows thick and heavy with the boss's presence. Asha struggles to breathe as the toxic mixture of pheromones and poison saturates the atmosphere. Hanul feels a surge of power as his system grants him a new ability: a permanent resistance to toxins. He realizes his companions are reaching their limits and knows they must end this fight immediately. Droplets of dark blood splatter onto the cavern floor as the environment itself begins to turn hostile. Kim Yong-tae wipes a smear of blood from his jaw, a grim, satisfied smirk on his face as they arrive. They reach a shimmering veil of purple energy that marks the threshold of the boss's lair. Through the mist, the floor is littered with the mangled remains of countless insect warriors. Hanul checks on the captain, nodding the visible strain and suggesting he's pushing himself too far. He can see through the brave fronts they're putting up. The poison is taking a serious toll on them. Hanul's gaze hardens as he decides on a dangerous course of action to protect his team. He turns to his companions with a serious expression, preparing to make a controversial proposal. Hanul declares that he will face the dungeon boss alone to spare them further exposure to the poison. Kim Yong-tae reacts with fierce pride, refusing to step aside during an official Aegis Guild mission. Asha agrees, insisting that as members of a top-tier guild, they cannot leave the burden to a guest. Hanul points out that the poison is already affecting their combat effectiveness, making the risk too high. They counter his logic with sheer determination, refusing to let him walk into danger by himself. Seeing their resolve, Hanul relents and agrees to let them fight by his side. The captain is relieved, standing tall as he prepares to unleash the full power of the guild's leader. Kim Yong-tae charges his fist with a massive surge of fiery energy, calling out his name in defiance. With a thunderous roar, he punches the air, sending a shockwave of flame tearing through the barrier. The purple wall shatters under the force of the strike, exposing the horror that lies within. A thick cloud of toxic gas erupts from the opening as the seals on the boss room are finally broken. The group is hit by an overwhelming stench as the full force of the queen's pheromones washes over them. Kim Yong-tae acts instantly, calling for Asha to get behind him as he prepares a defensive spell. He invokes a powerful protective magic, surrounding them with a glowing, nature-infused shield. Asha is safely encased in a shimmering bubble, grateful for the captain's quick intervention. Kim offers to extend the shield to Hanul, but the young man is already staring ahead in shock. Hanul stands frozen, his eyes wide as he hears a voice calling out to him from the darkness. A distorted maternal voice whispers through the air, welcoming her child to her side at last. The massive queen ant stares with a weeping, glowing green eye, her vision clouded by decay. Her bloated, red body is a gruesome sight, covered in the very flies that are consuming her alive. The three hunters look tiny against the scale of the monstrous creature and the heavy atmosphere of the room. Asha is paralyzed with revulsion, unable to look away from the horrific tragedy of the dying queen. Hanul is repulsed by the scene, wondering how even a monster could end up in such a pitiable and horrific state. The queen's voice continues to echo in his mind, her desperate maternal delusions clashing with her gruesome reality. She beckons him forward, her rotting eye leaking green fluid as she tries to focus on her child. The tunnel flies crawl over the queen's flesh, a nightmare vision of a family that Hanul is being invited to join. Hanul winces, the psychic weight of the queen's words and the stench of decay pressing in on him. Below the main body of the queen, a carpet of dark, pulsating larvae serves as a reminder of the colony's lost future. He addresses his companions one last time before stepping out into the toxic air, his body glowing with a protective blue aura. The flies respond to his movement, their red eyes flashing as they prepare to defend their feeding ground. He calmly informs the others that any new creatures appearing will be his allies, urging them not to attack. Kim Yang-tae gives a sharp nod of acknowledgement, trusting the young man to handle the situation his own way. Han-ul takes a steadying breath, reminding himself that regardless of their tragic state, these are still monsters to be hunted. He faces the towering silhouette of the Amur Queen Ant, her broken body a testament to the cruelty of the dungeon. He resolves to remain detached from the tragedy, knowing his only duty is to clear the gate. The system offers a new option to even the odds, proposing the hire of a lizardman unit for a significant fee. As he reaches out to confirm the purchase, he can't help but feel a lingering sense of unease at the Queen's words. A shimmering rift in space and time begins to widen, crackling with blue magical energy. The air hums with power as the summoning spell activates, drawing forth warriors from another realm. Despite the reinforcements, Han-ul's mind remains troubled by the horrific spectacle of the dying mother ant. The portal erupts in a blinding flash of light as the summoned entities begin to materialize. A heavy spearhead thrusts from the light, instantly dispatching a parasite that had ventured too close. The fierce, reptilian eyes of the summoned warriors glow with a predatory yellow light. A full squad of heavily armed lizardmen appears, forming a defensive ring around their summoner. The unit immediately goes to work, their weapons cutting through the swarm of flies with ruthless efficiency. Enveloped in a spectral blue flame, Han-ul orders his new soldiers to keep the path clear as he charges toward the Queen. The Amur Queen Ant stares down, green fluid leaking from her eye. The realization finally hits her. This person isn't one of her children. Rewind to when it all started. A worker ant approaches the Queen with some bad news. The colony is getting sick, and they have no idea why. Back then, the Queen was a regal ruler. She tells her subjects to do whatever they can to treat the ill. The worker nods and heads off to carry out her orders. Light filters into the dark tunnels of the nest, but things only get worse. The report comes back that the infected ants are starting to take their own lives. The Queen is devastated. She orders a proper burial for all of them. The plague keeps spreading, and the source remains a total mystery. More and more worker ants are found dead in the tunnels. The Queen watches her kingdom crumble, wondering how much longer they can hold on. Another one collapses right in front of her. She calls out, asking her child why they've gone silent. With its last breath, the worker begs her to leave the kingdom before it's too late. She can't wrap her head around it. Why would she ever run away from her own home? The worker ant finally goes still, as parasitic fluid begins to seep out. Blood sprays across the dark chamber. That's when a humanoid tunnel fly steps out of the shadows, offering its loyalty to the Queen. The parasite feeds her a lie, claiming everything is exactly where it should be, and that her kingdom is actually about to thrive. The Queen's eyes glaze over as the infection takes hold. For the first time, she feels a twisted sense of relief. The creature tells her to stay put and keep protecting the nest from her throne. Now completely delusional, the Queen vows to never abandon her post. Back in the present, a burst of blue energy rips through the chamber. While Kim Yang-tae and Asha fight off waves of monsters, the Queen screams that this is her castle. Han-ul stands his ground, calling forth a lizardman unit to form a shield wall. The Queen isn't backing down either, determined to protect the parasites she thinks are her bobbies. She shrieks in rage, telling the intruders to stop defiling her kingdom with their footsteps. Lightning crackles around her massive, infested body as she prepares for a final stand. Han-ul watches the Queen lunge forward, his summons ready to strike the finishing blow. The Amur Queen Ant loomed over the battlefield, her massive form swarming with parasitic tunnel flies as the nest hummed with toxic energy. Seeing the chaos, Han-ul activated a protective circle around the hunters to brace for the next wave. A sudden explosion of toxic green fluid sprayed across the cavern, threatening to melt anything it touched. Kim Yang-tae shouted a desperate warning to Han-ul as the poison closed in on them. The green sludge washed over the group, but Han-ul remained focused on his countermove. A massive surge of blue water erupted from the ground, meeting the toxic wave head-on. Han-ul's eyes flared with a brilliant blue light as he channeled his power. The system confirmed he was activating Tears of the Ancient, a high-tier water skill. A titanic vortex of swirling water roared to life in the center of the nest, pulling everything into its wake. Kim Yang-tae could only watch in total disbelief at the scale of the magic being unleashed. The water shredded through the swarming flies, clearing the air in an instant. The guild members realized he wasn't just blocking. He was using the water to sweep the poison back at the monsters. The Queen demanded they stop at once, her glowing green eyes leaking thick fluid as she lost control. Driven by a distorted maternal instinct, she vowed that no one would harm her children. Massive, glowing blue feet stomped onto the cavern floor as Hanul brought in reinforcements. He stood calmly behind a wall of lizard men, having activated the Trichian defensive formation. The blue warriors locked their shields together, creating a glowing barrier that moved forward on Hanul's command. Hanul stepped forward within the formation, knowing he needed to get just a little closer to end this. One of the flies dove straight for the barrier with a screeching sound. The honeycomb-patterned shield held firm, easily deflecting the parasitic swarm as the unit advanced. Hanul watched the queen's movements, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. A sudden burst of energy signaled the start of his final assault. As Gono's summoned duration hit 0, the goblin warrior dissolved back into the system. Hanul thanked his summon for the help, already preparing the next stage of his plan. He crushed a glowing blue orb in his palm, activating another set of skills. He summoned Zen Karuk's unit to hold off the remaining flies, while he dealt with the queen directly. The lizard men charged into the fray, keeping the swarm busy with their spears. Hanul activated Lord's Afterimage, blurring his form as his speed spiked. Using Vestige Copy, he channeled the stats of the fallen Lik Arametis into his own body. He also copied Gono's combat stats and one of his specialized skills to bolster his strength. With his power surging, Hanul's expression turned cold as he prepared to finish the job. He activated Raven's Wingbeat, a mobility skill that sent him soaring. He launched himself into the air, a trail of blue energy following his every movement. The queen screamed at the insolent fool to stay back, but her words were useless. Hanul spun midair, concentrating all his momentum into a single downward bound. He plunged toward her with his sword raised, a blinding aura exploding around him. He set his sights squarely on the queen ant's head, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. A massive golden slash tore through the cavern, marking the beginning of the end for the infested boss. In her final moments, she desperately told her soldiers to take their sisters and leave the crumbling nest. She wept for her precious bobbies as the parasitic control finally began to slip away. She begged anyone to listen to their mother one last time before the silence took her. Hanul delivered the decisive blow, his blade cutting through her final scream and ending the nightmare. The ant's kingdom was built on a foundation of constant suffering and survival in the biting cold. The creatures wandered with exhausted bodies, searching for any place where they could establish their reign. Once they finally settled, the kingdom was completed only after defeating countless invaders who tried to take it from them. But all of that effort was coming to a violent, green end. The queen demanded to know if Hanul could even comprehend the level of suffering they had endured. Hanul admitted he didn't know, but he knew exactly what he had to do next. His blade glowed with a blinding light as he prepared the final strike to set her free. A notification appeared confirming that the tunnel fly parasite had finally been defeated. The parasitic flies fell from the air like rain, their control over the nest broken. Kim Yang-ti and Asha stood in shock, wondering what had just happened to the swarming bugs. Asha realized Hanul had successfully killed the core monster that was parasitizing the queen ant. Kim Yang-ti asked if they still needed to deal with the queen, but Hanul told him there was no point. He explained that her body had already been hollowed out by the flies, and the parasite was the only thing making her move. Left on her own, she wouldn't last long anyway. The queen felt the haze lift from her mind as the parasitic influence faded. For the first time in an eternity, her vision began to clear. She looked around and finally saw the world as it truly was. But her realization came too late. Her kingdom had already fallen to ruin. With a final, mournful thought, she accepted that everything was over. A massive surge of energy signaled the dungeon's conclusion as the hunters gathered in relief. The guild members cheered as their captain finally returned to them safely. Hanul looked up as Purung, the sage, began to pulse with a strange light. The system reported that the sage had discovered exactly why the gate had mutated so drastically. It turned out the shift was caused by something called interference. A specific object related to this anomaly was found among the loot recovered from the nest. Hanul watched intently as the sage displayed the item's information on a holographic screen. The item was a fragment of interference, a rare artifact capable of transforming entire dungeons and monsters. Hanul was stunned to realize something like this even existed in their world. He wondered what would happen if he managed to harness such a power for himself. His thoughts were interrupted when the Aegis captain called out to him, wanting to offer a reward. Kim Yang-ti held out a pheromone concentrate pouch, insisting that Hanul take it for his hard work. Hanul was surprised by the generosity, knowing how incredibly expensive such an item was. The captain admitted he'd feel too guilty if he didn't give him something, especially since Hanul wasn't in a guild yet. Asha cut in, telling the captain to save the recruitment pitch for later so they could finally get going. She added that Hanul already had a fan meeting appointment with her anyway. She gave him a knowing smirk, addressing him by a name he hadn't heard in a long time, Mr. Broken Game. Hanul froze, realizing his secret identity as a legendary streamer might not be so secret anymore. They eventually moved the conversation to a quiet, upscale cafe to talk more privately. Other customers whispered as they recognized Asha, curious about the mysterious guy sitting with the famous hunter. They assumed he must just be a massive fan of hers, which Asha found quite amusing. She leaned in close, telling him that in this specific case, the roles were actually reversed. She admitted that she was actually the one who was a huge fan of his. Asha couldn't believe the famous Mr. Broken Game was actually Hanul sitting right in front of her. Hanul modestly admitted his summons were just part of his unique set of skills. She questioned why someone with his incredible talent would spend their time just streaming games. Hanul hesitated, not quite ready to reveal everything about his past. He simply told her he had his reasons for keeping his identity a secret. He asked Asha if she could also keep his true name a secret from the public. She agreed to keep quiet, but only on the condition that he'd meet with her again later. Hanul chuckled and agreed, relieved to have her cooperation. Asha thanked him sincerely for his help with the dangerous gate mutation. She admitted that without him, her comrades and her captain would have likely been lost. She formally expressed her gratitude as the second in command of the Aegis Guild. Hanul told her not to mention it, happy to have been able to help. Later that night, Hanul returned to his apartment, ready to dive back into the game world. A notification appeared as he synced up with the Fight Monsters with Monsters interface. He decided to use a special ticket he had earned to develop his base even further. He invested 1,500 gold to begin the construction of a brand new workshop. The system confirmed the facility additions were complete, leaving him to wait for the workshop's finish. Next, he decided it was time to check the stats of his newest monster recruit. A holographic card appeared for the Amur Queen Akasha, now a named monster in the castle of the monarch. She was a powerful 4-star monster with impressive skills like kingdom construction. The skill allowed her to build an entire kingdom within the barracks when deployed alone. This kingdom would automatically deploy 50 soldier ants, 40 cannon ants, and 10 Legion Commander ants. The unit count would even replenish itself after every wave of combat. Hanul was thrilled, realizing he'd never have to worry about his unit numbers again. With 100 high-tier monsters replenishing each wave, his defenses would be nearly impenetrable. He prepared to face the next wave of challenges with a newfound sense of confidence. Suddenly, something else caught his eye on the castle's throne room display. He noticed a strange object sitting right next to the monarch's throne. He realized it was the torso of the Lick he had defeated and collected previously. He wondered why it was being kept in the throne room and if it served some greater purpose. Curious, he reached out and gave the Aramidus's torso a gentle, affectionate stroke. A message popped up, informing him that the Lick's affinity had increased slightly. The system explained that once affinity reached 100, the torso would finally activate. However, there was a set cooldown for these affinity-building actions to prevent exploitation. In fact, excessive or improper actions could actually cause the affinity to decrease. Hanul realized that if he was patient, he could eventually recruit the powerful Lick to his side. A new notification appeared, stating that the Monarch of Phantasm requested a conversation with him. Hanul was surprised, wondering why she would want to speak with him all of a sudden. The screen flickered as the connection to the monarch was established. She appeared on his screen, casually asking if he had already had his dinner. The system gave him a list of topics to discuss, starting with the new queen ant, Akasha. Hanul chose to talk about Akasha, figuring the monarch must be curious about the new addition. The Monarch of Phantasm appeared before Hanul, her expression serious. She told him that she had a question for him. A system notification popped up, asking Hanul if he was ready to hear the monarch's question. Hanul looked at the monarch through the screen, agreeing to hear her out. She asked him for his thoughts on the Amur Queen Akasha, noting how she fought to protect her kingdom until the very end. The monarch pointed out that despite her efforts, Akasha had ultimately failed and lost everything. The monarch looked down, asking if someone who lost their kingdom still deserved to be called a ruler. The system notified Hanul that the monarch was asking him about the true qualifications of a ruler. Hanul sat back, realizing that this wasn't just a simple question about the game. She was testing his values. Two options appeared on the screen. Either Akasha was still qualified or she was not. Hanul wondered if it was really that simple. The monarch expressed her desire to hear his opinion in more detail. Hanul looked at the screen, a bit surprised that the game wanted him to explain his reasoning. The system informed him that voice input was now active, and that he should state his answer and provide his reasoning. Hanul took a deep breath, deciding that he was ready to give his answer. He thought back to the fierce battle and Akasha's unwavering determination, feeling there was nothing to even think about. He stated firmly that Akasha was an excellent ruler. The system confirmed his choice. Hanul admitted that he didn't know much about what formally made a good ruler. He continued, saying that the mere fact that she did her absolute best to save her kingdom until the very end was enough. Hanul finished his explanation, confidently telling the monarch that this was his final answer. The monarch smiled, her expression softening as she thanked him for taking the time to talk despite his fatigue. She told him that she truly enjoyed their conversation before the screen finally faded. The system notified Hanul that the monarch's affinity had increased by 10 points. A message appeared, explaining that he had successfully assisted in the formation of the monarch's values. The system further explained that reaching certain affinity milestones would grant him one of the monarch's powerful skills. Hanul was stunned as he realized he had just obtained Monarch's Swordsmanship Ordinary Horizontal Slash. Hanul stares at the system's screen. 10 affinity points and a new skill just for sticking up for the Queen's honor. He's not about to wait until the next dungeon to try it. He's testing this out right now. His hand tightens around the hilt as the golden blade starts to crackle. The young hunter stands in the middle of his dark room, letting the sword's glow light up the walls. He takes a slow, steady breath to center himself. He performs the Ordinary Horizontal Slash, but it triggers a massive, blinding explosion of light. Hanul swings the sword for what's supposed to be an ordinary strike, but the room just instantly detonates in a blinding white flash. He can only stare in total shock. This skill is definitely anything but ordinary.